Wasting no time there. Harrison, unfortunately, going backwards in this one, but no one behind him at the moment, so he would be able to settle down. But then things would get a little rough for Alex Martin, trying to still get that third in the championship. He would go down. Unfortunately, got the short legs, so has to try and get that bike fired up as quickly as he can. Gets a rolling start. And then a little incident here with Cameron McAdoo.
Yeah, big crash there. Luckily, everyone was eventually able to get up and walk away. Colton Eigenman, the other rider on the Suzuki, down. There is Dylan Ferrandis going on to take the moto win again. You give him a good start, and he's going to be hard to stop. But what happens when he does not get a good start? Well, that's what we see here in Moto 2. He gets buried while the 32 of Cooper is off to the races up front.
Yeah, just where he wanted to be. Justin Cooper said he likes his place. Rode well with Moto 1. Would this put him in position for the overall? Well, things would get a little testy behind him. Hartrath pushes Hunter Lawrence wide, and in that, Dylan Ferrandis gets caught up. Just an innocent bystander, wrong place, wrong time. Loses some time, but gets up very quickly.
And then has to make passes quickly. Here is his move on Alex Martin. That will move him up into 6th. And then he closes on Hartrath, and this is for 5th.
Yeah, making up some good points here. Dylan Ferrandis obviously having to score every point possible, wants to pad that lead, but it would get interesting. Jeremy Martin would go after Justin Cooper. This got close.
Yeah, Martin is the one challenging Ferrandis for the title. He wants every point. He wants the moto win while they're battling. Ferrandis able to get around Hunter Lawrence and Shane McElrath and move into a podium position, 3rd in the moto. So whoever wins this race may or may not take the overall, depending on how it shakes out. It's Cooper holding off Martin to take the moto win, and with 2-1 scores, first overall win for him this year, celebrating on the podium with Martin Ferrandis and his dog Thor. Little drama there with Cooper choosing to bring his dog to the podium. He's a big mover in the points, now potentially getting up into the top 3, depending how it all times out here at the end of the season, and he was nowhere early in the year. So a nice comeback from Cooper. But the big story is Dylan Ferrandis, 20-point gap over Jeremy Martin, the elusive 250 National Motocross Championship. He finished 2nd last year. Today could be the day for Dylan. And we will see how it turns out. Martin needs to win the motos and then hope for some bad luck. Or Martin could essentially be a 3-time champ by the end of the day. A couple other things to watch. We got a new look. See Brandon Hartrath there, 10th in points. Look at that. They have a new Signature Series Troy Lee Designs look to a 2021 KTM. You can actually buy a version of that bike coming to dealerships soon. And Troy, I talked to him. He likes the yellow number plates because the famous Mammoth Mountain Motocross, the pro class there, runs yellow. So he actually called MX Sports Pro Racing, who sanctions the series at the beginning of the year, and said, can I race with yellow backgrounds one time? And they said yes, but Hartrath's mechanic said he did get a written warning today. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I saw Troy a little bit earlier, and he told me the backstory on that. And he said, well, then they would have to allow it to all the teams. And he said, I'm cool with that. Whatever it takes to just, keep things exciting in the sport.
Yep.
And obviously Troy Lee always been known for bright colors, wild designs, and trying to be creative. So, yeah.
All right, definitely that's an artist, and that's the way he thinks. Let's send it down to Will Christian as we get practice underway. Will, what's happening down on the racetrack and in the paddock today?
Well, hi guys, as you can see, everybody just heading out now for practice. I just wanted to pick up on what you guys were referring to there earlier, the riders that are and are not as familiar with this track. We talked about Justin Cooper being one of them, of course, all the Yamaha Star Racing team really being familiar with this track due to the fact that they train here a lot. So what does that mean for the guys that don't? Well, I checked in with some of them, and the opinion was fairly mixed. I spoke to Geico Honda's Hunter Lawrence. He said he hasn't ridden here since Pala last year, and I asked him if he was worried about that, and he said, no, not really, because this whole season has felt like it's been somewhat of a surprise as far as perhaps how the tracks are prepped. Of course, there's been very different weather conditions at all these tracks to what they're used to, and so that's meant that conditions have been different perhaps from what a lot of the riders and teams are expecting coming in. So he said this really just continues on that line, and he said this is about guys who can adapt. This is about the all-rounders, and he said he considered himself one of them, and he said and that's where everybody will do well. And Grant, just to throw in the weather here too yet again today, it's really quite cool here. We say, it's kind of going to be in the high 70s, low 80s, but compared to what it could be right now, it could be in the hundreds, and that's going to have an impact on both the riders and the track here today too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I live about 30 minutes away from here and can tell you firsthand that even in October, it can get extremely hot here in Southern California. So nice. It's like the motocross weather gods are looking out for everyone and giving these guys some great weather. And it also helps with the track, I think. It's made for great racing. If you look at that start straight, I'm telling you, that's not very wet compared to how they normally are. Normally, it's so heavy, the bikes are bogging. But you can see a little bit of dust in that sand. And Jeremy Martin just working on the start, so riders know how important the start is. Get as many as you can in, get that shift at the right time. Also, a bit of a tight first turn if you're on that inside. So I think getting a good qualifying lap in as well is going to be very beneficial as far as where you get to line up. Obviously, the better you qualify, the better gate pick you get.
Yeah, and that's what we're watching here, qualifying lap times once start practice is complete. So many different stories to track here at the season finale. Obviously, the championship is the main focus with Ferrandis and Martin being the only rider also with a mathematical chance at it. There is Ferrandis there in the number 14. But for everyone, there's something to lose and gain today. Everyone racing for rides next year. Who's going to end up where? We don't normally race into October, so that is messed up the timing for a lot of those negotiations. But the main focus, like we said, is Dylan Ferrandis trying to win this title. And we did have a chance about 2 weeks ago to ask him what this championship would mean to him.
The championship is my only goal, and the only thing that can give me satisfaction, I want to say. So yeah, I don't think about it, but yeah, for sure, Saturday night at Pala, I wish I can enjoy this moment, and it will be for sure the pinnacle of my career.
Well, that says a lot. He does have 2 Supercross championships in a row.
Yeah.
But you experienced the same thing. You won this title. You also won Supercross. In Supercross, they split the 250 class in half. Regionally, you don't race everybody.
Yeah.
So this is a big challenge to get this one.
Well, it's also would be his first national championship. You know, like you said, a West Coast, and a West Coast is a big deal, but at the end of the day, this is the pinnacle of motocross for these guys, and they want their name on in the record books and on that trophy. So for Ferrandis, you know, he raced GPs, he's won GPs, didn't get a chance, didn't win a world title while over there. So coming to the States definitely would be his peak of his career at this moment if he was to take that title.
Shout out to this guy, the 29 Whackers Cameron McAdoo. So he broke his fingers last week, and the team announced that he would not be racing this weekend. And then there all of a sudden his bike is going through tech yesterday, and I see him in the pits this morning, fingers taped up, and then they untaped it. They put a glove on. He said he actually glued his glove to his hand and then put tape over the glove. So there is McAdoo, and always aggressive. First rider out on track in this practice session. And just to add to that story, he crashed. Second lap of practice earlier today. With the broken fingers, picked the bike up and kept on riding. That is classic Cameron McAdoo. That guy saved the pain for tomorrow. Now we have Ferrandis out on track. He always waits. He's one of the last guys to go out.
Yeah, you get, kind of shows everyone's personality. You got the guys that have to be out front first.
Yep.
And then you got guys like him that are quite happy. Plus, it's different situations for different guys. He's in the driver's seat right now. He doesn't need to go and do a bunch of laps. I know he rides here a lot, and because anytime you talk to anyone that comes out here, they always tell you, if you find Chase Sexton or Dylan Ferrandis, get a lap time, because that'll show you how quickly you can go around this track. And then everyone else tries to see how close they can get to that.
We'll talk more about that in the 450 class, so I do want to mention that Chase Sexton very quick, and Adam Cianciarulo's been saying, I ride with Sexton, I'm never as fast as him. After last week's race, Sexton said, I don't know why he says that. He's just as fast as me. I don't know why everybody said, I don't know why he keeps saying that. Adam keeps saying that I'm faster than him, said Chase Sexton. So everybody has a different perspective. We'll talk about those guys more when we race 450s a little later in qualifying. There is Jeremy Martin, the rider trying to dig this title out. He's 20 points down. He's certainly given a valiant effort, and it is not lost on Jeremy that just getting back to this level, winning races and battling for titles, and is a long road back, and he's certainly aware of that. We had a chance to ask him about that earlier in the season.
I love the opportunity to perform and to feel alive on the start line and have to know that your back's against the wall and you have to perform. That's what I live for, and that's what I learned a lot when I broke my back and everything. So for me, it was like just another day, right? Another day in this fight, and I started out in the sewer 2 years ago and just barely able to get out of bed and to walk and to do this whole deal now and get some moto wins and stuff. It's a really big deal. But man, as much as you may want to take a second and enjoy it, you also don't want to lose it. So you're always just pushing to find more, really. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I always say it's the peril of being ambitious. You don't get to this level without wanting to win and always improve every single day. So for him to go from not even able to race last year with a back injury to winning races again is awesome. But these guys can never pat themselves in the back too much. Can't get complacent.
Yeah, especially when you have 2 titles under your name as well. It's
they're chasing each other right now.
Yeah, he's been doing that a fair bit lately, Jeremy, which is going after Ferrandis in practice and qualifying, probably trying to learn. Jeremy Martin, 17 wins. Puts him 6th right now in all-time 250s. Some big names up there.
Yeah, that's no joke. Chasing Ferrandis around. Jeremy said all he can do is try to win the motos and just hope for the best. Make up 20 points on Ferrandis.
Little mistake there from Jeremy coming that corner. Landed a little awkwardly, but in the first few sectors of this track, he's visibly closed just a little bit. I don't even know if Ferrandis knows that Jeremy's behind him. Man, that hill is pretty big. I realized for the National, they kind of made that turn before a little off camber, a little tighter, and then they peaked the top of that. So with less drive out of that corner, or less speed and the bigger hill, it's going to be very important to get a good drive out of there or find good line selection. Ferrandis obviously not happy with this lap. I think probably got a glimpse of Martin behind him, figured I don't want him following all my lines, and backs out of that one.
All right, so no more chasing of Martin with Ferrandis. Justin Cooper, by the way, was the fastest rider in the first session. That's no surprise. He rides here a lot, and now that we're getting the standard level Justin Cooper back in this series, he's always quick in qualifying. Time to beat will be a 1:5.78. That's what Cooper had in session 1. He's the fastest rider right now. We'll see. Joe Shimoda is the fastest rider right now with a 1:5.82. That's in this session. And there goes Cooper to the top now, ahead of Shimoda. So at the moment, at least, Cooper will be the fastest in both sessions. But a long way to go, about 10 minutes before the countdown clock expires. There's Cooper right there, cruising around. Martin is putting in a hard lap right now. And some other news I was saying about the negotiations for next year. It's not officially official, but it's pretty much going to happen. This is terrible news. So this team, Factory Connection Racing Honda, that has been at this for a long time, will not have Geico return as their title sponsor next year. So it is not looking good for their prospects to return in this capacity, at least in 2021. Can't completely give up on it, but again, normally we're done racing in August. This is October. It is late to try to put 21 plans together. But the good thing for Martin, who did have a multi-year deal, but I think that would not be able to hold into the sponsor. The good news for Martin is he has put his best foot forward, and I've heard multiple teams are interested in his services for next year, so he'll probably be okay. You win races, and you're probably going to find yourself a job, but definitely a bittersweet day for that team, which will, I think there will be some semblance of Honda 250 riders on the track next year, but I don't think it'll be in this same look that we have had for the long run. About 20 years this team has been at it. And who knows? It's still possible they could go out champions. Again, if something were to befall Ferrandis, could work in the favor of Martin.
Well, the other thing that's going to be really tough for these teams is, obviously we all know about COVID, but we don't even have an exact schedule set up for next year. So if you're a team like that, I've got to imagine how tough it's got to be to go to sponsors and they go, okay, how many races? What's the TV schedule? What are we going to get out of it? And go, we don't really know. So I do feel a little bit sorry for these guys at the moment, but hopefully things can, there's still time. Time for Jeremy to get a lap in, time for them to find a new title sponsor.
But also the cool thing, the team didn't want to string it along too long. They didn't want any of the riders or the staff to be in the position of keep waiting, and then it just turns out it doesn't work out, and then you're weeks before a season opener, and then there's no other place to go. So it's allowing everyone to at least go search for employment elsewhere. Oh, Ferrandis, he backed out of it, and then he got back into it. And he's now on top. 156.5 is the time to beat now,
so
Ferrandis.
Overall, Faustus as well. That's quicker than first practice.
Now, this is a hard story to explain. This is not directly involved Ferrandis, but there is this weird situation in this 250 class, used to be the 125 class, a Frenchman leading the points, seemingly having the title in hand, coming up short. Stefan Roncada led the points into the final moto of 2000. Travis Pastrana edged him 2 times. Christophe Pourcel had the points lead late in the year. His engine blew up at the next to last round of Southwick in 2009, ended up losing the title. Ryan Dungey led the points here at the finale at Pala. 10 years ago, crashed, broke his arm. Ended up 3rd in the championship because he didn't score any points that day. Trey Kennard in the 38 ended up title. And then Jeremy Martin and Marvin Muscan, I think it was a 3-point gap between them going into the finale at Ironman Raceway in 2015. And Marvin's bike broke, what, about a lap and a half into the final, the first moto that day. Now, look, those are different people than Ferrandis, but over and over, it had looked like a Frenchman was going to win this championship, and for whatever reason, it hasn't worked out. So Ferrandis could break that today, and if I say too much more about it, people are going to say I'm putting the hex in the guy.
Well, it is kind of interesting because France has had so many good riders over the years, and then you go look at Supercross, how many regional titles they've won with a variety of riders, and a lot of them even back-to-back. So it is interesting that they have not had a Frenchman win in this class as of yet.
Hey, they've won everything else in racing, you name it.
Yeah.
And including motocross and supercross. Whoa. There's Ferrandis.
Yeah,
one other,
Motocross of Nations. They won it several years in a row. They obviously have many world champions. You know, the list goes on and on.
Yep. And one other throw in the original Frenchman to come and do damage in the United States, Jean-Michel Bayle, was leading the back then the 125 class about halfway through in 1990, and then he broke his arm. So Ferrandis looking to erase all that. Justin Cooper edging out Ferrandis' time. He's back to the top. Man, they're coming in hot and heavy. Jet Lawrence now faster than Ferrandis as well. So Cooper's 156 is the fastest time over Lawrence and then Ferrandis.
I don't think in a single season we've seen so many times where the second practice was faster than first. Generally speaking, the fastest times came out of the first session. So kind of cool to see. Obviously the track evolving nicely. It was a little wet and sandy and heavy in a lot of these sections in first practice, but now you can see starting to come into its own. But some of the straightaways and these jumps, they got some nasty ruts forming on the face. So these riders are going to certainly have to search as the day goes on. And also looks pretty high speed. When you go watch it in person, they're going pretty fast down some of these straightaways. Oh, missed that line, but I don't know if it's going to be too bad because that outside still works. Gets a good drive up the hill. Nice little kind of jumps through the corner there. Little body English, get the bike cranked over. Let's see if he can get over the step up clean. It's been difficult. These guys are stretching on those 250s.
He really nailed that corner at the bottom to get that.
His corner speed has been good. He actually had a little bobble on the exit. I think trying to get in the throttle a little too hard. But besides that, and one other little mistake, looks like a fast lap. I'd be curious to see if he can dip into the 155. That'd be pretty crazy. I wouldn't have anticipated that before the session, but wow, he's going fast. If he doesn't get held up, this has got to be really close. Kind of stuffed it in that corner just a little bit, robbed a little speed. But the amount of momentum this guy carries is just crazy. He looks fast. It is a 155.9 Ferrandis to the top. Yeah, man, this guy's just been on rails. He's just had one of those years where he's put it all together. You can tell the confidence is there. When a rider rolls away last off the start line, that's a very confident rider deep down. He knows he doesn't have to rush out there and get as many laps in and lead the pack. Yeah, there you go. Just sees the pit board. Yep, P1.
So now we'll see if Justin Cooper can answer. He was fastest. And does he have a better time in him? And
well, he's going to try.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah. Woo! Oh, that rear wheel was sand surfing right at the top of the berm there. Ooh. That hay bale's going to get it's going to get whacked. I'm telling you, that line just drifts out there, and eventually it gets all the way up against the fence. Cooper looking good at the moment. See the riders trying to stay low over. So a lot of these jumps you actually want to try and just soak it up a little bit. That one's a real boot. It sends you to the moon.
So we're watching Cooper to see if he can get on top in 250 times. Meanwhile, 450s will be out on track soon. Zach Osborne trying to lock down that title. Let's send it to Will with more from his camp.
Well, down here, Jason Grant, honestly, here at Husqvarna, as you can see there, Zach Osborne, number 16 with the red plate on it. The bike is there behind me. He's in his motorhome. We were just waiting for him to come out, obviously, to get out there for practice. And the atmosphere here completely relaxed. I spoke to a couple of the team members earlier, and they said that's obviously how they normally do it. Anyone who knows the Husqvarna team knows that it's just a very relaxed day. We've got a lot of teamness, if you like, going on down here. And they said this is like no other race weekend here. I'm sorry, the same, I should say, as every other race weekend here, in the sense that they just want to keep that atmosphere going. It's relaxed. They've got a job to do. Go out there, get it done. And then obviously they're all hoping that at the end of today, they will be celebrating a championship.
Thanks, Will. Back in the times when we were allowed to go hang out under the team tents and inside those semis, yeah, you would be shocked how relaxed and light it usually is inside the lounge there, that Rockstar Husqvarna semi. Got some good personalities when Jason Anderson's at the races. He's out injured right now, but him and Osborne, a couple other guys, Dean Wilson, who's out injured also. Really a lot of fun over there. So if that's what got you to this point, want to stick with it. Cooper, he hustled, but he wasn't able to match that time.
Yeah, he made a mistake at the bottom of the hill at the same spot that Ferrandis did, that corner. A little off cam, and the lines keep breaking out. So he's going to have one more shot at it. He's got enough time to get this lap in. Better line there. You see, he didn't bury it up against that fence. Carrying good momentum. He obviously knows. See, that's a problem sometimes when you try and put in a fast lap. You ride a little too aggressive. You just start smashing berms and burying the bike, and you end up losing time. And it almost looked like that's what Justin Cooper was doing. He made a few mistakes. Probably had a little chat with himself. Came back around the finish line, gathered himself up, and already on this lap, you could see just better with his line selection. A little wide there. I don't know if the lapper may have made him go wider than he wanted, but he's not going to want to back out of this one because he won't have another chance. Only a 10th off of his teammate, but I think Justin Cooper likes to go back to the truck knowing that he was #1 and #1 on the team.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any love lost between Cooper and Ferrandis. He said last week his goal was to win the race. It wasn't like he was there to help his teammates score points or anything like that. And he did end up getting that first overall win of the year. And remember, for a while, Cooper had about a 50% career average of being the fast qualifier. Yeah. So he's definitely quick in the morning when he's healthy, and he is again now. I don't know if this will be enough, though.
Yeah, it's a little hard sometimes telling visually, but he's not made really mistakes. He's flowed the corners, so it hasn't looked spectacular, but I think it's been efficient.
Yeah, it's definitely less mistakes, not riding as hard, but sometimes that's quicker.
Yeah, and I think that's the case here, like there.
Yeah, no burying the bike. Yep,
stay low. I don't know. This is going to be interesting. Jeremy Martin, though, to the top, 155.3.
Whoa!
Just snuck that one in. Let's see what Cooper can do. 154.3. I told you that was efficient. Can be a little hard to tell sometimes. Smoother is faster. Justin Cooper really just flowed all those lines. The few corners that we saw several riders make the same mistakes over and over, he corrected it on the last lap. So Justin Cooper, little local knowledge.
Yeah, there's Ferrandis coming across. He will displace Martin. He will be second quickest.
Still second off.
Wow.
So Cooper, yeah, he was just really good in the few turns that you could tell everyone was struggling with. This one is one of them included, because everyone runs out and they hit that hay bale.
These aren't photo shoots. The idea is not to hit the berm and create the largest explosion of dirt.
Yes, you do that for when you want to get a nice action shot for your poster, your autograph poster at the beginning of the season at your photo shoot. But otherwise, when you're out on the racetrack, you want to be efficient.
A couple other riders still on track. Not sure if anyone's putting in fast laps, though. McAdoo going by. There's Moran's. Also, Fry just went through. So it looks like the final tally will be Justin Cooper, your fast qualifier, over Ferrandis. And Ferrandis edges out Martin by, we're talking hundredths, 400ths of a second between Ferrandis and Martin. Jet Lawrence fourth. Art Raft, Fry, McElrath, Shimoda, Nate Thrasher, and Cameron McAdoo rounds up the top 10 in this session. We're going to have all 4 motos today live on television. First motos are always live on MAV TV. Also, you can watch right here on NBC Sports Gold. And we'll have the second motos live on NBCSN at 6 p.m. Eastern. So we'll be crowning champions. Who knows? Could be what we expect, which is Ferrandis and Osborne coming in with the big points lead and leaving with the titles. Or there's always the potential for chaos in motorsports. And we'll have it. Either way, it turns out, MAV TV and NBCSN, or you can just keep watching here on NBC Sports Gold, and we'll have all of it. And Justin Cooper throwing his hat in the ring. He would love to end the year with 2 straight overall victories. Hard to believe last week's win in Colorado was only the 2nd overall win of his career.
Yeah.
Guys up there all the time. Here's Nick McCabe from MX Sports Pro Racing as we get prepared for our podium interview with our fast qualifier. Cooper has definitely gotten it back on track, man.
Yep. I think it's the frosted tips.
All right.
That's all it needs.
Yeah. Hey.
They're back.
You could speak from experience, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Will be talking to Justin Cooper, who's maybe the spoiler today. He's out to win. Let's talk to Will.
Thank you, Jason. And yes, with times like that, he most definitely is. Congratulations there, Justin. Grant mentioned a little bit of local knowledge, perhaps today for the track. How much has that got to do with it? How much is this momentum from last week, and or anything else you can attribute it to?
Yeah, I mean, it is some local knowledge, but let's be honest, how many people resort out of here too? So we all know the track pretty good. It's been closed for a while, so that's different. But yeah, it's a lot of momentum right now. Feeling good, confident. Really confident on the bike today. It was just a matter of getting a clean lap. I didn't really get one until that last lap, and even then there was a couple lappers in my way. So still good to get it. Feeling really good going to the motos, and just feeling like I have a lot to prove still. So yeah, it's a little bittersweet. This is the last round, but we're going to go out with a bang.
Thanks so much, Jason. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that's our 250 group. Cooper will be your fast qualifier today, aiming for 2 overall wins in a row. And again, Ferrandis versus Martin for the title. That'll be this afternoon at 4 Eastern, 1 o'clock local time. Now let's talk 450s, and the best way to discuss it is with the math. Here are your points coming into this one. A 24-point gap for Osborne over Cian Cerullo. Marvin Musquin and Eli Tomac still are mathematically in it. But what is in play here is that Osborne could wrap the title even in Moto 1. So there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, if he finishes ahead of Cian Cerullo, that's probably going to do it, whether it's 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, whatever. As long as it's in somewhere in the top 10, that'll get it done. So for Osborne, this is what you want. You want to come in here with a nice points lead, and barring any sort of craziness, and we have seen that in 2020. Barring that, to me, it's almost a formidable for him. But then again, there are 50 points available, and we say anything can happen in racing, and sometimes that just does. But Osborne's been strong all season. Even when they've had little hiccups, whether it's been with the bike, they've been able to rebound very quickly. They're a cool group over there, as in cool, calm, and collected. So I think they're in a good spot.
And just like with Justin Cooper in that 250 class, you can't count out other riders trying to win races, and that includes this guy. Eli Tomac got back into the center of the podium in our last race. Let's show you the highlights. So it's the next to last round, Thunder Valley. Valuable championship points. Adam Cian-Cerullo is essentially facing a must-win situation to try to get back in the hunt, and he does it the right way with a beautiful start and putting his Monster Energy Kawasaki into the lead.
Yeah, he's been getting great starts of late, but watch, keep your eye on 51 Justin Barsha and Zach Osborne. There's contact right there, and a good little hit there from Zach Osborne gets his leg and his foot pinched between the bikes. You can see he almost went down, but that would actually injure him in that process. So Zach Osborne riding the rest of the race hurt.
Waiting on Eli Tomac this year. What a race for him to come on strong. It's his home state event in Colorado. He starts making passes. He gets around Blake Baggett. That is for 5th, and then catches Barsha here for 4th.
Yeah, it was nice to see Tomac riding so well in his home state. The fans were really into it. And a little sign of the old Eli Tomac, rather late than never, as they always say. But watch this moment here for Adam Cian-Cerullo coming down the hill to the off-camber corner. We saw several mistakes from riders. That one didn't cost him much time, but certainly got the heart rate up. This one, however, I still don't know how he saved that. In road racing, that would have been on the deck. That was one of those kind of almost crashes. Saves it. Remarkable.
Late in the race, the ailing Osborne is caught by a surging Tomac, and that is going to put Eli in the number 3 spot and gives him at least a shot at the overall win for the weekend. Here's an even crazier save from Justin Barsha.
Yeah, tucks the front coming in that corner, and look at that. Launches him back up. Fortunately, somehow, with a bit of luck, a lot of skill, gets back on the motorcycle.
And Cianciarulo survives his potential crashes. The good saves allow him to take the Moto win, which is exactly what he needed in this championship. Can he replicate it in Moto 2? Another start for the 9, but this time they start bumping and banging around, and that opens the door for Marvin Musquin to grab the lead.
Yeah, Marvin also hanging on by a thread as far as this championship goes, so he would need a win as well. But Cianciarulo, with a bit between the teeth, comes down the hill, leaves the braking lane, just charges, puts him on the inside. Nothing Musquin can do about that.
So the number 9 is up front again. Not a good moto here for Musquin. He quickly gets passed. Also by Osborne. He's riding through pain. And here comes Tomac as well.
Yeah, and then a bit of a surprise as Max Anstey gets around Marvin Musquin. So for Musquin, this is really hurting his championship hopes.
And there's Tomac lurking around the outside. He's going to get them both. First, Musquin, and then the very impressive Brit Anstey right up ahead.
Yeah, just gets a great drive up this hill. Eli puts himself on the inside. He's always so strong on these rough downhills, just charges down there, and Anstey has to surrender the spot.
Okay, so now Tomac is charging, and he catches Osborne. Probably helped with the limited amount of spectators who are making themselves heard. They're loud. They're happy to see their man moving forward.
Yeah, he went from outside to inside, takes the line away. Listen to the crowd here in Colorado. They were ecstatic to see their man up front, but the battle would continue as Tomac trying to move forward just to the inside. That rut was so deep, he made it look so easy, but that was a beautiful pass on his teammate, and it hurt Cianciarulo as far as championship points go.
And Cianciarulo would try to go inside of that corner later, which will work against him, as you'll see. But another almost crash first from Justin Barsha.
Yeah, Justin Barsha got really loose coming out of that corner. Lands, bit of luck once again. We said that so many times during the day, and then watch us. Cianciarulo hits a hole, kicks him, digs the nose into the landing of the jump there, barely stays on the bike, but as you see, he will lose a spot to his championship rival, Osborne.
Yep, so Cianciarulo knows he has to get him back, and he gives it everything he has with 2 to go, comes up short of making the pass, and ends up off the racetrack.
Yeah, that seemed a little bit rushed and desperate there. I think he could have waited for a better option, but hey, hindsight's 20/20.
And that all allows Tomac to not only win the moto, but with 3-1 scores, the overall, because Osborne would edge Cianciarulo for second. The 2 Kawasaki riders each with a first and third on the day. But Tomac has his first overall victory since round 3 of the championship, and a popular one of that. There are the overall results, so Tomac lights up on top. And there are your overall results, Tomac on top, 45 points.
So Tomac with a 3-1 gets the overall. Second moto results always will get that done. So Cianciarulo first, third, got points, made a few points on Osborne, but really that second moto, if he could have won that, would have been huge for him. But Osborne doing what he had to do, gets on the podium again, solid points. Sexton fourth, Craig, a solid ride for him. Marvin, a little bit disappointing, really hurt him in the championship. Anstey seventh, great ride for him. Privateer Benny Bloss, Bogle, and Jake Masterpool, another solid performance from him. So my wingman is having a little mic issue, so we will get him sorted out. Jason Weigand going to have a little pit stop here. Technical difficulties, but that wouldn't be 2020 if we didn't have something like that. So start practice underway. Justin Bogle, bit of an up and down season for him. If he could just get healthy, he's got skill, he's got talent, he's got all the good things you need to be a champion. But you got to stay healthy. I actually just had a fan tweet that he asked why they're pulling the front brake. But before I get to that, we're going to show you the Mount Rushmore for Benny Bloss. Oh, sorry, Justin Bogle and Baggett. Oh, Baggett. Yeah, Blake Baggett. So let's have a look. Okay, no, we're going to go to Will. Will's down on the start line. What do you got, Will?
Hey, Grant. Well, we just saw Justin Barsha just head out here for the second practice. reason I mention that is because we weren't really sure if that was going to happen. At one point, the team has said this week he was questionable as to whether he'd be lining up. Jason Wigan actually and myself saw him this morning at the first practice, and we asked him about it. We said, will he be lining up for the motos? He said, well, this really is the test right here. And Justin Barsha was very open and entertaining with this stuff. He said, look, I have 0 and I have 10, meaning I'm either riding or I'm not. He's like, I don't have any of that grey area in between. He said, so if I go out there, I have to know that I'm ready and I'm prepared and I can go at it 10. So here he is, obviously just testing things out again. Hopefully, Grant, this is a good sign that we're going to see Justin Barsha lining up for the motos today.
We hope so. Obviously, it's been a bit of a rough season with losing some of our top riders. Barsha would be always adds a lot of fun and interest in racing. And with Barsha, on any given day, is a threat for the podium, even a win. So glad to see him.
Okay, so now I'm back.
Yay.
Pit stop worked here. That's why we do shows in practice. As we mentioned, Mount Rushmore with the Rocky Mountain ATV MC KTM teammates, Justin Bogle and Blake Baggett, who's not here today, but we do have his thoughts on who their favorite 4 motocrossers are.
I guess I'll say my personal Mount Rushmore would obviously be Ricky Carmichael, GOAT, Jeremy McGrath, King of Supercross. The 2 people I looked up to probably the most growing up.
I would say Ricky and James have definitely put their place in there, and probably Villapoto would be 3 for sure to go with.
I would put David Bailey on the Mount Rushmore because I grew up thinking that 2 people knew everything, and it was my dad and David Bailey. So watching his commentating was, I thought he knew everything about racing, and I still think that. So, and I would say James Stewart. Those are the 4 people that were probably the most influential for me watching as a kid growing up.
I think the next person would probably be the guy that has the most amount of wins would be it. Probably Eli, because he's got, I think, 3 outdoor wins in a row. So, you know, he would probably deserve to be up there.
Ricky, MC, James, David Bailey.
Well, those have been enjoyable all year, and then we're going to do it ourselves. We're going to do our own motocross Mount Rushmore. We were talking about it during the week. Again, this is personal for all of us. So for me, it's Roger DeCoster. Not only he was the best in Europe when Europe was the best, unquestionably, and then what he's done in the industry the last 40 years, he's turned brands from losers to winners. Bob Hanna, the personality and the riding together really launched this sport in America. For me, Rick Johnson, when I was growing up, he was the man to beat, so that always sits well with me. Obviously, if it was Supercross Mount Rushmore, I'm aware of how great Jeremy McGrath is. And Ricky Carmichael, because of the wins, I can't argue that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit in the same boat. I said Roger DeCoster because, you know, if we talk in American motocross, he helped put motocross on the map. And he's done, like you said, so much for the sport since. David Bailey, one of the reasons was I watched VHS tapes of him as a kid. And as Bogle said, he knew everything about racing. I loved watching David ride. His style was ahead of its time. So he elevated the sport in that way. Jeremy McGrath, because he brought a new form of motocross in the way of Supercross to the limelight and really elevated our sport to what I would call almost prime time, you know, in the stadiums. And then Ricky Carmichael, for his just pure dominance, what he did was just unbelievable. I still shake my head every time I look at his numbers. So that's mine. I wish I could have put more up there, but we're limited to 4. There's
I know,
so many
it's
options.
controversial no matter what we pick, absolutely. And Will going with, similar to us, RD, DeCoster, McGrath, Carmichael, and RJ, Rick Johnson. So come at us, bros. We got to pick 4. We wish we could pick 14 or 40.
Yeah, I mean, jeez, I was trying to narrow it down. Then it was the same thing. I'm like, Bob Hanna, okay, Ricky Johnson, Jeff Ward.
Yeah, and James Stewart, obviously. I have huge respect for James Stewart and what he can do on a motorcycle. Absolutely.
Stefan Evans, Caroli.
I know, man. And I do want to mention, though, Blake Baggett. How about that?
Yeah,
he picks Eli Tomac.
Hey, but Eli Tomac's won 3 in a row. That's only been done by 3 other riders, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's won at 4.
Yeah.
So
and he has a 250 title.
Yeah.
So big respect, I think, for Baggett to pick one of his longtime competitors on his Mount Rushmore, which is a cool mix of, you know, what we all feel personally and then what you just observe through the numbers. And we are now ready with practice underway for the 450 class. And there is the man with the focus on him, Zach Osborne, trying to collect his first Premier Class title. There's the rider that's closest to taking it away from him, which would be Adam Cianciarulo right on track in front of him. And the rider third in points, right behind him on the track, Marvin Musquin.
Yeah, hopefully for Marvin, last race, definitely a bit of an off weekend for him. He went 6-8, and the second motor he had a good start, just went backwards. And I think I forget if it was you or Will was mentioning that Alden was not impressed, because I don't think there was an actual real excuse on that one. But anyway, we're here, Parla, Fox Raceway, new day, new weekend. But you know, for Marv, once again, it's just been a couple these little things that seem to always cost him. Every year he's in position to be in the fight, and then he just hasn't been able to make it happen. And I think it's going to be the same again this year, because should something even happen in number 16, I think Cincerello obviously in much better position points-wise. Oh, Zacho just using every inch of this facility.
Yeah, for Muscan and Tomac, who are still in it, they're much further back than Cincerello, and they'd have to jump, not just Osborne. Even if Osborne had a problem, they'd have to make up a lot of ground on Cincerello also. But it is one of the gifts we have of the 9-race championship instead of 12, that essentially the points are closer than they would normally be going into a final round. So we do have 4 riders mathematically in it in this 450 class. And Tomac is starting to roll again. Had a great performance in the final moto at WW Ranch 2 weeks ago, and then won the second moto in the overall in a race last week in Colorado. So Tomac's starting to find his old form. And I talked to Osborne just briefly this morning, and he said the goal is no drama today. That's obvious. Oh, a little bit of drama there. Nothing bad, but 2 mistakes in 2 corners.
Yeah. The first one, you know, it was just one of those things, come out of the corner, go on the gas, front tuck a little bit. But I'm wondering if it seemed like both the little mistakes happened from the front end on the hard slick stuff. So I'm just wondering if maybe they're running a bit more of a sand tire, because right here, that's pretty sandy. It's almost like some looks like the beach sand you get locally around here that's a little bit darker than the white sand. It's like almost like a black beach sand. So that'll be interesting to see that again. But it's really hard to have a perfect tire selection, because I would say about 2/3 of this track you want a softer tire, and about 1/3 of the track up in the hills there it's hard packed. So
now, one of the big challenges everyone had to deal with this year was the uncertainty of the calendar. And Osborne won the last round of Monster Energy Supercross, wanted to keep that momentum going, but there weren't any races to go to, so he actually raced a GNCC back in Pennsylvania. I was actually there that day. It didn't go well for him results-wise, but it just shows how much of a racer Zach is, and whatever he did must have worked out right. He is your points leader. Here's Zach on racing an off-road race back in the gap between Supercross and Motocross.
Racing the GNCC was really cool. It was something that was kind of we put together last minute. I was a little bit bored at that time. We weren't quite sure of the fate of what the summer held. So, you know, it was like, yeah, let's just do something off the wall and go and build some fitness and build the brand a little bit. And the fans at GNCC are unlike any other. You know, I've never been cheered on so hard for being 20th place or whatever I was in as what I was that day. So it was really a fun experience. I've done quite a few before and been a little more successful than what I was at this one. But yeah, it is what it is, and you know, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, this guy's not done. He's been hinting that he would like to maybe do some more. You would think at this point, this guy's been hard at it since, you know, January is when the Supercross season begins, which means you've been training well before that. But Zach just cannot get enough of racing. So he might not even be finished even if he wins this title today. He might find another Grand National cross-country race to go to.
Well, if he wins this title, I believe he would be the oldest champion. So when you get to that age, the body in motion stays in motion. So maybe he's got that theory. If I slow down, maybe I'll stiffen up and not be able to come back racing. So I'll just keep going. But at the moment, this is your fastest man. He was fastest in first session in the 156 range, but now they're in the 154s. So Cincerello at the moment would be fastest in both sessions as well as outright quickest. And he looks like he's going to go and try and improve this lap. Could we see a 153? That's fast.
Hey, don't forget, Cincerello put a wallop on everyone in qualifying last week in Thunder Valley as well. So he's trying to replicate that here. And we hadn't seen the lightning quick qualifying from Cianciarulo as of late. In his 250 days, he was really known for that. And I think he started to focus on other things, long motos instead of sprints and whatnot. But that speed is definitely still there.
Yeah, he looks really good at the moment. Even just like there was that one little roller that had ruts on it, and he picked the front wheel up light so he could soak it up. Really uses that that taller structure that he has, the legs, soaks the bike up so well over these jumps, gets the wheels back on the ground. He's using some nice sweeping lines, carrying that speed. I tell you, if he keeps this lap clean, I think we're going to see a 153. This is the part of the track we've seen a few mistakes because of that clay. Adam goes to the outside, which means he should get a great drive and get over the step up, no problem. Back to the inside. That inside line seems to be really the only line through that corner at the moment. Then down here, he chooses to go outside. Now that one of these jumps, he's going to have to soak it up. Back up the hill. Into this right hand, you see that little loose dirt is starting to push further and further out. So soon they're going to have to recreate more of an inside line. Then through the rollers, got to get this clean, get your weight back, time it nicely. See, he drops the bike deliberately, gets into that berm, clean over the tabletop. Now swing back to the left side of the track to give himself a good, nice arc in this corner. He stands through it. Look at that rear wheel driving. What's it going to be? It is almost identical, 154.09. So,
wow, 2
laps almost exactly the same, but not the 153 that I thought we might see.
Well, he missed it by less than a tenth. So he has a 154.02 and a 154.09. That's impressive. This is second fastest on track right now. I got to give a shout out to that gear. How about that? The 23 of Chase Sexton on the Honda HRC machine with the Michael Jordan basketball jersey look to it. And he is second quickest. There was Joey Savacci in the pits, pulling out there for the JGR Suzuki team. And this is earlier today. Guess some drama between Sexton and Savacci. Look at that.
Oh. Yeah, well, did see what led up to it. Yeah, I don't know if there was more to it. But, Jay just saying.
The mechanic, yeah.
Saying back off. Yeah, so there was obviously more to it. Riders, I always say it all the time. It always looks probably worse than it really is. But when you come off and your heart rate's still high, you're not very reasonable. Is my way of putting it. I know when I go talk to people, when you come up with a major attitude, it's not going to be a great conversation. You're not going to accomplish much. Everyone's got to just cool down and then have a couple words, and that's usually what ends up happening.
Sexton circulating here again, second quickest on track. Muscan is third. Osborne and Craig, your 5 fastest in the 450 group right now. But a really good performance as a rookie, new to the 450 for Sexton. Saw him real quick yesterday. I think it's going to be time to get on that new 2021 Honda soon and start testing that. He has not ridden one yet. He's keeping the full focus on these races and the bike he is racing, which is the 2020. Oh, there's Eli Tomac. First sighting of him, and we'll see if he can start to move up. He's only 11th quickest right now.
Yeah, well, the problem he has is he's put himself in a bad position. There were riders all over. He had to change his line. So, yeah, exactly. He's going to have to pull out of this one. There's still some time to at least get a couple laps in. Oh, so that was probably a lapper that got in his way early in the lap. Did you see that?
Nick Schmidt, 114. Let him know.
Eli's like, hey, you ruined my lap. I'm going to ruin yours.
Let you know I'm there. Go back to Osborne, who is 4th fastest right now. And see if he can bring this thing home today, trying to avoid the mistake or the bad luck.
He tried, and he did his best lap, but I don't think it moved him up much. 155.9. He should have a chance to have a look at the track this lap around and then have enough time to go and put another heater in if he chooses to. Maybe a little adjustment or a chat with the team. Oh, let me guess. He's going to get off his bike and go look at the TV screens, huh?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's his thing.
He said that's the Euro thing.
Yep. Oh, certainly. Definitely is.
Now, right now, they're really talking
there
suspension.
We go. Here we go.
And he's going to tell them, and then he's going to leave them while he goes looks at the screen.
You can ride on the pit board. You're a P4. He's like, I got to go see it for myself. Yep. Okay, yeah, I am 4th. All right. Yep, just what they told me, a 155.9. Okay, I believe it. Seeing is believing.
Yep. This was Wes Joey Savacci's mechanic there from JGR Suzuki next to him. And now Osborne heading back out on the track. And Cianciarulo still holds up. He has the 2 fastest times of anyone, so he's number 1 for sure. Craig now up to 3rd quickest. Eli Tomac in the Monster Energy Kawasaki pit area. And now headed back out. Tomac is only 11th quickest still.
Yeah, I think he looked a little frustrated, probably more at the fact that he hasn't had a clear lap. But apparently we have a look at something that might explain some of his frustration. Okay, so he goes over the finish line getting ready to start a fast lap. He's just had his last lap blocked by lappers and then gets all loose at the beginning of this lap. Oh, yeah, then after burying it in that corner, he's like, I'm going to the pits. We're going to have a couple of deep breaths, and we're going to go and do this one more time. So Eli, yeah, as you can see with the clock, 2:45 to go. So he can cruise around. I was going to say, if he hustled to the finish line, he might be able to get 2 laps, but that's probably unrealistic. Yeah, that gear is pretty unique.
Oh, we hear Justin Barcia went to the mechanics area. Mechanic hopped on the back, and he is headed back to the pits. Now, Will talked about at the beginning of the show, Barcia wasn't sure. They're taking a couple of big hits last couple of weeks, including a crash last weekend, and he wasn't sure he'd be able to go for the motos. So is Barcia saying, I've had enough, I've seen the track enough, I'm ready to race?
Yeah.
Or is he saying, I'm done? We'll only know by the time the first moto begins, most likely. There is
Sexton, 153.6.
Just saw that.
So a little...
Hey, I'm going to tell you, that's kind of similar to what Justin Cooper did. It didn't look like a blazing lap, but that's the way Sexton does it. It was in control, and it ends up being the fastest time. Sexton to the top.
Yeah, just sort of proving that smooth is fast on this track.
Yeah.
Even Cianciarulo, when you watch that lap of his, he's also very smooth. As we look at Christian Craig, had a great ride last week. I think that was his season's best. Just knocked it on the top 5. And at the moment, 3rd fastest, one of 3 riders. Well, actually, now that Sexton went into the 53s, Cianciarulo and Craig, the only other riders in the 54 range, everyone else 55 and higher. Let's see what he can do.
Woo! That looked good. I don't know if it's fast, but it was nice seeing the whip.
Oh, that was nice.
Man, Craig is on the gas. He almost landed into the face. But that next jump, he aired it out so much. Oh, there's a mistake.
We've seen that from a few riders in a row now. So the track has just gotten to that point where it's getting faster, and now it's starting to break down. And it's funny, it can happen even in a session where you hit that curve. Here's Zacho. He's 5th at the moment in the 55 range, 55.9. I've got to imagine he can improve on that. See if he can get through some of the slower riders without any issues. Chooses outside, then goes to the inside. Not sure if that's just trying to take a different line. But sometimes trying to find clear track is harder than you think. You go over the finish line, you're like, okay, there's no one in front of me. Oh, so down is Norin. Freddie, hard to tell exactly which part of the track he's on. But it looks like he's got to find neutral to kickstart that bike. There's a rock on the track. I wonder if he dislodged that rock and went down. That looks like coming into the final turn.
Now we've got a chase here with Tomac on the 1 and Osborne right behind him. Both found each other on the same part of the racetrack.
Well, checkered flag's out, so they're not going to have another shot at this. Eli looked like he may have got more lap traffic again.
Yeah, I think it's too strung out. Everywhere they go, there's riders all over the place. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to put in a better lap late. Sexton could be looking at his 4th fast qualifier award in 9 races, and that's the most of anyone in the 450 class this year. Pretty good for a rookie. Osborne and Tomac.
Yeah, they both were just... It's almost like, you know, we're over at last practice qualifying session of the year.
Yeah.
Eli's like, I won last week. Zach's like, I'm leading the points. No big deal. Osborne 5th, though, but for Tomac, just never had a chance to get a lap in. So he's 11th, but I don't think that's anything to be too concerned about.
There was Max Anstey, by the way. You see him there. That's who we were watching in the mechanics area with Dave Dye, his mechanic for the Twisted T HEP Suzuki team. So unless someone's out there blasting around as time has expired, it appears it's going to be this man, Chase Sexton, making that gear look good and will lead the pack in fast qualifying awards for 2020. It was fast qualifier, I think, in our opener at Loretta Lynn's, and has carried that speed throughout, but he has not been able to get a moto win or an overall win. Love to check that box today. There's Muscan. Not a bad run for him. He's 4th quickest on his Red Bull KTM, but it looks like the Honda guy, Sexton, is going to be fastest. Could he end the year on the highest possible note? Could he win the race? You know, one thing to think about when there's titles in play, kind of changes the way some guys ride. It opens the doors sometimes. We do see the finale have surprise winners. So Sexton would love for that to happen. Get his first win. It's what happened in Supercross. Eli Tomac was trying to lock down a title.
Yeah.
Guess who went out and won the main event in the last round?
Yeah.
Zach Osborne.
Well, it's always different when you've got everything to lose and very little to gain. It really is hard to just go beyond your limit, whereas other riders are, like we've alluded, either going for a ride or just want to finish off the season strong.
Well, we're going to have it all live on television today or with NBC Sports Gold. The motos will start at 4 o'clock Pacific time. That is 1 o'clock here, or sorry, 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific time. MAV TV will also have those first motos live, and then as soon as that's done, we'll be on the air with NBCSN for live coverage of the final 2 motos of the year. That's great to have that today. And then we'll have a series of highlight shows, including highlights from WW Ranch a few weeks ago, and even season-long recaps coming up later in the year. So NBCSN will continue the coverage of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. It's been a really fun season to watch. We didn't even know if we'd have it. Out of the 9 races they did eventually schedule, 8 of them happened. We had to do a doubleheader at Loretta's. We didn't get to go to Washougal. But for the most part, the schedule remained intact once we started it, which is a victory in and amongst itself. But Chase Sexton wants real victories. Maybe today will be the day. Definitely has the speed. 4 times the fast qualifier in 9 rounds. Says a lot about his potential. And we'll talk to him in a moment. Sean Cerullo, Craig, Muscan, and Osborne are your top 5 today. Tomac, again, didn't get a clean lap in. He only ended up 11th fastest. That's the winner of last week's race. Let's talk to Chase Sexton. Here is Will.
Thank you, Jason. And for the 4th time this season, congratulations, Chase. You showed a lot of pace out there. I think it was close to half a second on everybody else. I just said 4 times you've been up here, and I know you'd very much like to translate that into a win. Could it happen today before we close out the season?
Yeah, that's the plan. This season coming in, I just wanted to show speed and show that I have what it takes to run with these guys, and I feel like I've done that. But I feel like I'm close to winning the moto, and that's the goal for today. Get out of the gate and put down 2 30+2s. We have some off time after this, so I'm going to lay it all on the track today. And Honda team's been working really hard, and I got my Michael Jordan signature Alpine Star gear today, so feeling good and ready to turn this into a win.
A bit of a good luck charm there with the jersey. I know you like, there's a lot of things about Jordan that you like, isn't there, really, that goes into your riding? Yeah, I mean, he's basically who I try and shape my mind after. He's a really tough competitor, and that's kind of what I try and mimic. So he's been a big role model for me, even though I was born in 1999. I didn't really get to see him play, but growing up in Chicago, he's close to home. So yeah, definitely watched a lot of videos and trying to replicate that today. Thanks so much, Chase. Hoping for you today's the day.
It's just scary to know that, yes, there are professional athletes out there that were born after Michael Jordan was retired.
Hey, but Michael Jordan was a big motorcycle fan. He had his own road race team in Moto America. And I actually got to meet him at Laguna Seca, and he came there with friends on motorcycles and told me how much he loves motorcycle racing in general. I was like, that's cool.
All right, we're going to let the jump man know that this is going on out here. A little tribute to the GOAT of basketball. Chase Sexton is your fastest qualifier in the 450 class, but so much more on the line than those awards. Championships to race for this afternoon. Join us at 4 Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific on MAV TV. Thanks for watching. In what has been a most challenging year, the finish line is in sight for the stars of pro motocross. A journey which started back in January comes to the best possible conclusion today at Fox Raceway. A twice-delayed start to Lucas Oil Pro Motocross finally got underway at Loretta Lynn's ranch back in August. After 9 rounds in 56 days, a pair of thrilling championships are on the verge of completion. In the 250 class, Dylan Ferrandis is looking to put an exclamation point on his 250 career with a motocross championship, while KG veteran Jeremy Martin comes to the final round with his hope for a 3rd title still alive. Dylan Ferrandis, 1-1 sweep, 1-1 to sweep the overall. Checkered flag, Ferrandis holds on. In the Premier class, 4 riders are still harboring title hopes. Eli Tomac back on top, taking the win here at Thunder Valley. And he goes back on top by winning the first moto. He goes 1-1 here at Millville. 1-1 at Redbud 1. Veteran Husqvarna rider Zach Osborne looks to become the oldest Premier Class champion in motocross history. What a long, strange road it's been. The Lucas Oil Pro Motocross finale is next. Sunny Southern California welcomes you to the final round of the 2020 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship, sanctioned by AMA Pro Racing. It's the MX versus ATV All Out Fox Raceway National. It is championship day in both classes in our finale. Dylan Ferrandis holds the points lead in the 250 division. Jeremy Martin hoping to win the race and hoping some bad luck befalls the Frenchman to allow him to get the title. And in the 450 class, Zach Osborne a similar advantage. He has to have a solid day and hope that the cards don't fall in favor of the rookie Adam Cianciarulo, who is 2nd in points in the 450 class. Hello, everyone. Jason Wygant, joined by multi-time motocross and supercross champion Grant Langston. GL, you've been in this situation yourself before, trying to lock down a title. It's not nail-biting close in both classes, but it's motocross. Anything can happen.
Well, I've been on both sides of the fence on that one, so I do know that. But the good thing for both these riders is they've been strong all season long. They've earned this points lead. In fact, we could argue that the points lead could even or should be bigger. But I expect today things to go as normal. I know Cianciarulo's going to put a fight up in that 450, of course, just like Jeremy Martin will in the 250s. But I just think the best riders will win this in the end, and that's going to be Osborne and Ferrandis in the 250s.
Well, Ferrandis knows what championship pressure feels like, having won the last 2 Monster Energy Supercross 250 West titles. So for him, maybe the most important part is getting this title wrapped up early.
The 25-point mark is what we all dream about. When you have 25-point gap between you and the second, that's the best position you can be in a championship chase. So yeah, that's really the goal. Yeah, like I said, it's absolutely not sure that it will be possible. So the goal is just to win the championship. It can be 25 or 1 point. Just the goal is to win the championship. That's all.
Win or lose, today is the last time the Frenchman will race in the 250 class, and he wants to go out with the championship.
I know I'm really aware of the difficulty to race in 450, the difficulty to be on the podium, and I really want to make it. So every day, everything I did now is really the goal is next year. To win the 250 championship national is a goal, but it's not my really main goal. My main goal is to perform next year in 450. So I really try to do every day something to get me better for next year. For sure, we have to focus on this championship now, and we have to win it.
Very focused Dylan Ferrandis we saw there as we lead up to this obviously very important event. So I checked in with the team to ask them, what do you do in the week leading up to this? And they said, well, it's kind of business as usual. They do have to keep Dylan very relaxed. I spoke to his wife and he said he's the kind of rider who you just have to gently remind him of what he's capable of. So she's been telling him, you know you can get the starts. If you don't get the starts, you know you can work your way forward. You're fast out there and you can get this done. And she said as long as he hears those things and that's at the forefront of his mind, she said he'll definitely be able to move forward today and finish this title out. Grant, how many times have we talked about it? The mental side of the sport, so very important, especially when you're trying to clinch a title.
Oh, and it's always great to have people in your corner. I'm just really impressed that we found a rider that actually listens to somebody. So that's a good start there. But, you know, we often talk about your crew. That could be your best friend. It could be a family member. It could be your wife. Could be your dad. Whatever it does to get your mindset in the right place. And obviously, whatever he's been doing has been working for him, for sure.
So Ferrandis looking for the biggest prize of all, which is winning this championship. Meanwhile, his teammate Justin Cooper trying to end the year in a flurry. He was your fast qualifier today, and he won the race last week, and it was an exciting one at a mile high. And the gate drops. Oh, Hampshire! 5 straight moto wins for Dylan Ferrandis. Let's go racing from Colorado. Lawrence trying to get around. Brad Hartranft. Is that Ferrandis that got caught with him? And now he's a race winner. Justin Cooper on top in Colorado, and he's pumped.
And now the top 10 out of Sioux City, Iowa, on a Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki. The number 29 is Cameron McAdoo. Out of Livingston, California, on a Monster Energy Star Yamaha, it's the 488 of Nathan Thrasher. From Japan, on a Geico Honda, it's the number 84 of Joe Shimoda. 7th gate pick out of Canton, North Carolina, on a Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha, the number 12, Shane McElrath. Out of Mechanicsville, Maryland, on a Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha, it's the 134 of Jarrett Fry. The 5th gate pick from Brick, New Jersey, on a Troy Lee KTM, and a number 30, Brandon Hartranft. With the 4th gate pick from Australia, on the Geico Honda Factory Connection, number 83 of Jet Lawrence. He has the 3rd gate pick. He sits 2nd in points. He's on the Geico Honda Factory Connection. He is a former 2-time national champion. It's the number 6 of Jeremy Martin. He has the 2nd gate pick on a Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha, the number 14 of Dylan Ferrandis. And with pole position today from Cold Spring Harbor, New York, on a Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha, it's the 32 of Justin Cooper. Megawatt was just a week ago. Justin Cooper.
The MX versus ATV Pala National is presented by Deltran. Start with trust. Start with battery tender. And Guaranteed Rate. Mortgage rates are historically low. Save money at rate.com today. And by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive. Welcome back, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. One of the few sporting events held in the state of California this year that will allow some form of fan attendance. So thanks to the cooperation of the folks at Fox Raceway and the Palo Band of Mission Indians, we get to stage our season finale here at one of the homes of motocross in Southern California. Established in 1875, this is a 12,000-acre reservation, home to nearly 1,000 residents. On this property here in San Diego County, you'll find a thriving community, which includes a casino and resort, schools, a public library, and its own fire and police station, and of course, the world-class racing facility here at Fox Raceway. So let's show you that track, courtesy of the MX versus ATV all-out track map. And we got a guy who's definitely familiar with the track here as we roll it out, because he runs a lot of laps here, Justin Cooper.
I think it's a home race for most of the people out here that do live in California, so I'm sure people will enjoy that. You know, just one last round, and then I can sleep in my own bed that night. So I know I'll like it. It's about 40 minutes for me, so definitely I enjoy that track. I practice there every week, so it's not going to be, you know, anything new for me. It's just yeah, I do a lot of laps around that track, so it's nice to go race something you're that comfortable with.
Okay. So that's our MX versus ATV all-out track map. We are ready for our first championship moto of the weekend. KTM keys to the moto here, Grant Langston. Oh, by the way, look at 2 Yamahas around that Honda.
Maybe a coincidence, who knows. Solid start. You need to be near the front after the first couple laps, otherwise you have no chance at winning. Flow, we saw in practice guys burying the bike. You got to keep that mid-corner speed and don't give up. It is the last round. Some guys could get a better offer for next year, maybe for Jeremy Martin. Don't think you're out of it. Lay it all out there.
Hey, shout out to the green Kawasaki there, 301. Jordan Jarvis on the gate for both motos today. She was 6th in the last chance qualifier to get in, but unfortunate injury news today. Alex Martin broke his lower leg in qualifying, and Hunter Lawrence's shoulder popped out again, so they didn't race. That meant the second alternate, who's Jarvis, gets in, so for the first time, she gets to race against the guys in both motos. Alex Martin, this is how tough he is. He broke that leg. He rode 3 more laps before pulling into the mechanics area. And he's out. Revs her up. Let's go racing here at Pala.
Pretty quick gate drop.
Cooper's got him covered going into the first turn. And he leads him. It's Jet Lawrence in the number 2 spot. And a little budding rivalry between these two. Some Instagram jesting during the weekend. They coincidentally start this Moto 1 and 2. Where are our championship runners? Ferrandis and Jeremy Martin.
They were right behind that lead pack there, and they were actually rubbing elbows through the first couple turns there. We saw Ferrandis kind of put the squeeze on Jeremy in turn 1. Jeremy kind of lent on him in turn 2, gave himself some room, but nice to see that they're near the front.
McElrath coming through next. And working the outside line, trying to get around Jet Lawrence. And then it's Mitchell Harrison in the 74 Green Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki. We go uphill for the first time.
That hill is very steep. Really important to get out of that corner nice and clean. But great start here for Justin Cooper. That's what he's known for, getting those great starts, and he runs fast laps quickly. Can already see just putting a few bike lengths on the rest of the field at the moment. But for Jet Lawrence, this has been good. He's been knocking on the door of podium positions, but he's always been sort of coming from a little further back. So great start for him.
Yeah, probably the best start of the season for Jet and the Geico Honda. Got to represent since his brother Hunter now out with a shoulder injury. Jeremy Martin right behind Dylan Ferrandis. They made a couple of quick moves early around Harrison.
They've also made a few moves to the track. You can tell a little bit of dozing went on, as well as throwing down some water. So you saw Jeremy actually came into that turn at the top of the hill, got all kinds of sideways under braking. But he's in a good spot right behind Ferrandis. Can see his lines. And if Ferrandis makes a mistake, he's there to capitalize. We'll see if this gets interesting at all.
Yeah, Martin's got to be able to stay with him, though, to make it interesting, and that's the question. Does he have the speed to get inside of the Frenchman and make things happen? It is possible for Ferrandis to actually clinch the title in this first moto, as you heard his thoughts at the beginning of the show. I believe if he were to win the moto and Jeremy were to finish 4th, that would be enough for Ferrandis to lock it up. It would give him a 25-point advantage. So a lot to play for, even in this first moto. And again, they both made the move on both Harrison and McElrath. So it's Cooper, Jet Lawrence, Ferrandis, and then Martin.
Kind of a little bit of formation. Star Yamaha, Geico Honda, Star Yamaha, Geico Honda, and another Star Yamaha, McElrath in 5th. But they sort of have been the class of the field. We've seen, obviously, the Pro Circuit bikes mixing it up near the front at times. But another team that's also been dealing with quite a few injuries.
And Carson Mumford coming through next on another Geico Honda. He would be 7th behind Harrison. And then it's Fry, McAdoo, Jerry Robin. Yeah, nice job with the Privateer running 10th. Jeremy sticking right with Ferrandis, figuring out some different lines.
Yeah, you saw that coming down the hill. Ferrandis ran that complete outside. Jeremy choosing to kind of square it off a little bit more. And also gave him maybe even a better line coming out of that corner for that step up. We've seen all morning in qualifying how the 250s really struggle to get to the top of that jump. And it takes a lot of energy if you land on the face of it every lap. So you want to try and get it clean. It's faster and obviously smoother.
Yeah, even though Ferrandis rides here a lot, he says this is one of the tougher tracks for him. Doesn't like those hard landings. He's mentioned it a few times. And the Star Racing Yamaha team, they operate exclusively here in California. A lot of the other guys, like say Jet Lawrence here, spends a lot of time in Florida. He has caught Justin Cooper. We got a battle on our hands.
He is carrying so much speed through the middle of the turns. Of that last corner, he made it look like an arc rather than a 90-degree turn. So we're starting to see he's been just getting a little bit better each and every week. His lap times have been better, his speed's been better, his starts are getting better, and he's had this unfortunate situation. No matter what he does, he's just missed the podium so many times.
Yeah, a couple of first moto podiums, a second and a third, but not able to get the overall podium that he wants. Let's get more of the 83. What are you hearing there, Will?
I was talking to his dad, Darren, once there earlier, and he was talking about getting their goals for this year. And just like you said there, Grant, he's been building so much. But the key to what they feel they've got right so far this season is his level of consistency. His dad said, you know, take the rest of the side because that was a mudder. He was on the ground, and he's like, I don't remember him being on the ground. He's just put in these really good performances, and just every week is just, like you said, Grant, just that little bit better. And he said it's been such a massive learning curve for Jet to be able to be patient. He said at times he knows he's got more speed out there, but it's just about holding back and making sure that you finish his motos and finish him strong.
Yeah, and I think coming into the season, most people would expect young Lawrence to be fast but inconsistent. So the consistency, I believe, would be a pleasant surprise. Just trying to turn that consistency into an overall podium. In good position right now, although he was a little closer to Cooper a lap ago.
Yeah, it's always hard with youngsters with a ton of talent because the drive and the motivation usually is there. Sometimes it's you're having to kind of be the handbrake a little bit and get them to just calm down a little bit, because when you're at this age, you know, most parents will know teenagers think they're invincible, they can do whatever, and he has all those ingredients. But I think kind of maybe taking it more strategically this year is probably going to prove much better in the long run. He hasn't won a race this year, but a lot of times when those kids put a lot of effort into a season, they end up getting injured, and then year 2 is not good, whereas I think Jet, year 2 is going to be fantastic for him.
Martin still charging hard after Ferrandis here, trying to get over that big gap jump a couple of corners ago. And now Ferrandis pulling back away a bit from Martin. It's about a second and a half, the distance between them. McElrath and Harrison will come through next. So many storylines to cover this weekend. It's been a great comeback season from injury for Jeremy Martin. And, we've got a replay here of the start of Jeremy having his troubles. Watch left-hand side of the screen on the replay here for the number 6. Oh, how did he save that?
How did we miss that? But
yeah,
that was, yeah, we missed that one. But whoa, he landed that, you know, off the track. A lot of times you get water runoff and it's not packed. You can see how soft that was. That also probably hurt just a little bit, but great bounce back.
Literally.
Yeah.
The AMA did review that. They determined he did not gain any advantage there while off track, so he's not going to be penalized. Yeah, so that dirt is deceptive if you get off the racetrack.
Yeah. Well, when he gathered it all up, he was already passing that jump, and based on how the rules are written, he did the right thing. He just rejoined, like I said, didn't gain an advantage. So glad they cleared that up early in the race. So we're not questioning it for the entire time.
Okay, so Ferrandis starting to put a little more time between himself and Martin. And Ferrandis starting to close on the second place rider, Jet Lawrence. Anyway, what I was going to say is sad day for this squad that Jet Lawrence and Jeremy Martin and several other riders ride for. This could be the end of the road for this Factory Connection Honda team. That's the actual team that operates with the Geico Honda sponsorship. Been at this since 1998 with a semi-supported Honda effort with Mike LaRocco, but Geico is not going to return next year, and I think there will be a Honda 250 effort next year, but I don't believe it'll be operated by those folks, and that's really a sad time in any motorsport when a team has to shut its doors. They haven't ruled out the potential of comeback somewhere down the road, but right now everybody trying to focus past that and just try to put in their best performances on the racetrack. How good would it be if they could leave as a race winner? Even Martin could allow them to leave as champions, and Jet coming back up on the leader, Cooper.
Yeah, he's just so good and efficient. I love his line selection. Up that sort of big step up. He lands, goes nice and tight, gets his weight back, gets that rear wheel driving between each and every roller, and then soaks up the jump so well. He just stays nice and low when he needs to or wants to. But as you alluded to, that front part of the track, he seems to close right up on Cooper, and then this part of the track, it just ekes out a couple bike lengths. but I would probably say he's staying closer than he has the last couple laps around this park.
Okay, another story to follow, and Jet's getting a good look right now at the butt patch on the back of Justin Cooper's pants. So Cooper won the race last week, brought his dog up on the podium, and then Jet Lawrence went on social media and said that's not very professional. And then they started jabbing back and forth. I think this was Saturday night after the race. So Justin Cooper sporting a butt patch with a picture of his dog eating a donut, which is what Lawrence is known for doing. And now we're going to get to settle it on the track as Lawrence is ready to battle for the lead.
Yeah, he's so good through this section. They're getting over that now. They've got that line pretty good. Ferrandis has been struggling through that little corner, but he's getting it now. He's seeing what's happening around him. This is where Jet's been so good, leading up to the finish line, and then through these opening sandy sections. So, as you were saying, Jason, definitely not the best of friends out there. I'm sure that beef is pretty fresh in their minds.
Oh, this is going to be fun. And by the way, with this speed that these two are showing, motivated probably to beat each other, and of course win a moto as Cooper almost throws it away. They are not feeling any pressure from the veterans, Ferrandis or Martin. It is a private duel up front between these two. Jet Lawrence really going for it.
Oh, Cooper has a look over. He can sense it, he can feel it, he can hear the motor behind him. He just wanted to double check who it was. Here comes Jet to the inside.
Will this inside line work? Has to funnel back to the outside. He's putting pressure on, though.
He sure is. I thought maybe there for a second Justin Cooper was going to make a mistake by leaving the door so wide open, but just because that corner is just off-cambered enough, makes it really tough to sort of really rail that inside line. And being on a 250, most of these guys choosing to run that outside and carry the speed because there's that steep little mountain right when you come out of that turn.
Now on this end of the track, Cooper stretching it just a little bit, although this is about as close as Lawrence has been through this area. But then the other side of the track works to the advantage of the 83. And again, they have put Ferrandis and Martin in the distance.
Yeah, don't see that too often. But last lap around, Jet was a 154.2, fastest lap of the race. He's so good through this section here, carries so much speed. Look at that, and so low over these jumps. Well, they caught a little bit of a hole, but really efficient.
Right there, on the rear tire, almost landing on Cooper. Cooper going to the outside. Lawrence does as well.
Well, one of the things that I had mentioned at the start was get a solid start, because I figured with the way this track has been, I'm not saying it's one line, but there's in most spots one fast line, and when everyone's pretty close in speed, it's almost impossible to cut from 20th and hope to be on a podium.
Yeah, we haven't seen much change up front, but it would be big if anything happens. Can Lawrence get Cooper? What about Ferrandis and Martin behind them? Right now, the 32. He wants 2 straight race wins. And it continues. Lawrence versus Cooper. And who knows, this could be a battle and a rivalry that goes on for many years to come. These are two of the up-and-coming talents in this sport. Probably destined to be front-runners in the 250 class for a while. Ferrandis starting to close just a little bit from third. And he's got Martin covered. He's about 3 seconds ahead of the 4th place rider. Then McElrath, Harrison, Mumford, Jarrett Fry, Cameron McAdoo, Brandon Hartraft. And there's Jordan Jarvis. And we are into the back markers on the track, about halfway through. This is even closer for Jet Lawrence through this section of the track than he was a lap ago. So he's figuring this side out, and we know he's fast on the other side.
Yeah, definitely a little bit closer. Jordan Jarvis does a great job staying out of the battle for the lead. But this is where Lawrence is so good. I'm wondering if he can get close enough, if he can get that Honda up the inside going into the turn off the finish line. He's going to try.
Oh, Jet Lawrence counts the lead momentarily. They've scrubbed together. He's going to be on the inside as well. Lawrence does it. He's got the #1 spot. And Cooper couldn't get over that gap.
And the crowd react. They've been wanting to see this. The likable Aussie hits the front. You can see the team pumping him up. Fists are shaking. They're excited. Justin Cooper just railed that corner so fast. Look at him, gets right back to the rear wheel.
This is a great setup to have these two, no love lost, going at it for the lead. And it has allowed them to maintain their gap. 3 seconds up on Ferrandis. This is going to be fun. Cooper definitely not handing it over. He wants to get that #1 position again. Passionate streetcar builders come together to compete at the most famous tracks around the country. It's Optima's search for the ultimate streetcar. Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on MAV TV, Motorsports Network. Great battle here, and Jet Lawrence has done it. He's made the move on Justin Cooper, and we'll show you the replay of how he got it done.
Yeah, he's been so strong in this section here. The last corner, watch him, feet on the pegs, carries a ton of speed, jumps through there. And we said if he could get alongside Justin Cooper on the straightaway, the very next turn is a right-hander. He would have the inside, keeps that line, able to jump through that corner. Beautiful pass. I think he had been working on that one for a couple laps.
And now just a bit of a gap over Justin Cooper. Could it be the first ever moto win for the 17-year-old Jet Lawrence? And that would feel good for his team to get it done, although they're going to have to deal with Ferrandis, I believe, before this one is over. Ferrandis is closing up a bit on Cooper. We're halfway through, 15 minutes down, 15 minutes to go, and you can save 15% or more on your insurance by calling Geico. Here is Ferrandis starting to put the power down.
Yeah, Justin Cooper definitely didn't have a great lap there. I think between getting past a couple lines that he switched up and then a few lap riders. Oh, and Ferrandis breaks through that inside berm there. Threw him off balance. Just lost a couple bike lengths, but it probably would have got his attention.
Yeah, Cooper's going to do this section where they cross back over the start, and then Ferrandis going to have to go back to work.
Whoa, there's Jeremy.
Yeah.
He's come right back as well. So, I don't know where that came from. Well, Jeremy's just laid down 2 of his best laps in a row. The previous lap and the last lap.
Well, Jeremy's in a dangerous spot. He cannot afford to finish this moto in 4th, because if Ferrandis could take the measure of the 2 riders in front of him, Cooper and Lawrence, that would be enough for Ferrandis to wrap the title. A 1st versus a 4th for Martin would get it done. So Martin can't afford to sit back there in 4th. Got to get around Thurman here, the lap rider. Oh, Martin's coming on strong. Right back to the rear fender of Ferrandis.
We saw Jeremy have one of those unbelievable motos for him at his home race at Millville, Minnesota. See, Ferrandis even takes a quick look over, and Ferrandis said he's been open about doesn't really like being put under pressure, doesn't like the pressure coming from behind. If you're Jeremy Martin, I'm thinking whatever you do, rev the bike longer, get as close as you can, just make him think about you constantly. But right as we say that, Ferrandis, the true champ that he is, he's trying to look forward and catch back up to these leaders. So it's still pretty close between the top 4.
We might have a 4-rider battle for the win before it's over. There's Jet Lawrence not too far up ahead, a little over 2 seconds. The gap between Lawrence and now the battling Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha's Cooper, the New Yorker, and the Frenchman Ferrandis here. And you get a sense that this is kind of the calm before the storm. Something's going to change between these 4. We just don't know what it'll be. I'll give you a little preview of the track. Unfortunately, though, this has been Alex Martin, who, as we mentioned, broke his tib at one of the lower leg bones. We do have his GoPro footage from practice. It's a GoPro course preview, and you can see what it's like to ride this track here at Fox Raceway in Pala. This is the rider we call the Troll Train, again, out today. And showing exactly what this track, a little bit more water thrown down earlier in the day, leading to good racing in these motos. Here it is, Cooper, Ferrandis, Martin all in the same shot. This could be the opportunity for Jet Lawrence to get away if these guys hook it up and start taking lines away from each other.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much of a fight Justin Cooper puts up. Sometimes that also can indicate maybe what was said behind closed doors a little bit, but I have a feeling that there's probably less of that than we realize. I think most riders have been told, go out. Ferrandis shouldn't need any help. Jeremy's the one that actually needs help. The help could come from his teammate. if he can back everyone up and cause a four-rider battle, and Jeremy gets the benefit from that. But at the moment, they're all just going as fast as they can. Justin Cooper starts strong, but second half of the motos, he's usually one of those guys, he's not quite able to find those new lines or just pick it up a little bit. That's where Ferrandis is strong. That's where Jeremy Martin's strong. They make all those little adjustments during the moto.
Yeah, I don't think there's a ton of camaraderie between Cooper and Ferrandis, even though they are teammates. I think they've known all year long, Supercross and Motocross, that they could be each other's prime rivals, and that's the way I think they operate. Not out here to help each other. That one corner after the mechanics area, though, keeps bailing Cooper out. He's able to stretch it. That helped him quite a bit when he was up against Lawrence. And again, now against Ferrandis. Ferrandis trying to close that up. And whatever Ferrandis does, Martin follows. Oh, Ferrandis now has an opening. Not enough. Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship live here on MAV TV. This is a battle for second, but a pivotal one. Got two teammates, Justin Cooper and Dylan Ferrandis, fighting, and Jeremy Martin right behind. And they've got to deal with lap traffic. Look, if you're Jeremy Martin, you need Ferrandis to make some sort of a mistake today, so got to figure he's happy to just see him having to battle to make passes. Take different lines. Who knows? This is Ferrandis right here.
Yeah, this was a lap ago. Watch this. Comes out of the corner, hits that square edge right. And that's how he lost some of that time, because Jeremy was all over him when they came across the finish line. Yep, those ruts started to develop. We've seen that quite a few times this year. And that's one of those things you've heard me say, you want to get your weight back, drive that rear wheel like Ferrandis was doing right there. But the problem is when you're on that rear wheel and the suspension compresses, you hit that hole, it deflects. It doesn't go over it. It'll deflect. Ferrandis is going to try and do what Lawrence did a few laps ago. Not this time.
Again, this is what Jeremy wants to see. Ferrandis having to take different lines and battle and push to get some passes. This is where we're coming up in the area where he made a mistake. Also, now through this mechanics area turn, there's the number 6. Looking for room now on Ferrandis.
Nothing worse than hitting a couple lappers at the same time, because, of course, they're going to use multiple lines. You don't know where to go. Jeremy now has a look. He goes to the inside on Ferrandis.
I don't know if this line's going to work out or not, but Ferrandis definitely knows that his championship rival is there. Can Martin send it around the outside?
He definitely tried. It almost worked out, but Ferrandis was very good on that inside. He was clean. He knows that if he leaves the door open, Jeremy's going to run it in there for sure. A championship is on the line. Hey, even if it requires getting a little overly aggressive, I think Jeremy's going to go for it.
Oh, Jeremy got lucky there. He's decided to go outside, even though the lapper was there. He didn't get right into the pocket of that berm, but didn't really lose any time. Has to go back to work. And Ferrandis now don't have to worry about Martin as much as he can think about passing his teammate Cooper. And through it all, they're only 1 second behind Jet Lawrence.
There's nothing in it. You can throw a blanket over the top 4 now. It's a lead battle with 4 riders. So it's funny, the minute someone puts the pressure on someone else, it all sort of accordions back up into one tight gap.
Oh, great racing here, but again, it's all hanging in the balance. If Ferrandis can win this moto and Martin stays in 4th, the championship is over. So 7 minutes and 2 laps left, and a lot riding on it. There goes Ferrandis to the inside. Cooper rails the outside and holds him off.
Yeah, Ferrandis saw the opportunity to try and beat him to the exit of the corner. He thought about it, they got close, but Justin Cooper really just railed that line and was able to beat him at the exit. But you can tell Ferrandis is getting a little impatient. This is not where he wants to be, getting a roost from his teammate. But you can also see Jet Lawrence just ahead, and these guys are smart. He's doing the math, going, if I make a couple quick passes, this is all done.
Yeah, it is certainly not out of the question that Ferrandis could do that. It's not out of the question that Martin could be stuck there in 4th and it could be over. So if you're Ferrandis, it's really tough to figure out how to play it.
Well, we've seen this before where late in the moto, they're all together and somehow Ferrandis makes a couple quick passes and you're like, wait a second, him and Jeremy were back. Oh, that was a little loose there. Martin's going to see all these little moments.
Yeah, probably get excited about that, although Ferrandis somehow didn't lose that much ground to Cooper. That is just not Cooper's best part on the racetrack, and it allows Lawrence to escape a little bit.
Yeah, it's like they're all exchanging little mistakes at the moment, and that's the only reason it's causing the gaps to fluctuate. But
oh, Ferrandis! He's off the track, but he had just enough of a gap where Martin couldn't take advantage. He's back on and still ahead of the number 6. Martin's fired up now. He's got to go for the attack.
Jeremy's been closer than that most of the laps. He's going to be so bummed that he wasn't able to capitalize from that one, because Ferrandis is certainly not an easy guy to pass, and even if you make the pass, you know he's going to fight you right back.
Oh, what a great setup we have. Martin looking for a spot to get Ferrandis. He's up the inside. Championship points as they would be right now. 20 would be the gap. Of course, there's a second moto, so plenty of time for Ferrandis to clinch this thing. But he would be absolutely relieved if he could get it done in this first moto, and it is not out of the question. He's going back to work on Cooper. And we know Cooper's motivation. He doesn't want to get beat by Jet Lawrence. No way. So he's going to keep fighting to the end also.
Yeah, Justin, he's been riding that mental positivity wave of late. He's just been very excited at the races, says he feels good. He's ready to get back to winning. He got a taste of it again last week. He wants to finish off again. He likes his track. He's ridden here a lot. It's basically it's like a test track for him, as it is for several other riders. But after his injury and being okay during a lot of the season and then coming on strong, it's also good. Leaves a little thought in people's mind going into 2021.
Oh, yeah. So, confidence, momentum, bragging rights, and, of course, championship points all on the line here in the stretch run from Fox Raceway. Final round of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross for 2020. Don't go anywhere. Ferrandis and Cooper still fighting with Jet Lawrence not that far ahead. Ferrandis trying to make an inside line work, and he makes Cooper go off the track where he did the previous lap. Just no room, especially with the lap traffic. So Ferrandis now up to second, and this is where it gets dangerous for Jeremy Martin.
It sure does, because we know how Ferrandis is. He's going to go after Jet here, and Dylan has a way to find the afterburners, and he'll see Jet's vulnerable right now, thinking maybe he's losing his rhythm or getting a little tired. Ferrandis has so much. He's got such a big carrot dangling in front of him. As you alluded to, one more pass and the championship's over.
Okay, this is it. Can Jet Lawrence hold off Ferrandis? You can tell Ferrandis has gone next level with his pace. Can the kid hold on?
Oh, he's trying. They both choose that inside. He takes a look over, realizes, oh, it's a different Yamaha this time behind me. This is where Jet's been good, but I think Ferrandis has been able to see his line a couple times, tries to make it work as well. They're going to probably have 4 laps in this race to go. So imagine it's going to be a 4-lap shootout between 4 riders.
Incredible how Lawrence is able to take those 2-3 straightaways and use it to build a gap even over Ferrandis. So now it's 9/10 of a second between Lawrence and Ferrandis, and Jeremy Martin has to pull out all the stops. He cannot afford to be back in the number 4 spot, not with Ferrandis so close to a moto win.
Yeah, if they can get through the lappers clean for Jeremy, I think he could get back on this group. There he is. He cannot lose sight.
Battles all over this track, weaving their way through lap traffic. The 4 riders at the front of the 250 field today in California. Jet Lawrence, so far able to survive under pressure from Dylan Ferrandis, who's now in the number 2 spot. Ferrandis, a lap earlier on the uphill, made the move on the 32 of Justin Cooper, and we can show that to you. Ferrandis makes this next inside line work. I haven't seen anyone use that yet.
Yeah, I think because that outside's getting powdery and sort of blown out. And then right there, their lines come together, and I think Cooper actually stands the bike up probably more out of a surprise. And that was just enough to run off the track. But I also believe we have a pass for 3rd behind these two. We just caught a glimpse out of the corner of the screen. Jeremy just ran it up the inside of Cooper. No, he didn't get it done.
Oh, came close. Oh, critical juncture here. We've said it several times. If Ferrandis wins this moto and Martin finishes in 4th, if that's going to be enough, I believe, at least unofficially, to give the title to Ferrandis. So Martin desperately needs to get Cooper. And again, it only gives him a long shot at it in the 2nd moto, but you'd like to have your best chance. He needs to take it down to the final. But Ferrandis not having an easy time here with Jet Lawrence. Got there 2-3 laps ago.
Yeah, now Jet can make his team extremely happy if they make life difficult for Ferrandis for a magnitude of reasons. But this is how they run right now. So 22 behind. Problem is, if Ferrandis gets one more spot, that'll make it 25 points. That, if he DNF'd the 2nd moto and Jeremy won, they would tie, but Ferrandis would get the championship with more overall wins. That's how they do it in motocross. If you have the same amount, then they go down to moto wins, then who had the most seconds or thirds. You never want to see it come down to that, but we always want a close title.
Jet Lawrence now under fire from Ferrandis. He gets a little head shake coming down that first hill. Now they go up. Oh, Ferrandis is right there, almost tried the line on the inside.
Yeah, this is the closest he's been. Jet's going to have to protect that inside. He does. He knew Ferrandis was coming.
Derek
Whoa.
Kelly, the lap rider, sliced between them. I don't feel like we see this much lap traffic often. I'm not sure what the difference is today.
They're sub 2-minute lap times. That helps as well. So they're spinning more laps. But I think just on this track with all the jumps and the roughness, the top guys are just able to separate themselves a little bit more. I mean, you look at lap times, they were cruising in the 1:54s earlier, and half the field's in the 2-minute plus. So just a testament to the pace up front.
Jet Lawrence wants this one badly. First career moto win. Ferrandis wants every moto win if he can get it, and the maximum points to help his cause of locking up this title. This section, this is where Jet is at his best.
Yep, time has expired, so they get the 2-lap card, 2-lap shootout. This could decide the championship right here. I don't know if Jeremy's going to have a chance to get at this lead battle. He might have a shot at getting Cooper for 3rd, which would, there again, send it to the last moto. But for Jeremy, if you can't get on the podium, man, it's going to be really frustrating and disappointing for him to be that close the whole time, but not be able to make a pass.
Lap and a half left. Ferrandis has got to know the math at this point. This moto win is for it all.
Keeps having a little look over, just seeing what's happening. I wonder if he's looking to go, as long as Justin Cooper's in front of Jeremy, he knows, well, all I have to do is make this pass, which is easier said than done. But Ferrandis is always very creative, and with lap traffic, maybe a little bit of luck. See him trying to go wherever Jet does not. Jet went to the inside last lap round, but it kind of hurts a little bit of the uphill speed. Ferrandis choosing that outside, gets a better drive. So
there it is.
All the way to the rear wheel.
Downhill. Can he grease the outside? Ooh. Oh, a mistake on the entrance of the corner. That might have bailed Jet Lawrence out. Lawrence, a look over his shoulder.
Yeah, that was actually pretty close because Ferrandis, well, you can see there's a big hole in the middle of that rut that's just upsetting these bikes terribly.
They have broken away now from Cooper and Martin. It is a one-on-one battle. Jet Lawrence, first full season as a pro. Can he get a moto win? Remember, all the way back to Anaheim, second Anaheim Supercross in January. Lawrence led every single lap until the last one, and Ferrandis was able to pass him, and then Lawrence a huge crash trying to get it back in desperation mode. And here we are, 10 months later, and they're battling for a moto win. Not too far away here in Southern California. One lap to go. Lawrence might get this done.
Yeah, Lawrence really put the heat on that last lap. You could tell just digging deep was really good through those sections that he has been good. Obviously, he needs to be flawless. You can see all the encouragement coming from that pit lane. Every Geico Honda mechanics cheering for Jet, including Jeremy's.
Oh, yeah.
They want to see him win this one.
Would stave off the title celebration for Ferrandis. There's Cooper in 3rd. Not too far back. Gotta give credit to Lawrence. 4 or 5 laps ago, Ferrandis got to him, and the kid has not put a wheel wrong.
Riding fantastic under pressure. Now, for Jet, got a little bit of a cushion at the moment, which is probably the biggest gap he's had in several laps. He goes back to that inside. You can't override this corner and bury it there. And you got to try to stay off that powdery outside. Just robs way too much of your speed going up that steep hill. But I don't know if Ferrandis is just settling. I think Ferrandis threw everything at it, made a little bobble at the beginning of this lap. And he looks to be okay taking a second. Well, I'll say that. He hasn't given up by any means.
Impressive, because Ferrandis definitely had the motivation to get him. Showed him a wheel a few times. Jet Lawrence still looking for his first career podium overall. He's going to help his odds there. Getting cheered on by Jerry Robin. Going to help his odds by taking the moto win if he can hold it for a few more corners. And the fans love it. Treated to some great racing here at Fox Raceway. Yeah, I think Ferrandis has given up. Lawrence now knows it as well as he looks back. And this team with a very storied history might be their last race. Can they go out a winner? Jet Lawrence wins the first moto. And Ferrandis is going to finish second. And that's going to probably put him just short, depending on where Martin is. Left him behind here in the end. Martin will take fourth. And by the slimmest of margins, I believe the championship will not be clinched by Ferrandis here. And Jet's going to be even happier. There it is. Some congratulations between those two. And there's Cooper. And how about that? The knuckles between Cooper and Lawrence, which is not what I expected.
Hey, when you win a race, you bury things very quickly.
Okay.
Because you're on cloud 9.
Might be some choice words on the podium there. We'll get to talk to all three, Lawrence, Cooper, and Ferrandis. And there's a nice sign of respect between the current top dog in this 250 class, and who knows, maybe the rider that could be the one to beat in the coming years, because the rookie has got himself a moto win for the first time. And a little poetic justice, since it was the pressure from Ferrandis and the battle that took a potential Supercross win away from him at the beginning of this year. This time he holds on and takes the victory. And big congrats all around for that Geico Honda team, continuing to see great riders into the pro ranks, including the young Australian. The MX Versus ATD Paula National is presented by Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on motorcycle insurance. And by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive. We're back. That's what's on the line today. The #1 plate in the 2020 250 National Championship. And the Gary Jones Motocross Cup, that was the first ever 250 champ, what is now our 450 class. And the trophy in this division is named after him, and Gary is on hand today, but that's going to have to wait. No championship yet, but we do have a first-time moto winner. Let's send it to the podium with Will.
Thank you, Jason. And wow, what an incredible end to that moto that was. Jet, congratulations here, your first moto win. Such an important one, and yet you had to do it under those circumstances with Dylan Ferrandis behind you. He was trying to get this title closed out. So what did that kind of pressure feel like, and how far did you have to push here to get this taken care of?
Yeah, you had to dig deep, especially when you have Dylan behind you. But he definitely wasn't making it easy for me. But I had so much motivation to get this win, especially with my brother this morning. Had some bad luck, so that was definitely for him. I love him, so I definitely run my heart out for him, myself, the team, especially this is going to be the last race for all of us with Geico Honda. So, no, it's really special to here, especially at the last round, to finally get that win. Sorry, under the belt. And, yeah, just puts you in a good mood for next year. And hopefully I can continue on with the next season. But, no, I just got to thank the team, everyone who supports me, believed in me. This felt like it's been coming for a while, so I'll wrap this up, and no, just thanks for everyone for the support, and yeah.
It was fantastic to watch, Jet. Thanks ever so much. And Jet Lawrence there, guys, clearly doing that for the team and his brother too, which is fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Yeah, his brother injured his shoulder again, didn't race today, and the Geico Honda team will be closing its doors. I believe Honda will still run some level of 250 effort next year. There's one of the team owners, actually, Jeff Myshak, congratulating his young charge for taking the win. So I think Hunter and Jet will probably have a place to race next year, but that's next year. This is right now our Lucas Oil race recap. Justin Cooper's got it.
Watch his first turn. Watch Jeremy here. Gets pinched by Ferrandis there. Then he leans on Ferrandis a little bit coming up to this jump, and I think maybe that's where they make a little contact.
Yeah, Jeremy went flying off the racetrack. Jet Lawrence was behind Justin Cooper early, then started putting pressure on. He was great through this section.
Yeah, he was flying through there, and we watched lap after lap how close he would get, and I thought if he could peel out of that line, get to the inside, and that's exactly what he did to get the lead. And then Ferrandis, a big moment here, using all that strength and skill to correct the bike, and barely loses any ground, then makes another little mistake, and another quick recovery, takes a look over his shoulder, rejoins the track very quickly.
And then in the same section, is able to take the measure of his teammate Cooper right here.
Yeah, goes to the inside. Cooper sees him at the last second, stands the bike up. I think between the lappers, maybe a little distracted.
And that was it. He got close to Lawrence, put pressure on. Lawrence holds him off and takes the win. And Ferrandis doesn't get the title yet, but he's still pretty proud. And there's Jeremy giving a thumbs up to his teammate as he rides by. Here are your results. Top 10. McAdoo riding with broken fingers, wasn't even supposed to race today and manages to grind out a 10th. That's what Whackers does, man. That guy can ride hurt. Shimoda, Fry, Hartraft, Harrison 6 through 10. McElrath was 5th behind Martin. Shout out to Jordan Jarvis for racing in that one. She was 35th out of 40. We go back to the podium with Will.
Thank you so much. It was so close, wasn't it, guys, to being the title right there on the line for you, Dylan. Take us through that thought process. You knew the title was up for grabs. We saw you suddenly push forward, seemingly to go to get that, but a couple of laps to go, just wasn't quite enough there?
Yeah, I mean, I have it. It was in front of me. I tried to pass many times, but the track was really sketchy, difficult to pass. Some places were a little dusty, so when I was behind, difficult to see. One place in the back, I went out of the track. I couldn't see really with the dust. Went out of the track, so I lose some time. I mean, I give everything I had. I knew if I passed Jet, I would won the championship. But I mean, it was really riding really well today, and I was really happy to find an opportunity on my teammate Justin, and this way I was separate with Jimard, so that was good. That was more safe for me, and yeah, just gave everything I had. Fell short a little bit, one more moto, and we see the team, the Yamaha Star Racing Monster Energy team, make a great job today. Bike is awesome, and all the sponsors, 100%, Tor, Alpine Star, Bird, everybody behind us, FMF, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dylan. One more to get this done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. So about an hour's time, he will go to the line again and try to claim this ever-elusive 250 National Motocross Championship. He was second in the series last year to Adam Cianciarulo. And before we go to third place, we'll show you how he got there. We'll have the motorsport.com whole shot replay. It was the third place finisher, Justin Cooper, getting that start. Here's a different angle.
Yeah, Cooper's just so good out of the gate. Light, gets back on a fast bike, has good technique. And, hey, when you start up front, always put yourself in a good position. Even though he wasn't the fastest rider, still gets a great podium out of it.
Yeah, and you never know, it's still in position to potentially get the overall, which you know he'd love to end the year with 2 straight overall victories. But he ends up third in this one. And Jeremy Martin, as we mentioned, fourth ahead of McElrath. So let's check in with our final podium finisher in this one with Will.
Thank you, Jason, and congratulations on rounding out this podium, Justin. A fantastic start. I saw you there, looked an entire bike length ahead of the rest of the field. But you found yourself in a battle there with so much at stake for the other riders. Was the pace at the end there just a little bit too much, or was this down to just mistakes?
Yeah, definitely a couple of mistakes, but the pace was really hot. It was an all-out sprint, I felt, and we were really pushing each other. So really good battle out there. Yeah, felt Dylan coming and was going to make my charge back up to Jet to see what I could do. And that sand corner in the back, I got pushed off to the side of the hill, but yeah, it kind of went away towards the end, and it was kind of forcing us off the track. But yeah, the second moto is going to be, you know, what decides it, and I think we're all riding really good right now. So go back, get rested up, and you know, save as much energy as we can going into this next moto. It's going to be tough.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
Best of luck.
So from the 250 class and Justin Cooper, Ferrandis, Lawrence, Martin, and the rest, we transition to the 450 class with a title on the line today as well. The focus is on Zach Osborne, who has led the points all year. Can he become a Premier Class champ for the first time? And he would also be the oldest Premier Class champ for the first time. We will track his long journey to this point when we return on MAP TV.
We got the championship down there. We got Eli Tomac from 2017, 18, and 19 to wrap it up. Prior to him, it was Ken Roxon, Ryan Dungey, and Ryan Villapoto. But today, we may have a new champion crown. And Eli Tomac, a great champ, and was able to win a week ago. But, man, it's been a tough year.
Yeah, definitely not the Eli we've seen all year long for the last 3 years. But here and there, it's still there. I look at the battle up front, Rob, with Adam Cianciarulo and, of course, Zach Osborne. And Marvin Musquin's been great. This season's been really, really good. 2 more motos left in this thing. I'm sure you've touched on it already. Zach Osborne, if he just beats Adam Cianciarulo in this first moto, he gets his first championship. The oldest rider to win the championship in his first crack as well. So lots to cheer for, lots to look at for this final moto. And for me, Zach's thinking about the championship. Adam's thinking about beating Zach. Maybe we get Eli Tomac or Marvin Musquin or another wild card, Mad Max Anstey, jumping into the mix and grabbing a win, huh?
Well, you never know what's going to happen, but I do know what's going to happen in just a few moments. We're going to meet the top 5 in the 450 class. So as we stand by just a little bit, we're looking out onto the track. Just a little bit of track maintenance going on, and we see the movement now. We may be able to clean this up in just a second. But as I mentioned, the top 5 will have a chance to go out there and see what's been done to this surface. Many of them haven't been out since their practice session. Very few of this top 5 or 6 guys have been around the track. It's been probably over an hour. Let's meet the top 5. First up, in the number 5 spot, he rides an HRC Honda. From Lamoille, Illinois, the rider number 23, say hello to Chase Sexton. Next up, from Cortez, Colorado, he's a 3-time national champion. Will you please say hello to Eli Tomac? Next up from France, he's a 2-time world champion. He rides for the Red Bull KTM team. Will you please say hello to Marvin Musquin, number 25.
What a journey it has been for this man, the number 16, Zach Osborne, to get in position to win a Premier Class championship in the U.S. He spent 4 years competing and living in Europe in the MXGP circuit, and he knew if he ever wanted to get back to the United States, he'd have to prove to the American teams he could race Supercross. So in 2012, he raced the first 5 events of 250 SX West and earned 2 podiums, and it marked the beginning of his return to America. And now 8 years later, he's on the cusp of a 450 national title.
Doing those races was the only way that I was going to be able to get back. I felt like I was going to be 23, so I was aging out, and I felt like I wasn't quite ready to go MX1, which was a huge step at the time for me. And I was getting married that year, so I wanted to come home, but I was willing to stay and race MX1 if I had to. So those 4 races were kind of the tester to see if I would basically finish my career in Europe or come back here. Let's be realistic. You have to understand how far A is from B. You know, like, okay, you're racing out of a van in 2012, and then in 2020 you're going to be leading a 450 outdoor title. Like at that time, in my mind, that was not even remotely possible. You know, it's all just this razor fine line that we're on. You know, and just as that happened at Millville. You know, it's always just a moment away from something different. So for me, it's about, you know, appreciating the good times and finding how we can improve in the bad times or what's next on the agenda.
And the agenda is simple today. Finish the motos, and he should be able to wrap up the title with a 24-point lead over Adam Cianciarulo. Marvin Musquin and Eli Tomac are still in it mathematically, but it would take a miraculous set of circumstances for them to win. So really it is Osborne's title to lose, and everyone else just has to hope for the best. But that doesn't mean there's nothing else to race for, and that includes Eli Tomac. This could be the end of his 3-season run as 450 National Motocross champ. Like we said, he's mathematically in it, but the 4-peat is looking pretty slim. But that doesn't mean he's not capable of winning races again, as he showed last week.
Oh, he lost the front, and then look how... What? Did he stay on the bike?
Adam Cianciarulo, he is back. Oh, bumping and banging around. Huge crash going into the first turn. That's what he does. Oh, Cianciarulo. Oh, almost, and he goes off the racetrack. Eli Tomac back on top, taking the win here at Thunder Valley.
'27th gate pick out of New Hall, California, on a Fast House Gasper Racing Yamaha. It's the number 72, Robbie Wageman. Paso Robles, California, on an MX Athletics Honda, the 69. Please say hello to Carlin Gardner. 25th gate pick out of Chester, South Carolina, on a Root Racing Husqvarna, the 130, Austin Root. 24th gate pick out of Atascadero, California, on a Fly Racing KTM 503 of McClellan Howe. Out of Woodland Hills, California, on a Rock River Yamaha. 23rd gate pick is the 141 of Lightning Richard Taylor. From Paso Robles, California, on a Team BWR Honda. It's the 837 of Bryson Gardner. And with the 21st gate pick, out of Maramora, New Jersey, on a Babbitt's Kawasaki, it's the 309 of Jeremy Smith.
Going to the gate with the 19th gate pick, it's the number 647 coming out of Riverside, California, on his TPJ Racing Kawasaki KX450. That's Matthew Hubert. With the 18th gate pick from Danville, Kentucky, on that Tyler Bowers Racing Trigger KX450F, the number 34 of Tyler Bowers. 17th gate pick comes from Dover, Delaware. He's on an FXR Chaparral Honda CRF 450R. It's the number 75 of Cody Schock.
Well, we've done it. 9 rounds were scheduled after a long delay. We had a hiccup immediately. We had to go to Loretta Lynn's twice instead of once because we lost the Washougal race up in Washington State. But then the rest of the series held. Ironman in Indiana, back-to-back races at Red Bud in Michigan. Then from Minnesota to Florida. Last weekend we were in Lakewood, Colorado, right outside of Denver. And we've done it, a race here in Southern California, the MX versus ATV all-out Fox Raceway National. It's normally a 12-round championship. This year it's 9, but it definitely has the, I say, legitimate feel of a legitimate title. Whoever ends up titleist in either class is definitely going to feel like they earned it. Shout out to Benny Bloss. Didn't make the trip here as a privateer, but he is your FMF Privateer Power Award winner from last week in the KT Tape Truck Central Husqvarna. It's the MX versus ATV all-out track map for their national here at Pala.
Well, you can see bottom left, that's a start. Then it flows around, but you can see some long straightaways. Right side of your screen, that's all at elevation. So different surfaces. Most of the track is sandy. All the elevated part, pretty hard packing and slick. So tire choice tough. Line selection a little bit tough, but a great racetrack overall.
And certainly a popular one here in California, but they did close it for the last month to prepare for this race. So Adam Cianciarulo going to the line here with still a shot at this title. He's got the GoPro on the top of the helmet. We'll use that to give you the GoPro course preview here from Fox Raceway at Pala.
Fox Raceway for the finale will be cool. I was able to attend the finale when they had it there in 2010 and 2011, and I think it was a really cool ending of the series. So I did well there last year. Was able to win. So hopefully I can. I put in quite a bit of practice laps there in recent months. So looking forward to going there, and I know the crew will have the track all dialed for us, and hopefully I can put another one. Put her on top of the box.
Well, Adam said this week all they can do is hope to win and then hope all hell breaks loose behind them. See what happens in Moto 1 next.
Well, folks, we had a chance to look at the top 40. We have a chance to figure out what the points championship is. Osborne knows exactly what he has to do. Adam Cianciarulo is completely aware of what he has to do. And Eli Tomac, he wants to go out as a champion with some one-to-one wins. And I know that that rider's capable. We saw just a week ago where he was able to run down the front runners in the Denver, Colorado area and pick up the win. We're 2 minutes away. Paula Fox Raceway, can you make some noise for the 450 boys? It's great to have a crowd out here. These riders have been riding sometimes on what would be like a solitude afternoon. Nobody in the crowd, and they had to go battle out. Today we have a great big crowd here, and the folks are excited to listen to you folks get rowdy as they come around.
The MX versus ATV Pala National is presented by Deltran. Start with trust. Start with battery tender. And Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on motorcycle insurance. And by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive.
San Diego, about an hour from us here inland at Pala, now known as Fox Raceway. And we are ready for the final race of the year in the 450 class, moto number 1. There's K10 keys to the moto for that.
Yeah, you want to get a solid start. As everyone's alluded to this season, the speed of everyone's so close. Being up front early helps a lot. And then flow. This track, you really got to flow some of those sandy, fast turns to be faster around here. We saw Jet Lawrence doing that in the 250 moto. And then don't give up. Whether you're Adam Cianciarulo, that championship's still on the line, and for everyone else, go out there, finish off strong, give people something to think about moving forward.
And Osborne picked the gate 5th. So he actually selected a gate next to Cianciarulo, who had already selected. Cianciarulo was 2nd in qualifying today. Chase Sexton, your fastest qualifier for the 4th time this year. Fly Racing 32nd carded sideways. The championship drama is back. Let's go racing. Cianciarulo way sideways out of the gate. And Osborne's going to use his pick. Oh, I thought he had the lead, but Musquet's right there.
Yeah, really close. That first turn is like a sharp left into a right. So all the lines come together. You can see what it's like being further back in the pack. Just riders going everywhere.
Musquet challenging Osborne again, and Cianciarulo is on the other side trying to get him. Sexton and Anstey also in the mix. Musquet takes the lead. He is aggressive. Not his best performance last week. He's back here with a vengeance, and Cianciarulo around Osborne also.
Yeah, he just got to the inside, and then their lines came together as well. But Cianciarulo's been really good this year about getting good starts, and then the opening laps, he's just very efficient. But nice move there from Marvin. Last week's ride was definitely a little bit mediocre for him. Went backwards after having, being up front briefly in Moto 2. Now this time around takes the lead from the points leader.
And now Sexton is trying to take 3rd from the points leader. So he's on the move as well. And Osborne able to hold him off just for the moment. And also charging Christian Craig, the Honda man in the white gear. Very fast in qualifying. Very familiar with this track, and he's trying to get his teammate Sexton for 4th. Here's Craig on the inside.
Yeah, we were wondering if Craig would have a good ride today. Just thought, you know, with everything going on with the Geico Honda team and him making some changes moving forward, him being a local, liking this place, we thought he'd be strong. Great to see him up front.
Yeah, and also it's an extremely long season. This was supposed to end in August. So a lot of the riders, I think, are feeling that. As for Craig, his results have been getting better, and I know he wishes there were more races. He feels like he's just finding his form, and you can see the 62 right there with Sexton, who is right there with Osborne as they sort this track out on lap 1.
Yeah, Zach got that corner hip double jump nicely there on the opening lap. Sexton, can he put it together? I mean, he's shown speed all season long. Just at times, he hasn't been able to hold it up the whole moto. He seems to have a few mistakes here and there, but Cianciarulo, he knows one thing on the mind. He's got to go 1-1. Let the cards fall where they may.
He is right there. Cianciarulo on Musquet. 3rd in the points and 2nd in the points, duking it out. Tomac is 7th, by the way, early behind Bogle, who's 6th. And we've seen the rest of this top 5 exchanging positions. Again, everyone just trying to sort the lines out on this track.
Yeah, that corner seems to have started redeveloping again. You can see the riders getting in and out a little bit cleaner, but part of this section, not right here, but off the other downhill, we saw quite a bit of dust. So even just being able to see your line is going to be a little bit tough. Watch when they get to the bottom here. This is that clay base that I was talking about where they hit. There's Tomac.
He's just in front of Anstey now, as they are battling just behind Bogle and Craig. Cianciarulo, well, he's definitely looking for lines. He is in a different part of the track compared to Musquet in every corner. He's opened up a little bit on Osborne, who's 3rd.
Yeah, obviously just searching for lines at the moment. See Cincerello, will he try to go to the outside? No, decides to follow. It was really close there. He's going to get tired of eating that roost pretty quickly here. The roost still hurts. There's rocks in amongst that soft soil. But another lap down. Another lap led by Marvin. But Cincerello was so close to him, he actually had to back out of it.
Yeah, almost ran into the back. Go around the outside. That is a long way. Let's see if the monster Kawasaki rider can figure out a different line. Musquin able to hold him off on that Red Bull KTM for the moment. Musquin almost tucked the front end.
That corner does not look that difficult on TV, but we've seen so many riders battling to get. It's almost like they battle to get the bike set up and clean into there, but Cincerello might not actually be pulling off that many tear-offs because he's so close. I think the roost is going under his front fender.
Yeah, he is again almost into the back
here we go.
of Marvin. Here's an opportunity. Going to use those long legs, trying to drive that Kawasaki to the inside. Marvin beats him to the spot again.
Yeah, Marvin was able just to close the door at the last second. Now he's going to try to go to the inside.
Here we go.
Can he get to the exit?
Oh, I thought he might blow through that berm, and they crisscross again. Is the inside going to hold up for Cincerello? It is not.
No. Unfortunately, now that inside's quite a bit slow. You see all the time because came out of that turn a little sideways and didn't get the drive. That hill, it'll make you pay.
Yeah, it has, because now Osborne has caught Cincerello, and he is not waiting. Almost made the pass for the number 2 spot. Sexton and Craig still right behind them. Can Cincerello ramp it back up? And pressure Musquin again.
I think he's going to be able to. He's not going to want to be in this position. You know, sometimes we say riders are quite happy to sit behind and follow, but this is not. It's not one of those ideal situations. The best, because here's another thing. If you're Cincerello, if you pass Musquin and just start checking out, and Osborne feels the need to try and match your pace, that's sometimes when mistakes happen, or a crash, or something that could really hurt him as far as points go.
Here's Cincerello. Now he's distanced himself again from Osborne and has caught right back up to Musquin. He definitely has the pace in these early laps. And we're right where we were 1 lap ago.
Only problem is that outside is a very similar in speed, but unless Marvin makes a mistake on the inside.
Oh, Cincerello's there, a little contact, takes the lead.
There's a mistake, little bobble there, but Cincerello, the one good thing about running that outside is it pops him out a little bit to the left so he can square that next right-hander up a little bit better where the mechanics area is. So when Marvin made a little mistake and went into that powder, it allowed Cincerello just to get to the inside.
We can show it to you again here. That's what Cincerello needed, a quick strike.
See, watch here. When he goes to the outside, it kind of pushes him a little bit to the left there, and then he squares up the turn. Marv runs a little bit deep, and then Cincerello's there, has the inside, and also gets into that corner pretty clean, in and out. Nothing Marvin could do about that.
Well, look at Marvin. He's got something to do here. Almost repassed the number 9. I thought you were going to see Adam put in some burner laps and try to get away because it looked like he was almost being held up by the Frenchman, but no. Musquin is able to match his pace and then some. Then it's Osborne. Now feeling pressure from Sexton.
Oh, this could be going. This is going about as good as you could hope if you're Adam Cincerello. You've now got the lead. You've put a little cushion on as far as points are concerned, keeping this championship alive. But now you got some Hondas lining up. If Osborne rides a little conservative, he could lose. And there's Tomac in the background, so he could lose another 3 spots. All of a sudden, Cincerello wins. Could make things a little too tight on the final moto, but right now, Cincerello would be 19 points behind. Everyone else would be eliminated off this moto.
Yes, because Musquin would need to be 25 or less. And obviously, we've got to think about the Tomac factor. He's in 6th right now, just behind this 5-pack up front. There you see the green Kawasaki. So Tomac might make his presence known before this moto is over. So it can go many directions. And we've said it over and over in 2020. 1% off in the 450 class could be the difference between a moto win and a 5th or a 6th. And that's what Osborne's feeling right now. He almost got Cincerello for 2nd. Instead, he is in 4th. Or sorry, he's in 3rd, but he's under fire from the 4th place rider. Sexton right on him.
Yeah, Sexton's also lost his visor, so he'll have a little sun in the eyes. And every time we see riders duck their head to avoid the roost, he can duck his head, but it's not going to help.
Sexton using the same line as Osborne on the inside. Craig is getting creative, using the outside. We'll stay on this battle as Cincerello has pulled away a bit from Musquin. 1.4 seconds to gap up front. Craig got a 4th in the second moto last week. That's the season best. But this ride might even be better because he is sticking right with these guys, including top 3 in points.
The only good thing for Zach Osborne and his fans would be to say Zach is not an opening 15-minute type guy. He likes to be the closer. He gets strong in the second half. So right now he's still in a good spot, and he's the kind of guy that will pick it back up. And look, leaders are still right there, so no need to panic on that side.
Yeah, Osborne says he always feels better in Moto 2 than Moto 1 and better in the latter laps of Moto 1 than early. Long way to go, but Zach Osborne controlling his own destiny up front. So what will happen next for the number 16 here of Zach Osborne? Does he go after Musquin and Cianciarulo, try to go for max points? And we talked about the scenario in the 250 class. Ferrandis almost wrapped in a moto early. If Osborne beats Cianciarulo in this moto, he wins the title. Won't even go down to the second moto. So do you play it safe if you're Osborne? Do you try to keep the Kawasaki man in your sights and make a charge late in the race? Right now, he just has to deal with Sexton.
Yeah, it's almost like everyone's having to deal with somebody.
That's the way that 250 moto was.
Yeah, Cianciarulo's having to deal with all the pressure. Musquin's in the sandwich, got Osborne behind him, but AC right in front of him. And once again, kind of cool to see all the different brands, 4 different brands in the top 4. And all the brands represented in the top 9.
And you're getting glimpses of Tomac getting closer from 6 behind Craig and Sexton. Just an exchange of mistakes. Sexton was all over Osborne, then Osborne pulls away, gets all over Musquin. Then he makes a mistake. Musquin pulls back away, and now we have Tomac on the scene.
Yep, vintage Tomac getting in his groove during the moto. He's probably going to be one of the guys, I think, at the moment that's probably a little bummed that the season was a little short. Mid-season form at the end of the season, though.
Who knows? Might have had a shot at the title. Time is running out on that. But he looks good right now. Eli Tomac able to get around Christian Craig, so the 3-time and defending champ. Could be his last day holding the number 1 plate here in 450 motocross, but he is starting to stir, taking 5th away from Craig. And Eli's the kind of guy who gets stronger as the moto goes on, so that could be bad news for the riders in front of him. Chase Sexton, Zach Osborne, Marvin Musquin, and your race leader, Adam Cianciarulo.
Ooh, a little bubble coming out of that turn there. It's fishtailing out of that rut, but still everyone pretty close up front. Cianciarulo just with a little bit of a gap. That'll make him feel a lot better. But Osborne in the thick of this. And I got to imagine it's got to be so tough. You don't have to do everything in your power to make this championship happen, but you don't want to be in this weird dogfight where it makes things a little too close for comfort going to the final moto. But Cianciarulo, exactly what he would want to have had happen. Even though Osborne beat him to the first turn, he now has a lead. He's starting to pull away just a little bit, but I wouldn't get too comfortable with that gap because you got this another one of those accordion effects where Tomac at the moment is the fastest guy on track. He was the only one in the 156 range that last lap. Everyone else was a 57 or a 58.
So you've got to figure Tomac will be part of this group soon, and then it'll be much like our first 250 moto, wondering which direction is it going to go? Which one of these 4 or 5 or 6 riders is going to be the best down the stretch? Sexton right in it, staying on the rear fender of Osborne, 3rd and 4th. Sexton, fastest qualifier today. As I mentioned earlier, 4 times in the 9 rounds, he was the fastest qualifier, but has not yet been able to turn that speed into a race win. That will be a big box to check for the rookie. If he can do it today, and carry a little bit of that into 2021. He'll be a full-time 450 rider here and in Monster Energy Supercross. They got a new bike, Honda, for 2021, so he told me it's time to start testing that thing this week coming up. Right now, they're looking good in the 2020, giving Osborne all it can handle.
That's one thing about Sexton. He's just so fun to watch, full of talent at any given moment. A little bit like a Jet Lawrence in the 250 class. You watch some of the things they do and you go, man, I admire that. You know, as a former racer, there's some things you go, I wish I could do that. Like, it's a little jealousy, but it's you know, I love watching. I really appreciate seeing talent at work out there. And if he puts his talent to work, he's going to make life really difficult for Osborne. He makes a little mistake.
Oh, not enough room for Sexton to get it. But he's right there. Then Osborne all the way to the left side of the track. Now Sexton switches to the left. Oh, the lines almost come together, and all the while, Tomac closing as well. Musquin's got problems. Musquin's off the track. Osborne takes over second, but Sexton trying to pass him at the same time.
Whoa, I can't believe Sexton actually made that inside that efficiently. We saw a couple times riders losing a chunk of time, but man, Marvin got squirrely coming into that turn, never got the bike set up, the front wheel went over, then he had to theoretically ride off the track to rejoin.
All right, so that helped Osborne a little bit, but Sexton is right there, and Tomac is right there.
Good thing Osborne doesn't have rear view mirrors right now. He does not want to see what's happening or what's coming because it's fast and furious.
Musquin's frustrated. He's trying to get those spots back halfway through this moto. 15 minutes down, 15 minutes left. You'd save 15% or more on your insurance with Geico. What a battle we have. Osborne, Sexton, Tomac, Musquin, Craig. All the while, Cianciarulo continues to pull away.
Yeah, it's getting intense back there. You can just see it. Sexton's getting impatient. Tomac's starting to get a bit impatient. Look at Sexton to the inside.
Wow.
Oh, their lines came together. Neither one of them could jump. Sexton has its outside. We haven't seen it work. Can Tomac capitalize? Not quite.
Man, I thought Sexton had the pass made for sure. Osborne just maintaining his line, and it's been able to hold him off. Sexton trying to find some new ground down to the inside. Can he finally execute the pass?
Wow.
He does.
That was beautifully done. That was just taking the shorter line, but able to get his bike in the right spot. Now, you know what? You know Tomac wants a piece of this as well.
Not what Osborne wanted. Several riders coming at him. Sexton gets him. Now Tomac right behind. What has happened to Musquin? Craig has gone by Musquin, so it's come unraveled for him. Tomac on the attack.
Yeah, unfortunately that bend creates a single line through there, so they have to sort of go single file briefly. What's Tomac going to do? He chooses to follow Osborne. As I said before, I think that outside's quite a bit quicker as well as lap traffic. Oh, Osborne almost off the track. Man, really rode that cush, as we call it, the outside, the very edge of the track.
How about Craig, man, staying right with Tomac in this battle as Tomac tries to find lines.
Craig got a little kick on that step up the hill there, but I can't say I'm surprised at all as Tomac barrels to the outside. Laffer's having a look.
There's not going to be much room with the lap traffic, but Tomac completes the pass, moves wide to make sure he's got Osborne covered.
Yeah, that got pretty interesting. You could almost see the riders having to figure out the last second which line they were going to take. But, then Craig immediately goes after the points leader.
And makes the pass. Christian Craig, what a run. And things are happening in a hurry if you're both Musquin and Osborne. They were second and third about a lap and a half ago. Now they are going to be fifth and sixth. And Craig is feeling it right now. You can see it.
Yeah, he's got a good rhythm going. I think where he's at right now couldn't be any better. He's got Tomac in front of him, but it's funny. Oh, I thought that was Tomac for a second. All right, so the points right now. Hey, if you're Adam Cianciarulo, you like what you're seeing at the moment based on where you were coming into this.
Yeah, he's taking it from what would be 24 down to 15 if it ends this way. Will, what do you got on Christian Craig running strong?
Exactly what he wanted, what he was calling earlier here again for this weekend to round out the season here, Jason. I asked him what last weekend meant to him, and he said it was absolutely huge there just to kind of run up front with those guys. And he said it's like a thing that clicks. We've heard these riders say it so many times. Once they do it once, I said, what is it really that does that? And he said it's mental. It's about just being up there with them, knowing that you belong. And I asked him if he could repeat it again this weekend, and he said yes. And right now, obviously, we're seeing a very strong race from him again.
Well, Will, he's gone next level. He did finish 4th in the moto last week, but he almost passed Eli Tomac straight up there for 3rd. So I'm going to say this is even better than the 4th that he got last week. Christian Craig lives 10 minutes from this track. Says he comes here every weekend to take his son Jagger riding on the mini bike and feeling the vibes right now. Craig right in the mix with some of the big names of 450 motocross. Adam Cianciarulo has been able to take the measure of this field. He's opened it up to nearly 5 seconds. Musquin and Osborne trying to put it back together here after they both had a couple of bad laps. Trying to track down Craig and Tomac, Sexton, and the rest. Looks like Musquin is ready to go after Osborne. Can Osborne lose another spot?
That's what I was trying to say at the beginning of the moto. It's really hard. I feel for Zach a little bit. He's not riding bad. He's just riding with, I've got everything on the line, and it's so hard to kind of step out of your comfort zone. And let's be honest, he can let Musquin by.
Yep.
It's not the end of the world. But second moto, you could get 6th again, to be honest, but that's going to make it really close for comfort.
Yeah, I believe 8-8 would do it for Osborne if Cianciarulo goes 1-1. But as I've been saying all year, that's not really what the riders worry about. It's more of the one disaster moto as opposed to the 2 mediocre ones that could be the problem. Looks like Tomac has pulled away just a bit from Craig, and he is now getting Sexton in his sights, trying to make it a Kawasaki 1-2. And Tomac is not the rider you want in the rearview mirror late in a moto, and that's what Sexton's about to have to deal with.
It'll be interesting to see if Sexton is able to, where he's really good. Eli bulldogs through everything. Sexton will find the smooth lines and finesse his way around. Curious to see how the end of this motor works out with 2 different complete riding styles.
See the future stars of NASCAR, the ARCA Racing Series live on MAV TV Motorsports Network. Check mavtv.com for air times. See the car there of Haley Deegan. She's going to get her shot in the National Series of NASCAR, starting some truck racing soon. A lot of motocross heritage in Southern California and her family. Right now, though, we're seeing everything this 450 class has had to offer this year being brought to the finale. You've got established players like your 3-time champion, Eli Tomac. You've got young, exciting rookies up front, Adam Cianciarulo and Chase Sexton 1-2. But Tomac is there to challenge Sexton. Craig, not too far back as well. A little mistake from Sexton. Tomac almost had him.
Yeah, Tomac squares to the inside. He's going to do a Sexton to Sexton. Almost a carbon copy.
Yeah.
Sexton kind of bobbled that turn a little bit. You watched Eli just kind of square it up, and then on the inside there's also it's not rough, so you can be aggressive on the throttle. It's loose, there's traction, and no big holes.
So it is Kawasaki 1-2 right now, but through all this battling, Cianciarulo has checked out 6.3 seconds, which by the standards of racing in 2020 is a big lead in the 450 class. Come a long way. Remember, and Tomac was winning motos by a minute back 5 years ago. We didn't see any of that by anyone really in the 450 class this year. It has been so competitive, and it continues to be. Sexton staying with Tomac, and Craig staying with Sexton. I'll tell you what, no one's going to be more bummed that it's the final round than Craig. He is really finding his form. Look at this. He wants 3rd. He wants Sexton. Down to the inside. Got him.
Sexton made a little mistake again. This is where, for Chase, he needs to gather it up real quick. We've seen this happen to him a couple times where a couple of mistakes. He goes right back at Craig. He's going to take the line away at the exit. Oh, another little mistake.
Got to be nice. They're teammates. These two have a long history together. Actually, when Sexton was an amateur, he lived at Craig's house. Because he was, they were both on the Geico team at the time, the Geico Honda 250 team, but Craig was a pro, Sexton was an up-and-comer, so they go way back. It'll be a little extra nice in that corner together.
They're also two, just got that nice, mellow personality, so I don't think they would, you know, make contact. But I say that anyone would make contact on the last lap for an overall win if they had to. So, but generally speaking, yeah, they're good buddies. Keeping it nice. So behind them, a couple riders having a great ride towards the end of the season. Justin Bogle in 7th place. Good for him. You know, he's had an up and down season. Anstie in 8th, another one of those top privateers. Tickle, a fill-in ride. And then Mousterpool in the top 10. And then just outside the top 10, bunch of young privateers doing well. Mousterpool, Hef, Teasdale, Shock, Hubert. So nice to see that late in the season.
And Shock there, you mentioned in 13th, he's actually riding the 2021 Honda. First time we've seen one of these at the racetrack. Michael Lindsay helping out with that team, the Chaparral FXR team. So they're debuting the new motorcycle today. And Shock running strong in 13th. Privateer. But the Honda folks are happy about that as we go check in with Osborne, who is alone in 5th. Not too much pressure from Musquin, but he has lost the group ahead of him. Let's give you the motorsport.com whole shot replay. Osborne had the lead briefly.
Yeah, it was next to Cincerello, so you see him there, the 16. Cincerello, front wheel came up. He went to the right. Osborne, great jump. And then right there, Marv almost had it. Cincerello tried to sneak behind. See all the lines come together.
Man,
still impressive that they all made it through there without anyone on the ground.
Yeah, that was some good and some just lucky. Hey, Musquin's not done. He's digging deep to try to come back after Osborne. Not sure what has happened to Marv here in the last couple of weeks. I would think it's all related to, he had 2 big crashes. First, he tumbled on the huge Mount Martin downhill at Millville. Then he had a vicious crash in practice the next week at a WW Ranch. I talked to Marv briefly this morning. He said he did ride 1 day this week out here in California. So he's probably a little bit beat up because he was leading this moto. At one point looked like he could win it. Then all of a sudden a bunch of mistakes, lost a bunch of spots. He's now in 6th. Similar story last week. He whole shot the second moto, ended up finishing 8th.
Well, something that you had mentioned, Weege, a few rounds ago, and it's stuck with me. In this class now, if you're 1% off, you're not in the battle. You're outside the top 5. It's
crazy.
I mean, think about if we threw in Roxon, Webb, Savachi, Barsha,
Baggett's out today. Yeah, Barsha's out today. Yep.
It's probably, I tell you, he's probably happy about that as Osborne because there's just less to get in the way, I guess.
Wait a minute. Eli Tomac has cut Cincerillo's lead in half. Got more than number 9, Will.
Well, we'll see if he's able to respond there. Justin Shantier's mechanic just letting him know that Eli was coming, giving him the gap there. So just want to let you guys know, as you just noticed there, Jason.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's closing in. He's cutting down these lap times fast here.
Like you said, Will, how will the rookie respond with his teammates starting to close the gap here at the finale? We'll be right back, and we'll get you to the checkered flag.
Oh, boy.
Keeps getting closer, and now Adam has to deal with lap traffic.
And a lot of people will tell you, I think it's true, the leader usually gets, generally speaking, the worst end of the stick as he just got right there.
That's Taylor, one of the young riders out here just getting started with his pro career. Things are happening in a hurry. Here comes Tomac as well. Tomac digging deep.
These guys are going so fast. They're lapping inside the points paying positions now.
Tomac has taken the lead down to nothing. Carlin Gardner they got by. We have a battle for the lead, and it's 2 teammates. Adam Cianciarulo had about 5 seconds on everyone, but once Eli Tomac gets going, he's hard to stop. For certain, The three-time championship form of Tomac has returned in the last couple of rounds, and he's got it in California. And I don't know how much longer Adam can hold on, because Tomac is right there.
Oh, look how good he is through there. Tomac, see, doubling into that corner and still flowing it. He's made a few, well, I shouldn't say made a few adjustments. As the track's changed.
Tomac's right there. Oh, little mistake from Adam.
He's been able to make a couple of adjustments. I think AC, not following anyone, is still searching. See, we went from right to left. He's figuring that he needs to find some new lines.
Here it is. Tomac around the outside to put together, will put to rest any question about team tactics today between the Cowie boys. It's every man for himself. Tomac wants moto wins.
Crowd are getting into it now. You can hear the limited amount of fans get excited. Look at that, to the outside. He's got the inside in the next corner, but Cincerello, so good at staying low. Stayed low, chopped him off.
He is just fighting with everything he's got, just riding the wide bike, because Tomac definitely has the pace. Here it is. It's going to be another inside for Tomac. Cincerello blocks it again.
Tomac will have to probably follow into this corner. Oh, Adam had a huckabuck from the front end there. Tomac then also, I think he reacted by braking a little harder. Bike slid out, lost a little bit of drive coming out there.
Well, everyone was wondering how the Cowie guys would play it. In my opinion, the team tactics are often overstated, overrated. We see a lot of times where this happens. Go to the finale, we tease all these potential scenarios, and then everybody just races for themselves. We are now into the top 15 as far as lap traffic is concerned. Tomac took 2 swings at the pass. And AC rode the wide bike. That's what you got to do at times. Let's see if Tomac can ramp it back up. Get back to the rear fender of his teammate. They've left everyone else behind. It wasn't long ago that Craig almost passed Tomac back for second. Now he is 6.5 seconds behind. Tomac is on fire.
This is what he likes. When it gets square edge, rough, nasty, no real good lines. Oh, he got just a little bit forked by the lapper there. Like I said, that corner, not the lap rider's fault. The lines just come together. Look at Tomac just sand surfing around that berm. He goes, clears. I think that was Alex Ray. So as you said, now in the top 15, the pace is intense near the front.
Unbelievable, and the crowd here loving it. Tomac versus Cincerello for the moto win. And whatever problems we had at mid-season for Tomac, again, I've said it over and over, not terrible, just not his normal standard. He was getting a lot of 4th, 5th, 6th. Instead of podiums and moto wins, it's gone. This is vintage Eli Tomac right now. Won the overall last week. Almost got the second moto 2 weeks ago in Florida. It's all over. Cincerello for the lead here. Almost got him on the inside.
Oh, he tried to make it work. This is where he's fast. Watch this. He's really good over this jump as well. Tomac's able to stay low, but he knows he kind of has to follow Cincerello through that arced, roller section.
Down the inside. Tomac's got a wheel on him. Almost pushes his teammate off the track. Side by side. Cincerello maintains the lead for the moment.
Yeah, but watch Tomac. He can swing to the inside. Cincerello's got to stay low and get the power to the ground, because watch Eli. He's going to try and make it happen.
Whoa, and Tomac again chops the front end off. Not dirty, just riding the wide bike.
Just racing. That's what you got to do.
Going to be 2 laps to go the next time around. We've seen lots of passing in this section here, but also lots of lap traffic.
Yeah, that's what it's going to also affect this outcome, is who they catch where and when, because we got guys having a great battle of their own, so they're not going to want to pull over. That's Matt Hubert. He gets off to the side there, allows the leaders to continue. He's riding in 14th.
It could be top 10 lapping before it's over. Tomac, a great run through those rollers. Cincerello almost off the side of the racetrack. Tomac going to go the long way around here.
Uh-oh.
These lines converge, and Tomac finally has the bleed.
Yeah, Adam, couple little mistakes back-to-back there, just gave that outside to Tomac, and you know that if he gets that opening, he'll absolutely annihilate that berm around the outside. Did that. Next turn was a right-hander, put himself on the inside. So for Cincerello, not the end of the world, but certainly another little ding towards the potential of a comeback in this final round for that title.
Yeah, well, we have to be honest. I know these...
It's a long shot.
Yes, these 3 points most likely won't make the difference at the end of the year. It's still a large points lead. You can see 18 for Osborne going into the final moto. I mean, it really would come down to this. If Osborne doesn't finish Moto 2, Cianciarulo could win the title, even if he doesn't get all these points here. Yeah. So that's really all that is left as far as the scenarios are concerned. As for Tomac, we now have to scratch our heads and think, what if there were 12 rounds to this championship? Because he is back. Ooh. White flag now out. Lap traffic everywhere. That's actually giving Tomac, or sorry, Cianciarulo one last shot at Tomac.
Well, that's Teasdale pulled over. He's in 13th. Whoa, see the lines come together there. Cianciarulo knows how important these 3 points are, though, Jason. If you need every point, you can only hope. And the best thing he can do is get max points and hope something happens. But Cianciarulo's not giving up. Getting his little second win here, going back at Tomac. Tomac was sliding through that corner a little bit.
Cianciarulo not able to get close in those rollers there. They're gonna... No, I thought they were gonna switch lines from where they were one lap ago. Cianciarulo still to the inside. Tomac able to beat him to the corner again.
This is one of those tricky corners. See them standing deep. It's a long right-hander, and they stand. You got all this, like, the outside's becoming whooped out. Then at the exit, they sit down, get that drive up the hill. Oh, Tomac can keep it clean. You know he's got this one, but very easy to make a mistake on this track.
Here we go again. From the top to the bottom. Now Cianciarulo is going to need a mistake from Tomac. He got close, but Tomac able to respond.
Cody Schock on that 21 Honda. Also having a good ride in 12th place. Does the gentleman thing. Looks over his shoulder, sees Eli coming, moves out of the way.
Well, how about this? Looking for back-to-back moto wins. We thought Eli Tomac, maybe he was just burned out and tired at the end of the year, especially dealing with the pressure of winning that Monster Energy Supercross Championship at the beginning of 2020. Instead, he's gotten stronger as the season has gone on. What team tactics? Eli Tomac wins the first moto here at Fox Raceway. Sexton going to come across in third, Cianciarulo in second. So he was able to rally back around his teammate Craig, who will end up fourth. Still a good run for him. And we got to wait a bit to find Osborne. Here he is. Wow, that's a big gap.
Yeah, he must have really backed it down.
Yeah, 35 seconds between Osborne and the leader. But I suppose this is playing it safe. Musquet still digging behind him. There it is. Osborne finishes fifth, maintaining a sizable gap in the series, but both championships, 250s and 450s, are going to go down to the final moto of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
it's going to be hard to be relaxed. Yep. Try to pretend it's just another day at the races in this 1 hour break.
Yeah, you'll get those corporate answers. Yeah, just do my thing, man. Yeah, cool.
Exactly. Well, Eli Tomac doesn't care about anybody else's title. He's just here to win, and he's done it. Back-to-back moto wins here for him.
2020 has been a season of uncertainty for the riders and teams of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. After staging 9 rounds in less than 60 days, the championship finale will drop the gate today at Fox Raceway in Southern California.
Great racing in the first half of our finale for Lucas Oil Pro Motocross in the 250 class. Young stars Jet Lawrence and Justin Cooper going at it for the lead. Lawrence, the 17-year-old from Australia, able to lock down the #1 spot and take his first career moto win. Dylan Ferrandis on the 14 finishes second and comes up just short of clinching this year's title. He'll hope to do that in our final moto of the day, coming up in just a few moments. And in the 450 class, Zach Osborne trying to lock down that title on the number 16, quickly facing pressure from Marvin Muscat, Adam Cianciarulo, and the rest of the stars of 450 motocross. With Cianciarulo on the number 9 in the lead until his teammate Eli Tomac was able to make this late race pass to get to the #1 spot. And he takes his #1 machine to a moto victory. Cianciarulo's second allows him to prevent Osborne from wrapping the title in Moto 1. And it leads us to this, the final 2 motos of the year in each class of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship, sanctioned by AMA Pro Racing. This is the MX versus ATV All-Out Fox Raceway National from California. Jason Wygant here with multi-time motocross and supercross champion Grant Langston. Will Christian will be reporting from the racetrack. This is the finale. It is Dylan Ferrandis in the 250 class with all the focus on him here in the first hour of our show, trying to bring his first ever National Motocross Championship home. He essentially has to finish this moto to get it done. Give you an idea of the track that these guys will be racing on here. This is a Fox Raceway just outside, about an hour from San Diego. And here's what it comes down to for all these guys. For Dylan Ferrandis, a Frenchman, he grew up racing in Europe. It was 6 years that he raced the World Championship over there. He cast his lot on racing in America. And he said, despite being a foreigner and the challenges that brings, he believes there are some advantages also. It helps him to focus on the goal of winning.
As a foreign racer, yes, we have some challenge. But also, when I look back, I think guys like me, Marvin, Roxanne, it's almost like it helped us because we came from such a different place of the world and so far from everything that it almost gives us the fire in us to go out and perform.
For the past few seasons, the star Yamaha rider has been one of the most dominant riders in the 250 class, and all the hard work is about to pay off.
The championship is my only goal and the only thing that can give me satisfaction, I want to say. So yeah, I don't think about it, but yeah, for sure, Saturday night at Pala, I wish I can enjoy this moment, and it will be for sure the pinnacle of my career.
Dylan Ferrandis there, obviously talking about everything that's gone into this championship fight for him. So what do you do when you're on the brink of winning your first pro motocross championship? What's that week like leading up? Well, I spoke to the team and I asked them, and they said really they go about it in a very sort of business as usual sort of way. It's worked so far throughout the year. It'll work now. And when I spoke to his wife, I said, how are things at home? She said, well, Dylan's the kind of rider who just needs to be reminded of things, reminded of how good he is. And so she's just constantly been building his confidence all week, telling him, look, you can do the start, so don't worry about that. If you don't get the start, we've seen you come from behind. You can do that too. She said you're the fastest out there, and she said she just has to keep that in the forefront of his mind. Grant, we've spoken about it so much, the mental side of this sport, so very important, especially when you're trying to clinch your first championship.
Well, that's right, Will, and he already dealt with the pressure in the first moto and ended up just short of clinching the title. He's got to get it done now, and to give you an idea of the pitfalls that potentially await him, his teammate Justin Cooper, third in the first moto, on their sight lap. I believe Cooper's bike is broken. He is not taking his gate. He's standing there waiting for the motorcycle. We hear he might be out. Wow. He is out. He is out of this moto, Justin Cooper. Here's the MX versus ATV All-Out track map. Give us a tour of Pala, Grant Langston.
Yeah, on the bottom left there, that's a start. You can see it goes left, right, and then a couple more turns. But then it gets a little more high speed in the center part of your screen. Now the lower right, that's all at elevation. So sand at the bottom, clay and rutted at the top here. We'll give you a quick look at some action from earlier on this track. This is from the previous moto. Ferrandis all over Justin Cooper. This is before you go up to the elevated section I was talking about. This is off-camber, sandy turn. Cooper has to stand the bike up, goes off the track. You can see how powdery it is up there. But that is a steep hill. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not the, I've ridden up this many a time. It's not the tallest mountain in motocross, but I tell you what, it's probably the steepest. But to get around this track fast, here's your KTM keys to the moto. I always say a solid start, especially with how much depth there is, makes things a lot easier. You have to flow on this track. If you're burying the bike and squaring up too much, it makes it tough. And then, of course, don't give up. You could have your best result. You could take a title. Anything could happen. It's the last race of a crazy 2020 season. Don't give up. Make the most of it.
And also shout out to Jordan Jarvis, the female racer who made the motos today. There she is on the 301. So Justin Cooper is out. Jet Lawrence working on an overall. This is the final moto of the season. Can Dylan Ferrandis lock down this title? The number 12 is Shane McElrath going to lead them into the first turn. And the man second in points, the only other rider with a mathematical shot, is the number 6 of Jeremy Martin. And Martin goes for the lead.
Yeah, he strikes quick. He knows the best thing he can do is get out front and try and check out a little further back. You can see all the chaos behind. Oh, but McElrath came across the nose there of Jeremy Martin over that jump.
Martin able to hold on to it, but he loses the position. It is Jarrett Fry, a rookie rider, another Monster Star Yamaha teammate to McElrath, into second. And I saw Ferrandis about 5th. You can see him right now challenging Jet Lawrence, your first moto winner. So Ferrandis got away clean on the number 14, top of the screen. Uphill we go for the first time in this second moto, and it is McElrath, Fry, and Martin looking to make a move, and he does.
Yeah, that outside just helps carry that momentum. But wow, talk about a battle of teams. It's just Geico, Honda, and Monster Star Yamahas up front. A lot of red and blue.
I just can't stress enough how shocking it is that Cooper's bike broke on the sight-in lap. I don't remember the last time I've heard that happening. And the reason that's so critical, it just shows you how quickly things can change in this sport. How quickly things can go wrong for Ferrandis. Right now, though, he's trying to control his destiny, battling with the young Jet Lawrence. The 14 around the outside makes the pass.
Yeah, Lawrence there probably could have been made a little tough if he wanted to, pushed Ferrandis out, but maybe figuring, hey, it's early in this moto, let's not start getting into it right now. There's plenty of racing. Oh, look at that line, outside to inside. What?
Jet comes back. Think he's got him? Yes. He's covered Ferrandis, retaking the position, now going after Fry for third.
Once again, just so strong through that section before the finish line is Jet Lawrence.
Oh, almost made the move on Fry. Now Ferrandis comes back. Good battle between Lawrence and Ferrandis past the signboard area. Mechanics telling their riders where they are. And we got Joe Shimoda, another Geico Honda rider, up in this battle right behind Ferrandis, rider out of Japan. Fry, this is his 4th professional race. Young man out of Maryland, trying to hold off the Australian and the Frenchman and the rider from Japan. A very international tour for sure. Oh, Lawrence almost had the line here on Fry. They're side by side.
Can he get to that inside? And he does. Takes the line away. Jarrett Fry couldn't do anything about that once. Takes a look over his shoulder. Realizes it's his teammate behind him. He's not going to roll over, but...
Oh, Jeremy Martin now putting the attack on your leader, McElrath.
Yeah, Jeremy's figured out that going to that inside does not help you up that hill. You got to keep that momentum and go the long way around. Trying to do the same thing here. Now for McElrath, can he handle this pressure? We've seen him several times this year get good starts, but so often just the pace of guys like Martin, Ferrandis, even Justin Cooper at times made it just tough on him. And when I say that, I think when you're leading, it's frustrating when you're going fast and pushing, and there's just a few guys putting all that pressure on you. It's hard to get in your groove and start thinking about yourself. You start thinking about everything else and all the mistakes you're making.
Martin looking to make quick work of McElrath to try to get away and make his championship odds as strong as they can possibly be. He would need to win the moto and then hope disaster strikes for Ferrandis. Martin to the inside.
Wait, I thought he had it.
Yeah, me too.
It's just so tough to get the bike turned. It's getting slick. It's getting a little choppy through there. The wheels are bouncing. Jeremy has to back out of that one. Now he's going to try go to the outside. We've seen this line work at times, and he rails that. What a move.
Yeah, that might have been the best we've seen anyone execute the outside of that corner. McElrath tried to switch back to the inside there. Didn't work. And all the while, look at Jet Lawrence in third. He is feeling it today. Right in this fight as well. Oh, McElrath trying to repass Martin.
Oh, yeah, you know, he's going to do his best to be a team player. And I'm telling you, this battling is far from done, because we're going to see a lot more. Jet Lawrence now has turned the Jets on. He's found his groove. I've never seen him look this good. Great to see all that talent coming to fruition.
And by the way, Ferrandis made a mistake at the bottom of the hill. He has been pushed back to 9th place. So now Martin is within 9 of the championship as Lawrence just slams the door on McElrath to take over second.
Yeah, but he's on the inside. He's got to try and protect that line, at which he's able to do. So got a Geico Honda 1-2 at the front.
And McElrath again trying to fight back. He did the same thing with Martin. Not able to repass Lawrence. Then it is Fry and Shimoda coming up the hill right behind them. What? Almost bumping tires there. Little mistake for Lawrence. McElrath almost ran into the back of him. Meanwhile, Jeremy Martin trying to get away. He probably has no idea that Ferrandis made the mistake and has drifted back to 9th.
Oh, I'm sure they're going to do their very best on the pit boards to give him the story. Obviously, no radio communication in motocross. The only communication is off the pit board. But the problem is, there's nothing worse than when your mechanic's trying to tell you a story on a pit board because you can't read it and you can only put about 4 words on there. So sometimes you have to tell your story in about 4 laps.
And that area where the mechanics are happens to be an area that you can make passes today. So you've really got to be on your game.
It is. You're trying to not hit the mechanics area. So it makes it, I think, a little tough at times to have a look at the pit board.
Joe Shimoda.
Can he make this outside work like his teammate did? He tries. Oh!
Almost got it on McElrath. Let's see. Yes, he did. We're sitting on a Geico Honda 1, 2, 3. And what a story that is. This team is shutting the doors after today's race. Been a great run. One of the most successful 250 teams in the history of the sport. Factory Connection Racing. The Geico title sponsorship is going away. And I talked to one of the team owners, Jeff Myshak, this morning, and he said on Thursday night they had to make the decision. They couldn't string the staff and riders along any longer in hopes of an 11th hour fix for 2021. They could go out winners. They could go out with a podium sweep the way this moto is shaping up. Meanwhile, we have found Ferrandis still in 9th.
Well, for Ferrandis, the good news is he doesn't look injured. The bike doesn't look bent, and he looks solid. But apparently his teammate in a different position. Will, you're down there with Justin Cooper.
Yeah, we just came over to the Yamaha Star Racing tent here, as you can see, and Justin Cooper actually packing up his stuff. He's leaving the track there, and I just checked in with him, guys, to see what the problem was. And he said it stalled, the bike stalled, and when it started again, there was clearly issues. He said, you know, it was running, but it wasn't running well in a way that he'd be able to go out there and competitively race. So, yeah, motor issues is what it's being put down for, and obviously a disappointing end here for Justin Cooper's season when he was on a good roll.
Wow, and the frustration is he's out of here. I mean, this was about, what, 8-10 minutes ago that the bike stopped, and he is headed home.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. As a racer, you're always upset. Of course, in racing, things happen. The teams would never let anything like this normally happen. They'll figure it out. But if you're in his position, probably just gutted after that first moto. Now he's just going to go home and maybe watch the rest on TV.
That's right. He can watch the 450 moto unfold the next hour. Ferrandis starting to find his pace again. He is all over Cameron McAdoo, trying to move in the number 8 spot. Jeremy Martin continues to lead. Ferrandis still following behind McAdoo.
Great ride from McAdoo. You talked about it earlier, riding with some broken fingers. That's not easy.
Yeah, so he was not supposed to race, McAdoo, after a crash last week. They announced on Wednesday he would not race, and the bike showed up, and they brought it through tech on Friday. He rode a little bit and said, I think I'm good to go. He actually told me he has glued the glove to his fingers and then taped over the glove as well to try to support those fingers as best as possible. It's not going to be enough to hold off Ferrandis, who is starting to find his form again. Although this is a weird situation for Ferrandis. You hear this all the time from these riders. Their whole life, they've done nothing but go as fast as they can all the time. And now suddenly Ferrandis in a situation where, hey man, just, you don't need to push it. Just ride within your comfort zone.
Well, when you have talent, riding with your right hand is a lot easier. Once you get to this sort of level, you got to ride with your head. It does. It changes things. You have to really, you know, sort of almost self-coach yourself through these motos. I'm sure when he made a mistake, there was a little bit of panic that set in. You almost have to say, okay, we got this. Get your rhythm back together. Nothing's bent. We're fine. Focus forward. We're in ninth. We don't have to win this race. You know, all those things you have to sort of break down and coach yourself through it. And I know from talking to riders, I wasn't the only one that did it. I think almost all of us do it in our own different ways. But we coach ourselves through these situations.
Rolling up on Brandon Hartranft on the 30, and Carson Mumford, another Geico Honda rider, just up ahead.
The MX versus ATV Pala National is presented by Deltran. Start with trust. Start with battery tender. And guaranteed rate. Mortgage rates are historically low. Save money at rate.com today. And by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive.
Fox Raceway, Pala, California. This is your GoPro course preview. It's early in Moto 1, about an hour ago. Carson Mumford running the camera here on his Geico Honda, and you can see just how chaotic the opening corners are in a motocross moto. Again, that's the GoPro course preview. We're now up to moto number 2. Jeremy Martin leading the way, but we're watching Dylan Ferrandis here on the right. Got the red backgrounds on his bike. He is your series points leader. Just got to finish this one to claim the title and makes a move. Moving Brandon Hartranft off the racetrack. So that will put Ferrandis up to 7th.
Well, Ferrandis isn't that worried about his exit speed out of that bottom of the hill. If he can just get his bike in the way and make the pass, that's what he's trying to do. He does not want to be held up another lap behind each rider. So Ferrandis probably won't be that excited about his result of the moto, but at this point, we've got far bigger fish to fry. And for him, he's said it, winning this title would be the absolute pinnacle of his motocross career. And this guy's been around a long time. He's won quite a few things. So that says a lot.
Yeah, 2-time now Supercross champion in the Western region. Oh, foot off the peg for Ferrandis.
Yeah, that was not for show. That was just a little tank slap through that little sweeper. The problem is you got the bike leant over. You're trying to stand up, wheelie through there. So if you catch a little rut in the rear fishtails, it makes the whole bike kind of slap back and forth.
We're going to show you the points as they run. It's an 11-point lead for Ferrandis. If he just stays here, Martin cannot do any better than leading the race, which is what he's doing right now. So Ferrandis has plenty of room to play with. Even if he lost a few spots, he'd be okay. He's just got to finish in points-paying positions, which is the top 20 of the 40 riders in this race. Dylan Ferrandis. It's the lifelong dream he grew up imagining what it would be like to live and race in the United States. The Frenchman got here. It's a long road once he moved here. He did not win immediately, but he has worked and worked to get into a championship position in American motocross. And now, a few moments away from getting it done. And really, it's a game of clock management for Ferrandis, nearing the halfway point of a 30-minute and 2-lap moto, just trying to bring the Yamaha home.
Great ride, actually, for Carson Mumford. Another situation where, you know, you talk about Geico Honda going away. Someone like him, his future is uncertain. Maybe behind the scenes, there's negotiating going on. Hopefully there is. But at the moment, you got to imagine, you could argue some of these guys are literally riding for their careers.
Yeah, and if you're Jeremy Martin, you're a multi-time champ, you won a bunch of races this year. I always say the top of the field, they're going to find rides. And I've heard there are multiple teams knocking on Jeremy's door now that they know that this team won't be coming back next year. But if you're one of the young guys like Mumford or Shimoda, who are more prospects and projects, you were not expecting to be a free agent. This all came very quickly. It's the very end of July that the team found out that they wouldn't have Geico back. Certainly wasn't a lot of time to get a new sponsor, so Mumford and Shimoda, that was a shock to the system. And note that they are going out with some of their best runs of the year. Shimoda in 3rd, Mumford in 6th. It's a track that they're both pretty familiar with, California-based riders. But right now, Mumford's got to deal with your potential national champ. It is not easy to hold off Ferrandis.
No, certainly not. Even for someone like Mumford, it's probably a little intimidating as well. You know, you're trying, but deep down, you almost feel like, oh, I know he's coming. You see that look over is almost like I'm expecting it. But that's fine. Youngsters, that's what happens. I think I was in that position once upon a time, but here goes Ferrandis. I think he's going to make quick work right there. Yep, stay low, power to the ground. Just really grease those rollers.
So that's one spot more for Ferrandis. Again, doesn't need the points. He's just trying to run his own race right now with Jeremy Martin doing all he can do, leading the way.
And for Mumford, yeah, great chance to follow a guy with a lot of experience who makes a mistake. No more following.
That's the second time that hill has gotten the better of Ferrandis in this moto. Catch action from NASCAR, IMSA, American Flat Track, and more. It's Track Pass on NBC Sports Gold. Won't miss a green flag, live with on-demand coverage. Learn more at NBCSports.com/TrackPass. You're watching Lucas Oil Pro Motocross here on NBCSN and also with the Motocross Pass on NBC Sports Gold. Dylan Ferrandis. It's been a long journey for the Frenchman. Off injured actually in his time back home racing in Europe, and then when he first moved to the United States, and he said a lot about chasing the Dutchman over back home, Jeffrey Hurlings, and how he had times had to ride beyond his limits to try to keep up with him. That led to injuries. He has settled down. He's become a solid points player and now on the precipice of a championship halfway through this moto. Halfway from Ferrandis wrapping the title. And in those 15 minutes before the checker flag comes out, you can call Geico and save 15% or more on your motorcycle insurance. So Ferrandis passed the 220 here in red of Carson Mumford, but then went off the track, and Mumford got him back. It's the closest battle on the track right now, 6th and 7th. Mumford, a young rider trying to make a name for himself. This Geico Honda team is going away, so he's got to find employment for 2021. But he's still staying in the fight with Ferrandis, who made this mistake here a lap ago.
Yeah, watch Ferrandis comes to the outside and then just gets a little too high on that the power to the cush, the outside, and you see Mumford just got past, gets a gift handed right back to him.
Well, on the podium after our first set of motos earlier today, he said all the guys are going to say all the cliche right things. I'm sure Ferrandis is saying, oh, I just want to treat this moto like any other, but you've been in this situation before, GL. How hard is it to treat this moto just like any other? Will you not have those thoughts go through your head?
Well, it's usually less physically demanding and more mentally demanding because you're having these rolling battles with yourself throughout the moto. It almost seems like every mistake is exaggerated. If someone passes you, it seems like almost the world stopped rotating for a second. So you have to keep trying to remind yourself, we're where we need to be, we're getting it done, it's okay, don't have to win every weekend. Ferrandis, I don't think is concerned about the win today. It's the big picture. Jeremy Martin, well, if he wins this moto, though, he still won't get the overall because of Jet's first moto performance. But what a way to end the season. What a way to sort of almost thank the team for everything with having their guys going 1, 2, 3 right now.
Incredible. Jeremy Martin leading the way. Will, what are you hearing about the two-time champ who might come up just short of a third one this year?
But like Grant and yourself said there, Jason, really, he couldn't have done more here in the second moto. And when I spoke to him earlier, I said, you know, what do you need out of this, really? And he said, well, if I don't win the war, I definitely want to win the battle. He said it all the year that he wants to take it down to this last moto. And he said he wants to prove his place here. He's just very happy that he's been in contention, and he's really proud that he's been able to put the Geico Honda team in that position too. So he said, of course I'm not happy with it. I wanted to take this title, but either way, I get to celebrate tonight.
Looking for his 34th career moto win. Jeremy Martin, who missed all of the series last year with a devastating back injury, said multiple doctors told him he's crazy to get back on these motorcycles. But he also said nothing gives him this feeling of racing, competing, and winning. And as we talk about Jeremy's performance here winning the moto, it'd be a first ever career overall win for Jet Lawrence. Looking at 1-2 scores, that would be enough for the overall. An incredible ending to the run for the Geico Honda team, which really is known more than anything for developing young talent like Jet Lawrence. Certainly glad to have a veteran contender like Jeremy Martin on board, though, of course. And Jeremy is going to go out with a bang here in 2020. Great season for him, even if he does come up short of the championship.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think it's just nice to see him back in the groove, smiling. Jeremy, obviously, anyone that's ever had a chance to chat with him, very likable, super nice guy. You always wish the best for someone like that as well. And truthfully, he rode great this season, but the reality is Ferrandis was just better. And I know that's a tough pill to swallow for any competitive athlete, that sometimes you just got outridden.
You don't have to worry about saying that. I mean, Martin has admitted it at times as well. He's the faster guy.
Yeah.
I got to gain that 2% or whatever it might be.
And what it came down to is, even though they both had mistakes throughout the season, I think with Ferrandis having a little more raw speed, he was able to get a few extra spots in that motor, or to get that little win, or to dig deep somewhere. Just those few little things. Because when you go look at it and you go 11 points, you're like,
yeah.
Any rider's going to go and say, well, there was that one motor here, and then there was that mistake there. But I think he's been around long enough that he's not going to let it really affect him.
Not too much, clearly, in this moto. He's come out and put together one of his better performances of the season.
Yeah, he's running away with it.
Yeah, even with the title slipping from his grasp. Veteran out of Minnesota.
He's the only one sub 2 minutes at the moment. He was a 59.1. Everyone else is 201s and 202s and higher. So he's finishing off with the bang.
Oh, yeah. And Lawrence in second doesn't have a reason to go run him down, because Lawrence, the 17-year-old out of Australia, is looking at his first career overall win if he just holds on for second. And what a great story that would be for the rider that many think is the future star of this sport, certainly this 250 class over the next couple of years. And checking boxes would be young Jetson. Martin just clicking off laps with 8.5 minutes to go. Championship getting further and further away. Ferrandis has gotten back around Mumford and has passed his teammate Fry. So Ferrandis looking to bring it home in fifth. Jeremy Martin doing all he can to try to win another 250 National Motocross Championship. But time is running out. He's leading the final moto of the season here in Southern California, but Dylan Ferrandis running in fifth. That will be enough points for Ferrandis to bring the championship home. It'll be the first for him if he can hang on for 7.5 minutes and 2 laps here at Fox Raceway. That's the championship story and the story in this individual moto. As far as the race day in total is concerned, we're going to make some history. Could have a new winner in the record book. Martin going to win the moto, but if Jet Lawrence is able to hold on and finish this moto in second, going to wait about 13 seconds for the number 83 to come by. There he is. He's taking a look over. He's got a big gap. Lawrence will have a first and a second in today's 2 motos, and that will make him an overall winner for the first time. First professional win of his career. And I'll tell you, so much hype and attention on Lawrence for the talent, also the personality off the track, and he has delivered on that. Will, give us a little more here on the 83 today.
And he's put so much work in, hasn't he? Obviously, all these riders do, Jason, but a big one for such a young rider to have to work on is just being calm out there. We've seen Jet in situations, obviously in Supercross and Motocross, where he knows his speed, so he pushes a bit too hard. And I was talking to his dad, Darren, earlier, and he said that's been such a big thing for him to have learned, to the point where he actually went up to Ricky Carmichael's there in North Florida about a month ago. He spent a week there, and RC said to him, he said, be the rider out there that thinks, be the rider out there that is thoughtful through the whole motor. And he said that really resonated with Jet. And I think we're seeing that now. We've seen much more consistent season out of him, and here he is on the brink of that overall.
Well, where Jet really put himself on the map here in the U.S., coming out of Australia, then raced in Europe for a few years at the big amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's last year. He didn't actually win either of the championships he was competing for, but what amazed everyone was how fast he was and how smooth and calculated he looks doing it. The talent is obvious. He's been able to couple it with the consistency. And a credit also to the other young rider with this Geico Honda team, Joe Shimoda. And this is what this team is known for more than anything, taking young amateurs, developing them into future pro champions. And it is unfortunate that this team probably going to be their last day competing. And it looked like when you see Shimoda, Mumford, and Lawrence, they had another good group coming. And you can see this potential is obvious here, running second and third with these rookies in this moto.
They are not afraid to go and reach out for talent any corner of the globe.
Yep, rider out of Japan and a rider out of Australia. And then you got McElrath. That's at the top right there, making the left-hander on the number 12. That is fourth place. Ferrandis starting to close on him. Ferrandis may be making a few more passes before this moto is over. He'd be academic. He also is on the overall podium today, even if he finishes here in 5th. But it looks like he was looking to make the move on McElrath anyway. Oh, little mistake at the top of the hill. He would get up that jump.
Wouldn't change the overall at all. But I'm sure at this point, if you got the pace, you're moving forward, he knows his teammates aren't going to put up a huge fight. But I don't think Ferrandis is going to worry too much one way or the other. By the end of the day, his goal was to win the title. And he's going to do it and still be on the podium. I think that's always cool if you're on the podium. When you're not on the podium, it seems like an off day. A lot of riders will tell you their favorite way, obviously, to get it done is go 1-1, but we all have wishes.
Well, a good way if you want to get 1-1 is to get the starts. We're going to show you the motosport.com whole shot replay. Here was McElrath battling with Jeremy Martin for the lead early, and we'll show it to you here.
See the empty gate there, that's where Justin Cooper was. But out of the similar area, right next to that gate, that open gate, was Shane McElrath. He got the whole shot. And then you see quite a bit of, red, blue. So I think that's McAdoo on the, oh no, sorry, Mitchell Harrison. And here's the whole shot. It was close. Whoa, it was actually closer than I thought.
Yeah. Martin missed by about a tire tread, and then eventually was able to get the lead, and Jeremy looking to go on to take this moto victory. Ferrandis on cruise control right now. Now, I mentioned earlier in this moto, he was beset by a lot of injuries, known for riding at times over the limits, and he even admitted that he had to learn that racecraft. He had a big injury a couple of years ago in Supercross, broke his jaw, broke his arm. And the last few years, though, he has calmed down. We have not seen the mistakes out of Ferrandis. We have not seen the big injuries. Finish a narrow second in the championship 1 year ago. Have one goal and one goal only this time, and that's to get that title. And he's within a few laps of doing it. Dylan Ferrandis trying to bring this one home. I think he's settled for 5th now, no longer attacking his teammate McElrath. Just has to finish this one, and the title will be his. The overall margin will not be much. Then about 11 or so points between he and Martin. But even in a shortened season, as you've alluded to many times, I don't think there's any doubt there's not going to be any sort of asterisk here. Ferrandis earned it. He simply was the best guy this year, and the points are reflecting that if they end this way.
Yeah, there's always going to be someone who says something, but at the end of the day, 9 rounds as opposed to 12. I still think it was a great season. Everyone knew what they signed up for. And I think if someone tries to use that at the end, it's a bit of sour grapes, in my opinion. You have 18 motos. I mean, that's still a lot of racing. And not a whole lot changed. Ferrandis generally was the strongest rider throughout the season. I think Jeremy put in some great attempts at times, but just always was a little bit off.
Yep, and that's the second place rider. Then Ferrandis takes the measure of everyone else as well. You're not going to hear the sour grapes from Martin. He's a sportsman, no doubt about it. And he'll be the first to shake Ferrandis' hand, I'm sure, as Ferrandis tries to bring it home.
Yeah, he's just got to not make a mistake in that section. He looks to me like he's on cruise control, so I don't see mistakes. He'll just see this one home.
Lost Speedways, the new Peacock original documentary series hosted by Dale Earnhardt Jr. and co-hosted by Matt Dillner. It's an exploratory journey spanning the entire country as the pair uncover great racing cathedrals of the past and the stories hidden there. All episodes of Lost Speedways now streaming completely free, exclusively at Peacock. Sign up, peacocktv.com today. That's what we're racing for today. Those are your trophies in the center, but on the right side, that's the #1 plate for your 250 class national champ. And the Gary Jones Traveling Cup should go to this man, the number 14, the Frenchman, Dylan Ferrandis. Gary Jones, the original AMA National Motocross champion. And then we have the 250 national champions named to that trophy every year. Gary's still around, hanging out at the racetrack today. I believe he'll be there as part of the trophy celebration. Got to hear Gary up in the announcer's tower also today.
Yes, and he's still in great shape too.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, multi-time champion on multiple brands when this series began back in the early 1970s. And Ferrandis in France grew up racing here, both American motocross and supercross. Really went next level when he hooked up with another great French rider, Dylan, now working with David Villemin. Rider won multiple wins in this series in his time about 20 years ago. And DV is the unfiltered type. He'll tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. And Ferrandis able to deal with it. I've seen times where Dylan's won races and David said, nah, still didn't ride very well. And a couple weeks ago I had a chance to ask Dylan what it's like to work with someone like David Villemin.
Every time I feel great, I don't do good. So like it's almost, we look at my past few years, and yeah, every time I was under pressure, it's when I race the best. So so that's why I just figure out now, maybe after 26 years old, that it's how I work. So we see, but yeah, it's also a little bit understandable that when you're too happy, it's hard to go out and really find this fire to win. So that's why I try to stay humble and don't look at the gap I have in point, and just try to keep grinding and perform at the best.
Yeah, and a guy like DV, David Villemin, will definitely do that to you. He'll keep you on the edge all the time. And those two have worked very well together. It has taken Ferrandis from a contender to now championship favorite. And we're on the verge of saying presumptive champion here with a lap and a half to go. I think McElrath, I think, has caught Shimoda in a late race battle for third. That's about the closest grouping out of the racetrack. McElrath pulling back away from Ferrandis. We got 3 Hondas and then 3 Yamahas in formation, going back to Fry in 6th here behind Ferrandis. And it's Hartranft, Mumford, Harrison, and Nate Thrasher running in 10th. Here's that third place battle I mentioned. McElrath still digging on the number 12, trying to get the 84 of Shimoda, who's going for his first ever moto podium.
Yeah, this is obviously 2 riders wanting to finish the season strong. Nothing more. It's not going to change their overall positions. They're going to be 4th and 5th regardless. Even if Shimoda holds on to the spot. Well, you can see the riders really battling to stay on the track coming out of the corner. Now Shimoda goes to the inside. dealing with just a little bit of lap traffic. Gets around Garrett Stank Dog in the top 20 again. He was very happy with himself, thinking he's going to be top 20 in the points. Said that was his goal for the season. Right. So everyone has, you know, goals and ambitions. Oh, a little mistake there from Shimoda on the inside. That's going to give McElrath just a little hint of hope. Just over a lap to go.
This is supposed to be a Cinderella storybook ending here for this Geico Honda team. They want to sweep the podium. McElrath going to try to break that up. 1 to go in the season now. White flag is out in the 250 class. Don't worry, we have 450 Moto 2 coming your way right after this at the top of the hour. Jeremy Martin is going to try to end the season with a Moto win. His teammate Jet Lawrence trying to take the weekend's overall victory with a second in our first Moto earlier today. Or sorry, a win in the first Moto earlier today and a second in this one. Jeremy is going to go out swinging, which is exactly what you'd expect for the rider out of Minnesota. And just a few points are going to be the final difference between Martin and Ferrandis. It's around 11 or so, the final gap, if it ends this way. And Martin, you got to imagine, will be back to fight for this championship again next year in the 250s. Ferrandis, as already said, he's moving up to the 450 division next year and moving up with quite a bit of momentum.
Jeremy's actually put on quite a clinic in this Moto. You know, first Moto, he was in the battle and just, like I said, he needed one of those motos where he was able to just bulldog his way to the front and hold it. But he, at times, has sat there, and I think he gets a little caught up in that pace. But this moto looked like it came out kind of with that attitude. I got nothing to lose. I'm going to lay it all out there. And when he does that, he is just so fun to watch. He's put 20 seconds on the field. And we know how fast Jet is and how he was in the first moto. So I'm sure for Jeremy, at least he can walk away with his head held up high after this one.
Martin headed to a Moto victory, the 34th of his career. And a good season. He won 3 straight overalls at one point to take the points lead away from Ferrandis, and Ferrandis really fought back. They had a tremendous fight at midseason at the track that Martin's family owns, Spring Creek in Minnesota. And Ferrandis was just, I mean just by about a bike length, able to get the better of him, and from there he controlled it. But Martin will go out a winner here in the final Moto of the season, but probably going to be just short of his 3rd title in this 250 division. And there's more history, because young Jet Lawrence, the 17-year-old out of Australia, so close to a win in Supercross in January, is finally going to get his first pro win. He takes the overall here in California. And an even bigger celebration now for Dylan Ferrandis, who's just a corner away from a lifelong dream of winning an American National Championship to go along with his 2 Supercross titles. Here it is, Dylan Ferrandis, your 2020 250 National Champion. And this guy is one of the most emotional riders out there. He wears the heart on the sleeve. I know that sometimes it gets lost in translation due to the French accent, but his Supercross celebrations have been, bar none, some of the best we've seen, and he is feeling it now. Gonna blow that bike up.
Good luck. So his teammate couldn't get his bike to the line. This one they won't be able to blow up.
And there's David Villeman on the left, giving him the big hug, and there is the rest of the team all over him right now. And this has been, hands down, the dominant squad in this class ever since Yamaha came out with a revamped YZ250F back in 2014. It was Jeremy Martin, actually, that delivered 2 titles for that squad then. They won another with Cooper Webb, another with Aaron Plessinger, and yet another with Dylan Ferrandis. Yamaha back on top in the 250 Nationals with Dylan Ferrandis.
What an afternoon. I know that they're going to be passing out the hardware down on the podium. And then if you think that was...
The MX versus ATV Pala National is presented by Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on motorcycle insurance. And Deltran. Start with trust, start with battery tender. And by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive.
It's nothing but victory for Dylan Ferrandis in the first moto of the season. Where did Ferrandis come from? And then down. Dylan Ferrandis, 1-1 sweep here at Jacksonville. Look at this! Oh! And they both go down! They both go down! And Martin's not happy about it at all. Martin versus Ferrandis. Wheel to wheel. And Dylan Ferrandis is the 2020 250 National Motocross Champion.
And what a season it has been, as you've just seen, and it came down to this, the very last moto here at Fox Raceway in Pala. Welcome back to the podium as Dylan Ferrandis here takes his first Lucas Oil Pro Motocross win. And to award him the red plate here today is AMA Director of Racing, Mike Pelletier, and he has a very special guest with him.
Thanks, Will. Dylan, unbelievable season. Congratulations to you and your team. On behalf of the AMA and MX Sports Pro Racing, it gives me great pleasure to present you with the 2020 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship 250 #1 plate. Congratulations.
Woo! Yes! Speak now. Also, I would like to present you with the Gary Jones Cup. And it took a long bunch of years for me to win it and make it. Now it's all yours, buddy.
Grab the other plate.
Great, great job.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's been, again, a crazy moto, kind of signature moto for me. Start okay, mistake, crash, had to come back from the field. Just want to really thank everybody at Yamaha Star Racing Monster Energy team. These guys, they put so much effort, and it's crazy. I dream about Michael giving me this plate for a long time now, and so good. Yeah, everybody at the team, it's unbelievable. I'm so proud of what they did for me, and it's been hard. It's been a big journey to finish here on the top step. Really happy. Shout out to, for sure, my trainer Divi, who since with me every day in a bad moment and a good moment, and for sure my wife Nastasia, she's everything for me, and I really wish everybody to have a wife like her, because she's awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dylan Ferrandis. Such an incredible end, Dylan, to the year for you. Dylan, just quickly, what was it like for you? I mean, not many riders get to experience what you're going through right now. Not many riders get to do what you've done, taking a Supercross and a Motocross championship here, right at the end of the 250 careers they're going to move up. How important is that to you? What does it mean to you right now here today?
I think as an athlete, any sports, when you show up behind a gate or at the start of the race, everybody wants to win. We all put the hard work behind. We all work for sure, some more than other. But when you're behind a gate, you just want to win. And last year, my dream was to win the Supercross, and I did it. It takes me time to reborn and to have this anger of win. And this year, definitely I have it. And yeah, when you win one championship, you want to win another one, and then you want the next one. And again and again, I think until you're retired, you cannot dream about anything else than winning. So I just, I don't know, I just work really hard for that. It's difficult for me as a French, as a foreign here in America, to not do something else than walking. So I just do that. I walk every day. And even when I don't walk, I rest, and I don't do anything crazy, but it pays off. And yeah, I just want to say that to all the kids who are watching this championship, just put the hour on the bike, just walk, and maybe one day you're going to finish here.
That's a great message, Dylan. Thank you. You dreamed it, now you get to enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, that is awesome right there. Great words from Ferrandis. I told you, it gets lost in translation, but he's very emotional and has a lot of deep thoughts that you don't always often hear racers open up about.
No, you don't. I mean, that would be the one time I almost felt like he had a little verbal diarrhea, but it was lovely to see because he's pouring his heart out, and even his little message to kids. And, you know, I've said it before. I think sometimes people misread him, but great rider, great athlete, and well-deserved.
All right, so that is your 250 championship. We'll show you how this race turned out with our Moto 2 Lucas Oil race recap. Jeremy Martin going for the lead against Shane McElrath. He made an outside line work that no one had been able to get to work all day long.
Yeah, he just absolutely crushed that outside. Got to it. You see McElrath tries to fight back up the inside, couldn't get it done.
Jet Lawrence is next, and then Joe Shimoda, a pair of Geico Honda riders, eventually able to get around McElrath, and they make it a Geico Honda 1-2-3 in this moto in what will be the team's, sadly, final race. Martin tops in that with the moto win. You see that's actually one of the team owners over there, Jeff Myshak, off to the side, not much further up the track. Ferrandis finishes 5th in the moto, 2nd in Moto 1, more than enough points to sew up the championship, and he's congratulated by the fellow Frenchman Marvin Musquin, who will be in action in the 450 class in just a few moments to guaranteed rate results here of this second moto. And the key is the second place finish for Jet Lawrence. 1-2 scores on the day. For the first time ever, the Australian's an overall winner. Will.
Isn't that fantastic? At just 17 years old, Jet, congratulations. He was just joking with me and said, well, let's not worry about, the podium spots, just go straight for that first, Jet. What does this mean to you? Last race of the season here to do this in your rookie year.
It means the world. Obviously, I've worked my ass off. Sorry for that language, but yeah, I've worked my butt off to get where I am here today, and I'm just excited to finally be up here and do it with a classic Geico Honda sweep, 1, 2, and 3. So, no, congrats to Joe for his first third, I think, in the outdoors. Congrats to J-Mart for second in the championship. Congrats to Dylan. He did awesome. Wasn't gonna let him by in that motor, so I had to get him back. I had to get him before he goes to 450. But no, I'm just really happy to be up here. At least I can finish it out with a bang. Lucas owes me some golf clubs, so whoa.
Congratulations. Go enjoy the golf clubs, Jet. Great job today.
Thank you.
And that's his agent, Lucas Myrtle, had a little friendly wager, I suppose, on the line. And all the hype of Jet Lawrence, he's delivered on it in his rookie year. See today's overall, that's how he got it, edging out Martin, who will be second overall. Ferrandis on the overall podium with 2.5 scores, and a McElrath and Shimoda, I believe that's a career high, both in a moto and with the 5th overall. And Jared Fry, 4 pro races, ends it with his career best. Was better each and every week in the 4 races, 6th overall today with 8.6. Hartraft, Harrison, Mumford, McAdoo round out the top 10. 4 Geico Hondas in the top 9 in their last race. Let's go back to Will.
And what a battle the whole season has been, guys. Partly thanks to you, Jeremy. Congratulations here. You told me earlier you wanted to take this right down to the last moto, and wow, what an impressive performance that was there. What are the thoughts that you leave here with today?
I mean, today was good. I wish I would have made a couple of clicker adjustments like I did for that second moto in the first moto. It made my life so much easier, and yeah, it was really good. But I got to thank Factory Connection, Ziggy, Derek, my race bike mechanic, my practice bike mechanic, Kyle. It was a good year. I want to congratulate Dylan. He rode phenomenal all year. I was hoping I tried to make a run at him. So maybe in the future in the 450 class I might be able to get him. And really looking forward to next year. I'll be on a different manufacturer. And really looking forward to trying to get something going here in a couple weeks so I can get on the new bike and move forward.
Great season. Congratulations again, Jeremy, and thank you.
And we're left to wonder what that new bike might be, because Martin and the rest of the riders not able to return to the Geico Honda team. What a way to go out. Ferrandis wins it by 22 over Martin. He actually closed up quite a bit after his 9th in that moto and gained a few more points back that didn't even need. And somehow Justin Cooper ends up 3rd at the championship despite not competing in the final moto. I think he's been top 3 in every championship he's been racing here outdoors. But the position that matters, the only one they care about, is the #1. Congrats to Dylan Ferrandis.
And Joe Shimoda, an incredible performance, best of the season there, coming in third. Joe, congratulations. You saved the best till last here. How good does that feel to get that done here on the last race in Impala and for the team, the Geico Honda team?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank my family. You know, I came from Japan, and, you know, they sacrificed everything for me. And, yeah, I finally was able to do it on last round here at Impala. You know, I ride here every day, but race is always different. And one more thing, Geico is, you know, it's like, it's sad to have the Geicos out, but definitely, you know, it's a little bittersweet. But I'm pretty happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Congratulations again.
Of the world, and we were able to do it thanks to all the folks from MX Sports. One more moto to go. It'll be the 450 final moto, and again, the hardware will be passed out. Can Zach Osborne wrap up his first 450 outdoor national championship? Adam Cianciarulo is going to try to have something to say about it, and Eli Tomac looks like he's on fire today here at Pala Raceway.
The Roval will be the end of the road for 4 playoff contenders. I'm just mad I can't go myself. I went to the race in person last year, but we're out in California right now for motocross. NASCAR comes home to Charlotte. It's a critical elimination race for the round of 8. Find out tomorrow what happens. 2:30 on NBC. We have one race left in the 2020 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship. It's going to be a good one. Zach Osborne has been at this racing stuff for a while now. He turned pro back in 2006, and from 2008 to 2012, he competed in the European-based MXGP World Championship, and then returned to the States in 2013 with Geico Honda. But he didn't find championship success until he joined the Husqvarna team, taking 250 Supercross titles in 2017 and 2018, and the 2017 250 Motocross Championship. 2020 is his second year in the Premier class, and Zach has earned his first 4 overall wins, and at the age of 31, the father of 2, is doing his best work ever. And it comes into the season finale on the cusp of a 450 National Motocross Championship.
I'm still really driven. I enjoy what I'm doing. I enjoy the training and everything that goes with racing.
While Zach has the experience to deal with the ups and downs of racing, his season has been a lot like 2020 in general. Unpredictable, and where nothing comes easy.
Yeah, I mean, issues happen in racing. It's part of it. And especially when you're at the pointy end, weird things start to happen, you know. So there's definitely no loss of trust in my team. I have 100% faith in what they do and what we do as a team, as a group. There's been some uncomfortable situations for all of us this summer, but yeah, I still have 100% faith in Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Racing. Years like this where you have championship pressure for an amount of time are tough. You know, it takes a toll on you. But so I think that's the biggest thing is just, you know, my successful years have only been sort of the last 4 or 5. So that pressure hasn't really worn me down too far yet.
Zach Osborne, 1 moto away from winning the 450 National Championship.
For the final moto of the 2020 Lucas Oil Motocross season, going to wrap it up here this afternoon in Pala at Fox Raceway. Going to the gate with the 40th pick, comes out of Kennard, Nebraska. He's on a Corrosion Specialties Race Tech Shift KTM 450 SXF. It's the 819 of Blake O. Going to the gate with the 39th gate pick. Comes out of Seattle, Washington. He's riding a Team All-South Husqvarna. It's the number 114 of Nick Schmidt. 38th gate pick. Comes out of Marmora, New Jersey. He rides a SGB Racing Maxxis Babbitt's Kawasaki KX450. It's the 309 of Jeremy Smith. Coming out of Danville, Kentucky, he rides a Trigger Tyler Bowers Racing KX450F. He gets the 37th gate pick. It's Tyler Bowers. 36th gate pick comes out of East Lyme, Connecticut on a 3D Racing Yamaha YZ450F. Say hello to the 703 of Justin Rando. 35th gate pick. Local guy here, Paris, California, riding a privately sponsored KTM 450 SXF, the 639 of Rene Garcia. Coming out of Temecula, California, he gets the 34th gate pick. He rides a private sponsored FC 450 FE. It's the 206 of Griffin Dexter. Going to the gate 33rd this afternoon from Grand Junction, Colorado on his Perry's Power Sports Honda CRF 450R. It's John Citrola. 32nd gate pick. Comes out of Chester, South Carolina. He's on a Root Racing Husqvarna FC 450. It's the number 32 of Austin Root. Going to the gate with the 31st pick. He comes from Las Vegas, Nevada. He rides a Wii 1 Racing CRF 450R. It's the 565 of Dominic DeSimone.
And now the top 30. From Mandan.
The MX vs. ATV Pala National is presented by Deltran. Start with trust. Start with battery tender. And Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on motorcycle insurance. And by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive.
In the 450 class, here's where they're going to race it out on via the MX vs. ATV all-out track map. We're at Fox Raceway in Pala, California.
Yeah, the start is off to your left there. Pretty fast and flowing in the middle part of the track there. Also, it's lower elevation, a little more sand. The bottom of the screen, that little tighter section, that's all elevated. It's clay, it's slick, so tire setting or tire selection, very difficult on a track like this.
One race to play for. Zach Osborne trying to win a 450 class championship for the first time in his career. Next.
'19th gate pick comes out of Woodland Hills, California. He's on a Rock River Racing YZ 450F. Wears number 141. That's Richard Taylor. 18th gate pick comes from Paso Robles, California, and he's on an MX Athletics BWR Engines LTEC SSI decals Honda CRF 450. That's Colin Gardner. 17th, it's the number 503 coming out of Escondero, California. He's on a Fly Racing Hoosier Tire KTM 450 SXF. That's McClellan Heil. 16th gate pick coming out of Newhall, California on a Fast House Gasper Racing Yamaha YZ 450F, the 72 of Robbie Wegeman. With the 15th gate pick, he comes out of Prince Frederick, Maryland. He rides a SGB Racing Maxxis Babbitt's Kawasaki KX450F, the number 258 of Justin Rodbell. 14th gate pick, Riverside, California, TPJ Racing Kawasaki KX450, number 647, Matthew Hubert. With the 13th gate pick coming out of Robbinsville, North Carolina, he's on a JGR Yoshimura Factory Suzuki Racing machine. It's the number 79 of Isaac Teasdale. 12th position comes out of Dover, Delaware. He's on a Honda CRF 450R sponsored by FXR and Chaparral Honda. It's the number 75 of Cody Schock. And with the 11th gate pick here this afternoon coming from Castaic, California on a Team Maguris JGL Husqvarna, it's the number 700 of Justin Heft.
And now the top 10 from Paradise, Texas on an Invictus Speed Crew Husqvarna, the 78, Jake Masterpool. He finished 9th in Moto number 1 from Great Britain on a Twisted T Suzuki, the 103 of Max Anstey. He grabbed an 8th position in Moto number 1 out of Hawley, Michigan on a Monster Energy Factory Racing Yamaha, the 20 of Brock Tickle. From Cushing, Oklahoma on a Team Rocky Mountain KTM, the number 19 of Justin Bogle. Grabbed a 6th in Moto number 1 from France, the former 2-time world champion on a Red Bull KTM, the number 25 of Marvin Musquin. He finished 5th and he has the championship in his grasp if he can wrestle it away from Abington.
The COVID-19 pandemic has changed how the world operates, and the challenges of running a national motocross championship under these circumstances has been daunting. The Safe to Race Committee has worked with state and local governments and established protocols to ensure that the hundreds of riders, team members, officials, and other personnel will get to work in a healthy environment. And today, after a delayed start, on-the-fly schedule changes, and generally a season unlike any other, the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship will wrap up a very competitive and entertaining season, and one we soon won't forget.
Yes, so good to just get this championship in. We made it to the final round for 2020. Shout out to Freddie Noren. He's the Deltran battery tender RC hard charger from our last race in Colorado. Made the most passes, crashed off the start, came back to 13th. That's the good news. The bad news is Freddie cracked his kneecap in practice this morning. One of several riders out for today. Justin Barcia, a big crash last week. He attempted practice today, decided not to race in the motos. Blake Baggett was dealing with a hand injury, was not able to race today. And Joey Savacci hurt his ankle last week. He also rode practice today and decided not to line up in the motos. So that's a tough one. One rider who has been dealing with injury but doing quite well is Marvin Musquin, coming back from big reconstructive knee surgery that cost him the Supercross championship. He's racing his way back into shape this year, was still in title contention, and then 2 big crashes in the last 2 races. We had one in Minnesota and then one in Florida. Led to a subpar ride last week that kind of extinguished his championship hopes, but it has still been a good comeback season for Marvin on the Red Bull KTM. Let's give you the GoPro course preview here. Some action from the first moto about an hour ago, earlier today here at Fox Raceway. This is Adam Cianciarulo running the camera under fire.
Yeah, this was, you see Tomac going around the outside, takes that line away. But this is a corner. Look how they have to stand. Pretty rough. Then this goes from the lower section. You can see all that roost up to the highest part of the track. The dirt changes, a little more clay, some rocks exposed, back down the hill. A lot of ruts as well. Tough track, fun track, but tough.
And it was a good battle between Cianciarulo and his Monster Energy Kawasaki teammate Eli Tomac in our first moto earlier today. Tomac took the win in that one. Cianciarulo, who needs every point he can, ended up in second. All right. What's the KTM keys to the moto here, Grant, for the last time?
Well, with everyone being so close and competitive, you got to get a solid start, meaning in the first couple laps, you got to be near the front, top 5 preferably, even if you don't get the whole shot. You got to flow. The track's a little weird. The lines are blending and breaking. Find that flow. Keep your momentum. Then don't give up. Last race of the year, a lot can happen.
Osborne, can he get it done? Can Cianciarulo answer? We're underway in the last moto of the 2020 season, and Cianciarulo is going to start it with the whole shot.
Well, that's
Greg right behind him. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, check one item off the list there. As Cianciarulo gets the whole shot, I saw that Osborne got a decent start, got a little roughed around in that first turn, but he comes out quite nicely in that 5th spot at the moment.
Yeah, right behind Musquin, and then the Honda riders, Sexton trying to get around Craig as they fight for the number 2 spot with Cianciarulo up ahead. Little math here, I believe that if Cianciarulo were to win this moto, Osborne would only have to score 7 points, which would be a 14th place finish. And again, that all presumes that Cianciarulo, who's second in points, would win this one. It looks good so far, but we're just getting started. 30 minutes and 2 laps before this season is over. And those are the only 2 left to play for this title. It's over for Tomac and Musquin, who are 3rd and 4th in points. There's Osborne in white in the bottom of the screen.
Well, speaking of Tomac, he was obviously the spoiler in Moto 1. We don't see him near the front. Timing scoring has him in 9th right now, so Tomac got his work cut out if he wants to get the overall. But for Cianciarulo, this is good news for him.
That has been the case far too often for Tomac, but he was able to make his way from 7th to 1st in our first moto today. Hey, good start here for Justin Bogle, the blue gear on the Rocky Mountain ATV and CKTM. He has been getting stronger as this year has gone on, and he's challenging Osborne right now. That is 5th and 6th.
Yeah, Justin Bogle, when he's healthy, he's another one of those guys you have to throw in the top 10, maybe top 5 quite consistently. But in our sport, we always see if riders are down with injuries, it's really hard to come back. You lose that momentum, you lose some fitness. Everyone else keeps progressing.
Bogle right there with the 16 of Osborne, holding on to that series lead here in the finale. And this is more than enough if he finishes up in 5th. But it has been a dynamic season, and until that checkered flag waves, we cannot count on anything. Osborne had a flat tire in a moto earlier in the year. A couple of mechanical problems that they were able to rectify right before racing or practice began. And he's well aware of that also. This is perhaps the ultimate journeyman, and he's just got to bring this thing home. Surrounded by some friendly fire. Muscan up ahead. Those guys ride and train together. Not going to have to worry about any aggression there. Cianciarulo doing all he can. What a fantastic second half to the rookie 450 campaign for him. Won 2 overalls in a row at one point. Would love to end it with a 3rd overall win here in California. And he's in position to do that right now.
Well, that was quite an interesting little turn there where you saw Big Rock get shot out from the front wheel of Osborne. Another little situation here. Talk about what can happen in racing. Watch this.
Brock Tickle goes down on the 20 Yamaha. Oh, that slowed up Tomac big time.
Yeah, Tomac there, wrong place, wrong time. And, and then he comes back, and Anstey was there. But it just shows you anything can happen. And I said it earlier, but with Osborne, it's really tough right now. He wants to push forward. He's got a lot to lose, everything to gain. If Justin Bogle is putting that kind of pressure on, as tough as it is, it might be better just to kind of roll over on this one. He's still got plenty of points to play with. Another thing that we have had to mention a couple times this year is because we're racing later in the season and it's fall, the shadows. A lot of blinding shadows, and that can make it really tricky. These ruts get deep. These ruts on the face of the jump. If you don't, what you don't see can hurt you, as in a hole or a rock. And on the previous lap, I just saw Osborne go through one of those nice sandy turns and a big rock just shoot up, and it, probably caught him off guard a little bit too, but that's something that can take the front wheel out or even get a flat. We've seen that as well.
Dave Feeney, that was a long-time mechanic of Osborne, just telling him the flow, trying to keep him calm.
Yeah, you just want to keep the rider calm at this point. Obviously, Osborne trying to keep himself calm, but you just want to have everyone around you sort of on the same page. He's got no major pressure. Tomac comes by, so be it. He knows where he needs to be. Look at this near the front.
Christian Craig is doing it again. A career day for him. He's battling for a podium position in the first moto, ended up 4th, and now he is catching Cianciarulo for the lead. Then Sexton goes by, and Muscan, and then here is Osborne. 31 years old, married, father of 2, and it's not the normal status for a rider at the top of the 450 class. He'd be the oldest ever winner in this class. And they'll send it to Will with more on our series leader and would-be champion, Will.
Jason, you said it, he's such a family man, isn't he, Zach Osborne? So I checked in with his wife, Brittany, just to see what their week had been like leading up to this. And she said they've been able to keep it as normal as possible. She said being a family, they're all about routine. So they stuck to the exact same routine. Everything that they've known throughout the year did not change up. But she said you can feel it in the air. She said it's not like it was a tension. She was trying to put her finger on it. She's like, but it's just something lurking there the whole time because it's obviously just such a massive weekend for them as a family.
Yeah, now Osborne does have some championship experience. He won the 250 title in this division 3 years ago and has a pair of 250 Supercross championships. In 2017, he won this title outdoors, 2018 indoors, but there's something different about going to this level. And even it was Cianciarulo, who was last year's 250 champ, articulating that quite a bit this year. There's that great unknown. No matter what credentials or talent you have or what team you're on when you move to the 450 class, you never know how it's going to turn out. Osborne has charted his path in his second year in this class. putting himself in position to win this title, but he's got to keep that rockstar Husqvarna on the racetrack and bring this thing home. We are just getting started in a 30-minute moto. There's Osborne. Was under a little bit of pressure from Bogle, and I thought Tomac would be coming for him quickly. Now you see Tomac. There he is. There's the challenge to Bogle. Tomac on the inside can't quite make it happen. Bogle, he's got everything to fight for. He's only feeling really back to 100%. Last couple of motos have been much improved for Bogle. And you never know, silly season for a lot of these riders. He's trying to prove he's still worth signing for a team for next year. Maybe worth staying there at the Rocky Mountain ATV KTM squad. And what do you see on Osborne here, Gio?
Yeah, well, the previous lap, if you were paying attention, he didn't jump the step down or the step up. And for a brief second there, I thought, whoa, hang on, there's something going wrong again. And then he pulled it back, but definitely not riding at that full sort of Zach Osborne attack mode, and I totally understand. But obviously the one thing that probably would or could cost him this title would be a mechanical. As you alluded to, 14th place would be enough. Zach Osborne could ride kind of one-handed and get 14th, but if the bike can't finish, all of a sudden 14th is difficult. But everything looks okay right now. I anticipate that Tomac will get around and keep kind of moving forward, getting into his groove.
Well, that uphill jump is tough to get clean. And, you know, you could probably bounce off the top of that 100 times on one of these bikes. But one out of one of those 100 times could break something. So maybe he's like, if I don't, we're going to play. So maybe he's saying, if I don't know for sure I'm getting to the top, I'm not taking a chance of casing that thing. Osborne, again, just needs to bring it home. And we say that over and over, that it is not a situation most of these riders are used to. They don't ride or train riding at, you know, 78% or whatever Osborne's circulating on right now.
It also makes a 30-minute plus 2-lap moto feel like it was an hour and 30 minutes plus 2 laps. So, but at least he's not in a must-win or a different situation. This is certainly a lot better.
Well, Zach Osborne leads this championship, but he has proven, even in adversity, that he can make the best of it. This was round 2 at Loretta Lynn's. The bike did not start, and he crashed at round 3. He actually had to go through a B qualifier there to get into the field at round 2. Then round 3, this cost him a couple of positions, and then they had some problems. That's the whole shot device, that little blue button on the front of the bike. He had to skip his sight lap for the second moto at Millville, Minnesota, and then he got a flat in that race, was able to nurse it home for a few points. The team wanted in the pit. He did not see that signboard and had to bring it home in the front flat, which is dangerous. Could have crashed at any time. Just a few examples. He's now given up a position to Eli Tomac, and that's not cause for alarm. He doesn't need to race it out with Eli right now. Eli knows what Zach's going through. It was a few months ago at Salt Lake City at Supercross where Eli was trying to bring home that title, and Osborne went on to win the race that day because Tomac wasn't racing for the win. He was points racing. And the beneficiary of that here could be this man, Adam Cianciarulo. Could he win the moto? Could he take his 3rd overall win of his rookie 450 season? I'll tell you what, still see Christian Craig back there at times. And there's your championship points on the left side of the screen, 8 points. And the position that Osborne is in, 6th. 6th on back, it's 1 point loss per position. So Osborne would have to not lose 8 spots. Actually 9. He holds a tiebreaker, I believe, over Cianciarulo, which is most moto wins. So 8 doesn't seem like a lot, but it would take something crazy for Cianciarulo to dig this out. But how about Craig, man? Gas.
Yeah, Craig's been looking good from basically first lap of practice. I think he's very comfortable here. Got a lot of family, friends, fans, and certainly wants to finish off strong. Even though he's on the factory Honda right now, he was a sort of a loaner, if you want to call it, from the Geico Honda team. So Christian Craig will be making a few changes moving forward.
Will, what are you hearing on Christian Craig?
Just seem to have the fire underneath in there, Jason, obviously from great results there last week. And he told me it just kind of clicked. He said we hear it from a lot of the riders, but once you run up front, he said it just changes everything. When I asked him how that was, he said it's just a mental thing, like a sense of feeling like you belong up there. And he said, and once you do that, you keep that. And I asked him if he thought he could repeat it again this weekend, and he said yes. We obviously saw him do well again there with that 4th in Moto 1, and keeping it going here was, as he put it, just a wonderful way to finish out the season.
And on the mental side, he works with the Olympic BMX gold medalist Connor Fields, who's here today. And Fields says, especially in BMX short racing, it's really all about a mental process, putting yourself in that zone. And he worked really hard with Craig on that, staying in the moment here, not overthinking it. But right now, a potential moto win is right in front of him. Christian Craig, maybe the best outdoor moto he's ever put in his career, in front of friends and family. So here is Craig in second, not too far behind him, his teammate and his buddy, Chase Sexton. And as Craig told the story not that long ago, when Sexton was an amateur, actually moved out to California and lived in Craig's house for a while. So these two go way back. But Craig was pretty honest. He's like, then, you know, eventually we started battling, and then he started winning races. And for a while, Craig was like, dang it, why did I help this guy so much? And now they're battling again, here for second in this moto.
Funny how things do full circle.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, a lot of what makes these riders is the people they ride with, they learn from, they hang out with. You know, I bet you could speak to both of them and they've learned from each other. So overall, probably helped them both. Cincerello's also been around a lot of top athletes over the years and been compared to top athletes, which I always thought was got to be something pretty interesting when there's that pressure from a young age of, oh, this is supposed to be the next best thing.
Yeah, Cincerillo has learned some lessons with that as well, yeah.
Well, because if you don't win, it's a failure, right? You know, you have that sort of pressure. Not that he put it on, it was what people were saying. But it's nice to see these youngsters that improve and get to this level, which is the top of the pinnacle of motocross.
Yeah, and that's what Cincerillo has articulated quite a bit lately. He said, look, you guys remember a couple years ago, 250 class outdoors, I was lucky to get 10, 12 moto scores. So I got to put in perspective, even if I don't win the title this year, to just be in this position and to be winning, to be second in points, I cannot be disappointed with that. It has been a great rookie season for last year's 250 champ. Adam Cincerillo leads the way here at Fox Raceway in California. MX versus ATV All-Out National, last round of the season. Cincerillo is the last rider with a shot at this 450 title. Zach Osborne is the series leader. Everyone except the number 9 here has been mathematically eliminated. All Adam can do is win this moto and hope that some sort of bad luck falls Osborne's way. Osborne is riding smart back in 6th. But it's all about the perspective for Cincerillo, who was in a dark place a couple years ago, just a series of injuries. Looked like he was going to reach his potential, which was considered quite vast as a motocross racer. And event points as they run, that is overall for today. Cincerillo would take the overall win. He'd finish second in points. He'd have 3 wins in the 9 races this year. That is a great rookie season of the big bike. So he has said over and over, I cannot be disappointed even if I don't win this title. From where he was a few years ago, it's pretty impressive. Though this moto win is not a foregone conclusion. He's got 2 Hondas, Craig and Sexton ganging up on him, and still half of the moto to hold him off. 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your insurance by calling Geico. These guys are rolling right now, the Honda boys.
I was just thinking the same thing. I thought for Cincerello, he's been riding great, but I mean, these guys are just really trailing him and a lot of racing to go. And Craig looks to me, like you were saying, Jason, definitely looks good. And Will mentioned it earlier. He's just been on the gas. We saw him flat landing in practice, going for the fast lap, just kind of riding a little bit more aggressively than we've seen. And wouldn't it be great for him to finish off with a moto win? So for Cincerello, he does not want to be dealing with these guys already. Lappers coming into the equation. when you deal with a couple lappers at the same time, it can make things a little extra tricky for the leader, especially when you're the leader, because you're the first one to come up on them.
Osborne still running in 6th. Oh, here's Craig, a quick attack. Or sorry, Chase Sexton, a quick attack on Craig. So the Honda boys just swapped the number 2 spot.
Yeah, that was pretty quick and a little out of nowhere almost. I don't know if Craig just didn't get a good run out of that turn. I know that the ruts are starting to build up, but every now and then Sexton gets in his little groove where he'll throw down a few laps in a row that
like
are just unbelievable. He's got some good lines at the moment. See how smooth he is. Ran right up on Cincerello, who was kind of bouncing through that rut.
Sexton on the gas. Check out that jersey, really cool. The Alpine Stars folks did that. His racing number's 23. They made it a Michael Jordan tribute jersey, and coming out of Illinois, he is a Chicago Bulls fan. So that's a pretty cool setup there. Can he do Michael Jordan-like things and pull out a win here late in the contest?
Well, if he rides anything like Jordan played, he'll pull a miracle out somewhere. So I just said how good Craig looked, and then Sexton kind of blew by him. So Cincerello not looking back, not worried about what's happening behind him, which is the smart thing to do. But these guys have definitely built a pretty nice gap on Musquin in 4th. So this is going to be the battle for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It's just going to be which order will we see it. Now Cincerello actually has a slight little gap for a change.
Yeah, did he get the memo there? He suddenly realized Sexton was all over him and put the hammer down, because, yeah, I thought Chase was going to make the pass. And we've been telling the story all year long. These two actually ride together, Sexton and Cincerello, and it's like another day riding, except this one with points and overall wins and motos on the line. Sexton in 2nd. No, Sexton is back. He is just really quick through that section of the track. Right on Cincerello again. Oh! Lines almost converged there.
Yeah, Sexton is I was about to say, so good with his lines, but see, in those, like that turn there where it's very powdery, you get too close to the ride in front of you, you cannot actually see what your front wheel's about to hit. Cincerello learned from the previous lap when he realized Sexton was trying to come up the inside. So Cincerello got out of that rut a little bit tighter, like Sexton has been doing. Chase just really good at finding that, just fresh piece of dirt with his traction. It's not so choppy. Even if it means he has to hesitate in the corners, pull out of that main line just a little bit earlier.
Each rider has their strength on the racetrack. Through here, Cincerello able to stretch it out just a bit. And then the other side, Sexton has closed in the last 2 laps.
Little ground. Yeah, it's definitely one of those, you can tell one rider's strong on the one half, the other one the other half. AC seems to pull away here up until the mechanics area, then it seems to swing the other way.
And we're down to 10 minutes and 2 laps to go. Osborne a safe 6th. Cincerello going for the overall. And Eli Tomac's on the charge. He has caught Marvin Musquin for 4th.
Yeah, Eli looked a little sluggish at the beginning of this moto, but found his groove that he does so often. So you got to imagine he's probably going to be able to dispose of Marvin, but then after that, it's a big gap to Christian Craig. It would really have to be a unbelievable Eli Tomac style ride to catch up that amount of time, but definitely 4th is on the cards.
Sunday, it's Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings heading to CenturyLink Field in Seattle to face Russell Wilson and the Seattle Seahawks. Vikings Seahawks football night in America Sunday at 7 Eastern only on NBC. Yeah, you like that? Says Kirk Cousins, that's his signature call. And you like this, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Everyone has different goals right now. Marvin Musquin trying to hold off on the number 25, Eli Tomac. This is just a fight for 4th place. It's 2 riders who've battled for this title many, many times. They were in the thick of it this year, but it appears that Zach Osborne is going to get the better of everyone. Osborne running a safe 6th with 8 minutes and 2 laps to go in this season. It appears Osborne is going to be your champ if it stays like this. And the 3-year title reign for Eli Tomac will end today. But it ended with a flurry. Got the overall win last week. Won the first moto earlier today. Bad start of this moto. Couldn't quite get going quickly enough. I think Tomac might be out of time to try to win the overall today. But it was good to see a few flashes of the old Eli Tomac before 2020 Motocross ended. In Supercross, it was great. He was Supercross champ. But in Motocross, we're scratching our heads a little bit. But he found his old form again.
Yeah, we always hold him to such high standards. It's like being under the microscope the entire time. But, you know, without a doubt, he didn't have that advantage that we've seen in years gone by. Like, there were races where you alluded to Eli would win by over a minute, you know, and then this year.
As these guys are still battling. Sexton catching Cianciarulo again. Yeah, not quite the same with Tomac, but 2 moto wins late in the season, showing he's still got it. Should be interesting in 2021. How about these kids, man? This is fun to watch. Cianciarulo and Sexton still battling for the last moto win of the year.
Training buddies. They ride together during the week. They get to learn from each other. They know each other very well.
Oh! Cianciarulo's down!
Another one of those kickers.
Oh, the frustration. Another one's going to get away from him, but what will that do for the overall? That Kawasaki's electric start. He has that thing running. Now we've got to start totaling up the points. Is that enough for Sexton to maybe take the overall?
It is. Sexton will win the overall the way it stands right now. But Christian Craig puts himself in a position too where if he wins this moto, it'd be really close. But for Adam, oh, how frustrating. We're going to get a replay of this, but yeah, they've got some holes in the face. See, look, it just kicks him, and the nose just keeps going down, down, down. Luckily, it wasn't worse, like as in going straight over the bars. See him trying to get back to his feet, get that bike going. There goes Craig, of course, same with Sexton.
Cianciarulo now back to 3rd, so let's do the math. Sexton looking at 3-1 scores. That should be enough to win the overall because Cianciarulo would have a 2-3. So we might have a first-time overall winner in both classes today. Meanwhile, here's your motorsport.com whole shot replay. This is Cianciarulo controlling the race off the start.
Yeah, he is about 6 gates from the inside of the doghouse. Almost a direct line to that first turn. Gets the bike turned, pivoted. See, the guys on the inside, they have to brake a little bit sooner because it's a tighter angle into that first turn. But no doubt about who got the whole shot there. Cianciarulo 2 full bike lengths ahead.
So now 5 minutes and 2 laps to go. And Chase Sexton, who started this first 450 campaign with so much promise, fast qualifier in the first race of the year at Loretta Lynn's, but it has taken him all 9 rounds to put it together and complete a full race day with good finishes in both motos. And now he's in position for the overall win with a 3rd and a 1st if it ends like this. No problem for Osborne, by the way, still in 6th. That's more than enough. And Cianciarulo lost several points there. That'd be 5 points fewer for him, dropping from 1st to 3rd. So that's going to make Osborne have a little more cushion. Nothing for him to worry about. Big celebration, though, if Chase Sexton can get this done and end the year on a high note. So here is Sexton. Wow, well, he'll take it any way he can get it. He was pushing Cianciarulo, didn't have to pass him. Cianciarulo goes down. And I'm going to be curious for the next lap time of Cianciarulo to see if that bike might not be a little bit damaged. Not a huge crash as far as the hit to the body, but it's easy to twist up to some parts on the handlebars and whatnot. So we'll see if Cianciarulo can find his old pace again. Musquin, Tomac, Osborne, Anstie, Bogle, Tickle, Cody Schock riding that 2021 Honda. Good job Chaparral FXR machine running in 10th. As we watch Sexton, this will be the last run for the 2020 Honda. And that bike's going to go out a winner if it ends this way. And heck, 1-2 for good measure.
Yeah, great way to end the season for them, for the bike.
I want to throw one more story in there. Think about this. Sexton and Craig are technically members of the Geico Honda 250 team. They both moved up to the 450. So Geico Honda is looking at a podium sweep in their final 250 moto, and then two other riders, part of the team, are looking to go 1-2 in the 450 class as that team shuts the doors. Racing is weird like that sometimes.
We heard Shimoda say, bittersweet.
Yeah, yeah. Unbelievable how this is going to turn out. And I said that that's what that Geico team is known for, taking young talent and developing them. Sexton, certainly an example of that, as he has back-to-back 250 Supercross championships and now showing his skills on the 450, serving notice for everyone for next season as he's looking at an overall win to end this year.
Yeah, he's looked good all season. He's shown pace. We kept saying he's going to put it all together at some point.
Chase Sexton, a dream ride for him to be a 450 class winner. He's got to hold on for a few more laps and he'll get it done. And we were alluding to during the break in our 250 moto, we mentioned that the Geico Honda team is shutting its doors. They've lost the title sponsorship. They go out and sweep 1, 2, 3 in the podium in the 250 class. 1, 2 in this 450 moto are two riders who rode for that team this year and then moved up. Sexton in the lead, Christian Craig in second. An incredible end of the run for that team to go out 1, 2, 3 in the 250 class and essentially 1, 2 in the 450 class. I cannot believe it's ended this way. Sexton will be that team's last champion, 250 Supercross East titleist from earlier this year. And couldn't script a better ending, although I'm sure the team would rather it not be the end. Heck, they'd rather take a bad day at the races today and keep going to next year. But if it is going to end, no better way to do it than this.
Yeah,
incredible.
It's a tough one to see happen, but you know, Chase Sexton has shown all outdoors series long that he's got speed. Oh, now we've got a battle behind yet. Tomac, he's been patient. He got to Muska and lost a bit of ground, and I think he's going to try force the issue. Can he get well, yeah, around the outside? We haven't seen that in that bend. Usually it's the other way around, getting up the inside, but Eli coming on strong as usual late in the moto.
Yeah, he was up to Muscan several laps ago. Look at Mark, though. Tightrope walk on the inside. Look at that beautiful line. Can he beat him into the top of the hill? Tomac just shuts it off.
Yeah, closes that door right in front of him. But that outside was working most of the day at the bottom of the hill, but the inside's formed up nicely. The outside's got some big holes. Once again, having to make adjustments during the moto. So for Eli, I don't think he's going to be able to get his teammate, who's now obviously settled for third after that, that little close call. And but yeah, as I was saying with Sexton, he's shown so much speed all season long, and it was just the little things missing, you know, the consistency, or, you know, overcoming little mistakes and not letting it bother him. You know, the little things we talk about when you're a rookie. But we knew he was going to win. We wondered if it would happen this year, so he saved the best for last. So if nothing changes, we would have also had quite a few different winners this season, which I think is pretty cool. Moto winners as well as overall winners in a compressed schedule. It's made motocross extremely exciting.
Yeah, it's really been fun to watch this year, but it has worked out best for this man, the 31-year-old Zach Osborne out of Virginia. I told the story many times. The long journey, but he didn't really find this form, race and title winning form, until he joined this Rockstar Energy drink Husqvarna team. We asked him about the comfort that he has with that squad.
I'm sort of a comfort guy. I need comfort in the people around me. I need comfort that they're going to give me feedback and I can give them feedback. And, you know, there's kind of a gel, a hem and haw of what's going on. As a group. So for me, that's key. That's been one of the big keys to my success with the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Racing team, is I'm in an environment where I feel really comfortable and I have people around me that I feel comfortable with, you know, not only my manager, my team manager, but my mechanic, the other mechanics on the team, just everyone, the whole system is what it takes to be good and to win.
I want to give credit to Bobby Hewitt, who actually built this Rockstar team, and then eventually they got KTM and then Husqvarna sponsorship, and went from a privateer effort at one point to the very pinnacle of a factory rods. Now Hewitt is no longer with this squad, but the foundation he has built, Jason Anderson winning a Supercross title a couple years ago, Osborne winning the final Supercross round this year, and then taking it here into Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Scuba Steve Westfall has now been named the team manager of the squad. He's been with that crew for a long time as the technical director and the crew chief. A lot of familiar faces over there. Dave Feeney, the longtime mechanic for Osborne. There is a certain vibe to that team. They're very loyal to their people. And it's not like when they picked up Osborne 4 or 5 years ago, everybody was saying there was some major free agent sweepstakes.
Sure.
He was good, but he has gone completely to another level with this team.
No doubt about it. I mean, as he said, he loves this team. He's always had their back. They've backed him 100% through thick or thin. I think it's a rare but great relationship to have in our sport. I know I've said it over and over again, but a happy rider is always a fast rider. He believes in his program. He believes in his training program with old Baker down in Florida. He rides with some of his competitors. He's just been strong, level-headed. We've seen him have to deal with a little adversity at times. And I've always been impressed with how quickly he puts that in the review mirror and just focuses forward and moves on to the next task at hand. 2 laps to go. See, Dave Feeney just very calm, cool, calm, and collected. He knows, we're at distance 6th. Who cares? We got this. Just circulate.
This will be another in a long line of titles for the trainer, Alden Baker, who started in this sport 20 years ago with Ricky Carmichael, and they won this championship back then, and he's still getting it done now. Will can add with more on the trainer, Alden.
Thanks, Jason. I asked Alden this morning, I said, what are you saying to Zach today? What is the advice that you can give him? And he said he knows. He knows all this stuff, Grant, that you just mentioned, it's there. But he said, honestly, his attitude is what counts. He said, just do what you've been doing because it's been working. And he said, I just reminded him how many riders would absolutely love to be in the position that you're in. So just keep that attitude, focus on that, enjoy every moment of it. And he said Zach really is just so different the way he looks at stuff. He said he's just got this veteran mindset that he has, and he just sounded really proud of everything that he'd achieved.
Hey, we've told this story so much, we've told it to death, but there is no one that has perspective like Osborne. He was so down on his racing fortunes. He tells a story the time he had to sleep in a tent in Russia at a race just to keep his career going.
He came out of amateurs with all this hype around him. That was the problem. He didn't win immediately. And then I think some people turned their backs a little bit on him, and he had to reinvent himself.
Yeah, and the desire he has, I mean, this is a guy who, when we had the break between Supercross and Motocross, raced a Grand National cross-country off-road race. Whenever you hear of a rider who at one point had it and lost it, that fire becomes inextinguishable when they get another opportunity, and that's what it is to Osborne. Whatever he's asked to do, he'll ride any bike, anytime, any place, anywhere. Even though he's the oldest rider in the class, or the oldest one of the contenders, it's almost like he's the freshest guy out there, because the desire is just endless with this guy. I think because he has seen the other side. He has seen how quickly he can slip away.
Nice. Got Anstey behind him. I'm sure he'd rather prefer just let Anstey by. 6, 7, doesn't matter. Chase Sexton, so cool to see. We kind of all knew he had it in him.
Right.
We just hadn't physically seen it all get put together. But here we are, final round, 2020. Such a interesting season. But, man, one thing we were blessed with was such great racing. Couldn't have scripted it any better. Fans cheering as they appreciate this young, talented kid going around the track who'll collect his first win. You can see what it means. And they know there'll probably be many more of these days to come.
Oh, yeah, great move by Honda. They actually moved him up to the class early. Could have raced 250s one more time. Outdoors here, instead they put him on the big bike. And what experience and now confidence he has gained, because with 3-1 scores, Chase Sexton has taken his first ever overall win on a 450. An equally great run for Christian Craig, a career high, taking second in the moto. I believe he's going to just miss the overall podium for the day. Cianciarulo is going to be third overall behind Tomac, who will be second. And here it is, GL. Zach Osborne is going to get this done.
Yep, he even let Anstey by. Anstey's checking out, but Osborne's basically on a parade lap. He knows where he stands. He could. It's so hard to push when you're in those positions. So don't be alarmed that he's well over a minute behind the leaders. It means nothing. He's just thinking about, you know, everything he's been through.
And it's cool. We do get to have some fans on hand here to commemorate this a little bit more. They are cheering him all the way around the track. Certainly everyone appreciates the work ethic, just the never say die attitude. As a matter of fact, when he won his first Supercross title, that was the message on the pit board in the last lap from Dave Feeney, never say die. And you go over there, they have stickers all over the toolboxes, the team truck. That's their motto, never say die. And that has gotten Zach Osborne to the 2020 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross 450 Championship.
Yeah, you can see the emotion. He almost looks like he's a little bit in disbelief. I think he's a little numb at the moment, but that's a cool feeling.
He can finally exhale. Yeah, I mean, the pressure was there. He ends up 7th in the moto, and there is the squad. They have won this championship. They've won them all now. They got the Supercross title with Anderson a few years ago. They won this title this 250 class motocross championship with Osborne. Got multiple Supercross championships in the 250 division. Impressive what they have done. And Osborne, I think you're right. I don't know if it's quite sunk in here yet. And there's Dave Feeney. Several celebrations here. Sexton is already on the podium with his win, but Zach Osborne will take the #1 plate when we return here on NBCSN.
His first national win of his 450 career. You look at the results, and it's been an amazing series. The true dedication that the teams and the riders have put in, and wow, that's what we have to say. Max Anstey was able to put in a nice ride, but the final moto of 2020 had Chase Sexton picking up the win. Christian Craig, his teammate, in second. Adam Cianciarulo in a #3 spot. Eli Tomac, the 3-time national champ, finished in a #4 spot in moto #2. Marvin Muskin in 5, Max Anstey in 6. Zach Osborne finished in a #7 spot in Moto 2, but picked up the national championship. Justin Bogle picked up the #8 spot. Brock Tickle in 9, and Cody Schock, #75, rounded out the top 10. Behind him, some great rides by Isaac Teasdale, Justin Rodbell, Jake Masterpool, Matthew Hubert, Robbie Wageman, Tyler Bowers, Justin Hoft, Alex Ray, Tristan Lane in 19th, and Jeremy Smith, #309, rounded out your top 20. We certainly want to thank all you race fans for coming out here and being part of the action. The folks from MX Sports want to tip the cap to you, all of the hard-working individuals that made this track so amazing. Hawthorne Cat and Brian Wallace. The Paula tribe has really extended the red carpet, and it felt like outdoor motocross at its finest here in Southern California. The great crowd, the big turnout, the way you folks cheered these riders on, and it's certainly a tip of the cap to all the hard-working men and women that travel the country, from flagmen to the medical crew to the television production team. Obviously, we have to give a big shout out to our boss, Roy Jansen, who goes above and beyond each and every week. Davey Coombs, Carrie, Joe Coombs, Russell, thank you very much. Jeff Canfield and all your crew have done an outstanding job. Bondo and Manhart, who man the television stations over there each and every week to bring you the best action. And what a series, what an action. And it's going to be a little bit of a break, but when we come back in 2021, you can expect not only the same great racing, but don't be surprised.
The MX vs. ATV Pala National is presented by Guaranteed Rate. Mortgage rates are historically low. Save money at rate.com today. And MX vs. ATV All Out. Go all out with the MX vs. ATV video game. And by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive. For the first time, he's going to be an overall winner in the 450 class of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. Zach Osborne wins Loretta's again. I cannot believe what has happened this weekend. Something has gone wrong with the bike, and this could get worse.
He's got a front flat.
There goes Tomac to the inside, split lane. He goes 1-1 here at Jacksonville. He's done it. Zach Osborne is the Premier Class champion in Lucas Oil Pro Motocross.
And through all of that, this Lucas Oil Pro Motocross 2020 season gets wrapped up here, and standing at the top of the podium for the first time in his career, Zach Osborne. And to present that red plate to him, Director of Racing at AMA, Mike Pelletier. Mike, over to you.
Thanks, Will. Zach, what a season it's been. Congratulations to you and your team. On behalf of the AMA and MX Sports Pro Racing, it gives me great pleasure to present you with the 2020 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship 450 #1 plate.
Zach, congratulations doesn't seem like enough. What an incredible journey it has been for you, and every race you've managed to stay in the moment just focusing on that. Well, you don't have to anymore. You get to think about it now, so if you can share with me the emotions that you're feeling.
It's been the longest 9 weeks of my life, honestly, and this last one's been extremely tough. You know, you think of a million ways to win, and then you think of 1,000,001 ways to lose, so it's a battle of, you know, good and bad, and, you know, I just have to give it up to the Lord. I wouldn't be here without his grace and mercy, and, you know, I considered actually retiring in March after I broke my back, and my wife kind of gave me a pep talk, and we decided against it, went to Salt Lake, kind of against our better judgment. That went well, and it just carried into this outdoor season, and I came out swinging and was able to take home a national championship, which is something I never ever dreamed of doing, honestly. Like, it's way out of I felt it was way out of my league, you know, so dream big is the moral of the story, and don't ever give up. Find people that believe in you even when you don't, and just keep pressing on.
An incredible story, very inspiring, Zach, and congratulations to you.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Racing team, everybody back at the Baker's Factory, my wife, my family. It's just, it's such a relief to win this today. You know, today that moto was the longest moto ever. Every sound, you think something's happening. Every time you feel a rock, it's just, you know, you feel every single thing, and it's like hyper awareness. So what an incredible day, and just thank you to everyone who's been behind me. There's a million people that have touched my career, and I couldn't name them all, but every person ever has gotten me to this point.
Enjoy every second of it, Zach. Thank you so much.
Well, that's something we did not know. He had big injuries in Supercross, and when he got back on the track, he said he was way off the pace, but I didn't know it was considered retirement level.
Crazy. Well, everything he said right there just sums it up. I mean, you think of all the ways you can win, you think of all the ways you can lose. Yeah. Every noise from the motorcycle, you think it's braking. I mean, that's why I said that moto was the longest moto of his life. And when you're idling around in 6th, 7th place, you're like, get this over with, give me my championship plate. Let's have a look how he got it done.
Lucas Oil race recap for our final moto of the season. Cianciarulo's starts have been on point this summer. And he leads Christian Craig and Chase Sexton through the first couple of corners, and those three would battle for the majority of this race. Cianciarulo hoping to score max points and hope for the best as far as the championship is concerned, but then he throws it away.
Yeah, hits a little kicker on the takeoff of that step up. Saw the front end dip. He was never able to get it up. Almost a carbon copy of last week. And then Chase Sexton, well, he's able to get it done. See how happy he is.
Yeah. First time ever that he's a winner in the 450 class. What a way to end the rookie campaign. And here is Osborne bringing it across 7th place. More than enough to win the championship that he managed so well in one of the hardest seasons to manage, considering the major schedule changes and the general insecurity that everybody had every week of where we were going to go and how long the championship would last. The guaranteed rate results for your final moto of the season: Craig 2nd, Cianciarulo 3rd, Tomac Musquin top 5, Anstey, Osborne, Bogle, Tickle, Cody Schock. Nice job in the 2021 Honda in 10th. We go back to the podium and Will.
We'd hard to believe he's a rookie, but Chase Sexton taking that overall win here today. And Chase, you've been so open about how much you wanted this all year, and you brought it down the last race there. You just told me it hasn't sunk in yet. How are you feeling?
It's unreal. It feels a little bit like a dream. Since I was little, I've always wanted to be a 450 race winner and a 450 champion. So hopefully first of many, and that was a really good race. Christian and I were going pretty good, and Adam was up front and ended up making a mistake, so it gave me the lead, and from there on just rode it in. But the team and I put so much hard work this year trying to get this, and I saved it the best for last. So this is going to be good going into the off season, and it's definitely the Michael Jordan year that got me through today. So I'm so happy, and definitely going to celebrate tonight.
Congratulations on the win and the season.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, Chase Sexton, throw his name in there. When we go racing in 2021 with Monster Energy Supercross, he'll be on the big bike there. He's going to be a contender, and it just keeps getting deeper, the field at the top. He takes the overall today over Tomac, who won the first moto. Couldn't quite replicate it at Moto 2. 1-4, he ends up second. AC is third. Craig, fourth overall. Really coming on strong late in the year. Musquin, Osborne, and Steve Bogle, Tinkle, Shock in the top 10 overall as well. And we send it back to the podium. Let's talk to Eli Tomac with Will.
Thank you, Jason. What a strong end to the season it was for Eli Tomac. Eli, congratulations on there. You said earlier you felt comfortable out there. Wasn't able to get the win, but are you happy with the strong end that you've done here to the season?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good finish for what it was, and yeah, I just want to congrats Zach on the championship. Very well earned this year. Going back to the race here, you know, just didn't quite have that end finish that I had in the first moto there. Gave him too much time in the beginning of the race. So, yeah, it was a good fight, though, today.
Thanks so much, Eli. We appreciate
Thanks.
it. Take care.
Well, the ET three-peat is over. He will not win the title for the fourth time. And you know what's funny, though, in this sport, it's so brutal. We often see it end with injury or retirement. It's just good to see that Tomac's healthy, and he'll be back to try to win it again in 2021. There's the final tally, 12 points between Osborne and Cianciarulo. Tomac ends the season third. Sexton fifth, right behind Musquin. And I'm already getting excited about next year, which is probably crazy because we've been racing for 10 months from when Supercross started. But what a great field we had in the 450 class, and it's going to be good next year as well. We got to give a shout to Adam Cianciarulo as well. So let's go back to the podium.
That's right, with another strong performance from him with that whole shot then again there, Jason, in Moto 2. Adam, you've given it your all here this season. You're up here yet again. When you put it all together here and you wrap it up, it's been quite an incredible rookie season. What are you going to take home with you?
Yeah, a lot of good things to take from it. And just my starts this whole year was crazy good. It's super fun being out front like that, really challenging having these guys on me, pushing me every weekend. And Zach was the man this year, man. Flawless championship for him. Well-deserving champion. He's been at it a long time, and he certainly deserves it. Really happy for him. Happy for my friend Chase to get his first win today. He's going to be really good for a really long time. Look forward to battling with him. And for myself, a lot of encouraging signs. Speed's good. A couple things to work on for sure in the off-season, which I'm really excited to get at it and start prepping for next year. But overall, just can't thank the team enough. Kawasaki, man, bringing me in. Kind of showing me the ropes. My crew chief, Oscar, my mechanic, Justin, my trainer, Nick Way, my family, everybody, thank you. Great year. Thank you, MX Sports, David Coombs, everybody for putting this on. And in these challenging times, thank you for that, giving us a chance to come out here and showcase our talent. So just excited for next year.
Thanks so much, Adam. We appreciate it. And great season.
Well, as are we. You got young guys like Sexton and Cianciarulo, Tomac, Musquin, Osborne, Ken Roxon should be back next year. So much to get excited about.
The 250 class, so much as well.
Yeah.
There, young talent.
Absolutely. We will have season recap shows coming up on NBCSN. Especially you want to watch those November 6th and November 13 dates for full season recaps. And we also have highlights of these races. Coming up next at NBCSN, we'll have IMSA WeatherTech Championship Racing from the Roval in Charlotte. Man, racing. It was just so good all year, Gio.
Yeah, it was fantastic. The two best riders got the championships done. Well deserved.
Absolutely. Congrats to Dylan Ferrandis and Zach Osborne, our 2020 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross champions. For Grant Langston and Will Christen, I'm Jason Wygant. We're glad we got to race this year. Thanks for joining us.